Alphabet, Paranormal Shifter Romance, written by Millie Taiden, narrated by Lauren Sweet. 1. Aaliyah Gray had her arm wrapped around her enemy, her hand resting inches from his groin. Ugh, that's so not what she needed to think about. Gross. He had her in a partial chokehold. The angle of her body wouldn't let him get a full-on grip. She wanted to roll her eyes at how easy this would be. He cursed her under his breath. The mathematical formulas ran through her head with barely a conscious thought. That was the problem with being a math genius. Numbers flowed so naturally. She didn't realize how much of a geek she was being, not until someone pointed it out. Which happened all the time. DMG equals attacks damage times, parentheses, 1 plus DDI minus DRI, end parentheses. Translation: the harder she hit in a surprise attack, the more points she got. Or she could just tag him in the balls, which would be way easier. And fun, considering what a bitch he was being right now. Aaliyah and Nico, Mom called from the kitchen store. Stop horsing around. Save the wrestling moves for Sunday. Nico, get cleaned up. Aaliyah, would you please help me finish preparing the food for the celebration tonight? You let go first, Nico said. Allie snorted. Did he really think she was that dumb? Nuh-uh, I'm not falling for that. You let go first. He growled. No, you. Both of you let go, Mom hollered. Nico, you sound like you're 8, not 18. Aaliyah, stop teasing your brother. You're an adult. Ollie turned to her brother, stuck her tongue out, and grinned when he frowned. Mom called me an adult and not you. Mom grunted. I'm seriously rethinking that comment. Ha, her brother replied as he hurried inside. Allie rolled her eyes. He was such a boy. Inside the kitchen, Mom pulled out a couple pounds of bacon from the fridge. How's teaching going? She asked, as she placed a smooth grill top over 2 of the gas burners, then laid out the bacon strips. Fine, I guess, Allie replied, eyeing the bacon. Man, she wanted a piece so badly, but they needed cooking first. She took a bag full of jalapenos from a shopping sack and washed them. Mom raised a brow at her. You guess? I'm just a substitute, Mom. And unless you're a numbers geek like me, accounting is the most boring thing there is. Allie reached for a paring knife and sliced the green peppers in half, lengthwise. Mom put down the fork she was using to flip the bacon and turned to her. Aaliyah, how many times do we need to tell you not to put yourself down like that? She raised her brows. Mom. No, Allie, Mom continued. I'm serious. You are a genius on the IQ scale. Mensa called you. How many people are like that? That's it, Mom, Allie responded, frustration tinting her voice with bite. No one is. I'm the only idiot who knows exactly what Einstein's E equals MC squared really is, or how to apply A squared plus B squared equals C squared. And you should be proud of that, Mom said, completely ignoring her aggravation. It never did anything for me. The pop of bacon on the griddle grabbed her mom's attention before Allie finished her sentence with, except get me bullied and picked on. No matter how smart or wealthy, half-breeds were considered shit on the bottom of a full shifter's shoe. Didn't matter anyway. The past was the past, and it sure as hell needed to stay there. They worked in silence for a moment, Allie taking the fried bacon and wrapping it around the cream cheese she stuffed into the peppers. She popped a piece into her mouth, groaning at the delicious, salty taste. Bacon was one of her biggest weaknesses. The other shall not be named. Have you found out if you are chaperoning the school dance Friday night? Yeah, Allie said, as she set the load of bacon peppers in a container. Her brain begged her to grab another slice of bacon, but her body yelled she'd need to work doubly hard as it was, since she didn't have the ability full shifters did to be slim. She was curvy, and just looking at Bacon made her gain 5 pounds. They would like me to be there, but I don't have to be. She pulled out small sausage links from the fridge. Not sure why. Several other teachers are going. It would be a good time for you to get to know some of your coworkers, Mom said. Mom, she replied, they aren't my coworkers. I've been back from college a month. I'm subbing for a pregnant teacher who'll be back next fall. This'll be it for me. Grabbing a bacon slice and toothpick, Allie wrapped the weenie in the high cholesterol strip of death and stuck the toothpick to keep the ends from uncurling. Even she wasn't crazy enough to eat that. Mom, you know this much bacon isn't good for the body, right? She asked. Only human bodies, dear. Your father can eat a pound a day, along with bloody steaks. Her stomach rolled. She still had a hard time watching her father and brothers eat their meat so rare. I know. Don't remind me. What do we have for the human side of us? Her mom pulled tomatoes and asparagus out. Those were okay, until she started wrapping bacon around them. Fine. She'd peel it off before eating. She'd already had 2 strips, and that was all she allowed herself. At least dessert was safe from fried piggy slices. She had to think of bacon as a living, breathing animal, or the scent would make her sit along her father and eat a pound of it, too. Allie lifted the plastic Rubbermaid lid to the round container keeping the apple pie warm. She gasped and choked. Mother, how could you? She hollered. What? Her mom fired back. How do you expect to get wolves to eat fruit if it doesn't look appetizing? But it doesn't look appetizing with bacon lying across the top. Damn, she'd taken the bacon thing too far. Who in their right mind ate pie with bacon on top? More importantly, could she salvage a piece, or was it already ruined with the piggy taste? Not to you, but your father and the Alpha will love it. You've heard of applewood bacon, I know. What the hell was she complaining about? Doesn't matter. Dad can eat all of it. I'm not going tonight anyway. A clatter of metal against metal whipped her around to see what disaster had happened. Mom stared at her in disbelief and anger. What do you mean you're not going? Of course you're going. Allie sighed. This was it. Mom, don't you mom me, she growled. Nobody in a pack misses when the transfer of power is celebrated. You have an obligation to your people. She counted backward and forward, but couldn't stop the anger in her voice. They aren't my people. They never felt an obligation to me. What are you talking about? Her mom just didn't get it. This has been your home for 26 years, all your family and friends. She stared her mom straight in the face. I have no friends here, Mother. What about Carly? She replied. Allie rubbed the bridge of her nose. This was getting close to a topic she didn't want to discuss, because each time she tried talking about it when younger, she was shot down. Figured Mom would point out the only friend Allie had ever had. Carly and I have been friends since the day she moved here, Allie said. Exactly, and she's Pac. That doesn't matter here, Allie complained. Mom huffed. That's the whole point, Aaliyah. Carly and you are part of this pack. No, Mom, we're not. We're half-breeds. Silence quickly enveloped the air. Great. Here came the equality speech. From how many times her father had repeated the same words to her, she had it memorized. This pack is not prejudiced against any shifter, full or half, canine or feline or bear. We all live together in peace and community. Yeah, right. That was a bunch of wolf shit. The adults saw what they wanted to see. The children experienced it firsthand. That was the problem with the current Alpha and his enforcers. They were blinders that blocked out everything except what was straight in front of them. All the items along the side, they missed. If it didn't go with their philosophy of how they wanted the pack to ideally be, it didn't exist. The sad part was her dad was one of the top enforcers in the Alpha's force, and she got bullied the most in school. She hated that nobody wanted to see what was right in their faces. That's where her skills in wrestling came in. She had to learn to protect herself, or she would have been physically harassed more than she was. The second time Dan laid a hand on her in 3rd grade, his face met the water puddle in the playground blacktop. If not for Dean, his twin brother, she might have let Dan drown. Her mom's stern voice brought her back from her jaunt into the past. "Aaliyah Gray, you are stronger than that." Mom pointed a finger at her nose. There she went, making her feel 6 years old again. "Have your father and I not taught you how to stand up for yourself? How to hold your head high? Do you think Junior let his half-breed status stop him?" "Mom," Allie reminded, "Junior is 6'4" tall and a professional wrestler. Nobody stops him." "Should be the same with you, too." Sure, Allie was fine with that, except she was the exact opposite. 4'6" until her freshman year in high school. Her ultimate height ended up at 5'2", and being a little fluffy, which she was happy with, but she hated tiptoeing to see over people when she was in the back of things. She was so far from what regular shifters looked like, it was no wonder everyone had picked on her. Female shifters were tall, slim, and strong. Thank goodness self-defense had come to her rescue. "Speaking of Junior," Mom continued, "he's coming in from California, especially for this. If he can take time from his busy schedule to attend, so can you." She glanced out the window toward the driveway. "I expect him any time." Well, damn. That really pooped on any excuse she could give. If Junior could bother himself and his WWE fans, she could get her ass out of the recliner. "Besides," Mom went on, "it's been years since you've attended a meeting. New shifters join the pack all the time." Oh, God. Here it comes. She wondered when her mom would get around to talking about her finding a mate. This was a record, over an hour before the first hint. Her mom continued, "Your mate could be there and you wouldn't know it because you're never around the pack, especially after your freshman year in college." The issue was she wasn't attracted to anyone. A potential mate, anyway. She'd always had the hots for the Alpha's son, but he didn't. Ever since she took him down on the field, he'd been the only one for her. And that was her second weakness. She'd had enough sexual dreams with him to stop her from making eye contact for the rest of her life. But there were 2 problems with him. One, he was a full-blooded heir who a half-breed couldn't get within feet of. And second, he was a shifter. She did not want a shifter for a partner. Ever. 2 strikes for him already. "Mom," Allie interrupted, "I haven't found anyone my heart goes crazy for. Isn't that what you told me? Wait for the one who makes me hot and bothered?" "Humph," she said. "I'm sure at the time I didn't say hot and bothered to my teenage daughter." "Maybe, but that's what you meant," Allie replied. Mom nodded. "That's what your father does to me." "Mom," Allie hollered, "don't go there, please." Her mom laughed. "Really, Allie? How do you think you and your brothers got here?" "You found us in the woods, abandoned." That was the safest thing to think when it came to sex and her parents. Anything else was a huge ew. She loved her parents, but she wasn't going to start dating some shifter to appease her mother. Not now, not ever. Mom glanced at the clock above the wall oven. "Has the NASA director person called yet?" she asked, and gave Allie a smile of pride. Allie sighed. "No, they said they could call today or tomorrow, or not at all." "Not at all?" Mom questioned with a shake of her head. "Not gonna happen. My daughter is too smart to be ignored. Besides, I thought you felt good about the last interview." "I do," she said. "But you never know. I'm sure others are more qualified than I am." "How many people are they hiring?" Mom asked. "Not sure," Allie replied. She curled and uncurled her fingers. This whole waiting on NASA was giving her anxiety she'd never had while living in the hell of a shifter town. The Mars mission has been on their slate for a few years. I guess it depends what they need figured out. Figured out? Her mother asked, a brow dropping over her beautiful eyes. She loved her mom so much. She was one of the few people who really cared about her and what she wanted for herself. When Mom asked about her career or her plans, it was because she truly wanted to know. Yeah, like during the mission to the moon, they needed math to figure out how to go from an elliptical orbit to a parabolic one. Math provided the answer. Great, Mom said. You lost me at moon. Mom, Allie sighed. She knew her mom was teasing. Her mother was the smartest person she knew, and Allie had hung out with a lot of smart people during her PhD studies. Now she had to find a way to outsmart the one woman who knew all her tricks if she had any hope of getting out of going to the celebration. Two. Well, so much for getting out of going to the ceremony tonight. She should have known better. Before she could get out one excuse, Allie's mother sent her to her apartment to change. She set her keys and phone on the granite bar separating the small apartment kitchen from the living area. There was an hour before she had to leave. Since she liked being low maintenance with her hair and makeup, she could shower and be ready in 30 minutes. Maybe a half-hour nap was in order. From the counter, her cell phone rang. She sighed, knowing it was her mother making sure she was getting ready, and clicked the green icon before even picking it up. Yes, Mom, I have plenty of time, and no, I'm not wearing a dress, she said.
Not a problem,
a deep male voice said.
We're fine with pantsuits, but the others may frown on you calling me Mom.
Aaliyah's mind scrambled into a blank. She had no idea who this man was. She looked at her phone's caller ID and saw NASA. She eeped and bobbled the phone between her fingers before it finally fell on the floor. In a spastic huff, she scooped it up. I'm so sorry, she said. I thought my mom was calling me back to make sure I didn't accidentally on purpose, miss. She was babbling. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm jabbering on about things you have no concern.
Ms. Gray,
the man said in a soothing question. Allie took a deep breath and smiled. Hello, this is Aaliyah. What can I do for you this fine day? Her hand slapped onto her forehead. She was going from bad to worse. Maybe she should just stop talking.
Ms. Gray, this is Director Kessens with the National Aeronautical Space Administration. Do you have a minute?
She plopped her butt on the sofa and let out another breath slowly. Time to be professional. I have 28 minutes and 15 seconds. Fucking hell. She cringed. Her and stupid fucking numbers.
Just the answer I was looking for,
the director said. Allie laughed nervously. The man's sense of humor put her at ease. It'd be great if he was her boss. Sorry, sir. Sometimes numbers get the best of me.
That's great, actually,
he said. Really? Could her geekiness be paying off for once?
Absolutely. Here at NASA, we're always looking for the newest and greatest and the smartest. And you, Miss Gray, are one of the smartest we've seen in a long time,
he informed her. She couldn't breathe. She slapped a hand on her chest. Oh, God. Of all the times to have a goddamned heart attack, now was so not good. No, it wasn't a heart attack. It was shock. Me? Does that mean I'm hired?
Yes, you are, Ms. Gray.
Holy fuck. She had a job at NASA. She wanted to throw up and scream at the same time. Are you sure?
Yes, Ms. Gray. I'm calling to congratulate you personally,
he said. She gulped down a breath of air and jumped up and down in the living room, quietly, breaking into running in place and pumping her arm. She let out a calm exhale. That's fabulous, Director Kessens. I'm thrilled, she said in a chilled, controlled tone. Keep it cool, Allie. Keep it cool.
Are you currently working, Miss Gray?
He asked. I'm subbing for a teacher at the high school. In a week, classes let out for the summer. She thought about the final exam schedule and when her last group of students tested.
"The week after next would be great for us," he continued. "We'll have time to get your office set up and business cards ordered."
Oh my God, business cards, with NASA on them. She was definitely going to throw up or pass out, or both. Her lifelong dream was coming true. After so many years of hard work and putting up with shit kids shouldn't have to, her dream was real.
"Miss Gray?"
he heard Director Cusson say. "Yes? I'm sorry," she spurted. "Did you say something?" Shirley had to get her shit together. This guy was getting the worst first impression ever. She'd be lucky if he didn't rescind the job offer.
"Only that a follow-up email will come on Monday with the official offer and such. I just wanted to personally call and congratulate and welcome you."
There was laughter in his tone. "Thank you, Director Cussons, so much. I look forward to meeting you all soon," she gushed.
"Same here, Miss Gray. Have a great weekend."
"I so will." She hung up before she said one more dumbass thing. She was going to work for NASA. Holy fucking shit. Yes! Thrusting open the sliding door to the small balcony, she stepped out and screamed. She was going to fucking Mars. Well, not really personally, but she'd be working on getting someone there. She plopped back on the sofa, her heart thudding so quickly she waited for it to trip and completely stop. Her life was never this exciting. It couldn't get any better than this. She looked around for someone to share the news with, but as usual, she was alone. That was a cloud on her super sunshiny moment, but that was all right, right? That's how she wanted it, yes? She didn't need some egotistical, abusive shifter male telling her what she could and couldn't do. Nope. Those shifter men were too strong and too macho and way too big for someone like her. Plus, they looked at her like she was missing a limb or diseased when they found out she was a half-breed. Carly was who she needed. But her best friend was probably at the celebration already, seeing that her family was hosting the whole shebang. How she and Carly hooked up as best friends was a miracle in itself, seeing Carly was the alpha stepdaughter. But her best friend was still a halfer. Carly's father was human, which doomed her in the eyes of the upper echelon. Assholes. Only full-blooded shifters were good enough for them. The original alpha female was killed several years after she gave birth to a son. The Pax later remained single for a long time before finding another mate. Allie figured the wolf spent his entire life taking care of Pack business and didn't have time for a family. His son was practically raised by Pack royalty, aunts and uncles and cousins to play with. Occasionally, the little prince was allowed to shine his presence on the unworthy halfers. Good God, she sounded like a spoiled, jealous brat. All her young life, she wanted to be accepted as one of the cool kids. One of the kids everyone respected and looked up to instead of the one they spit on and gave a wide berth to. The one who said stupid things not even the teachers understood half the time. She'd never be one of them. Never. That was the cool thing about Carly. She didn't care what Allie said. She cared what Allie did. And Allie always tried to do the right thing. That was how her mother and father raised all their kids. If you lived your life as true as you could, you wouldn't be looking over your shoulder, watching for those you've wronged sneaking up for vengeance. That was what her father said. He was one of the most trusted men in the Pack, so he must have known what he was talking about. Allie sighed and glanced at the wall clock. Shit. Her 30 minutes were up. She sprang off the couch and headed to her room to get ready for the last Pack event she'd ever attend. After tonight, her life was going to be absolutely perfect. She'd be gone from this shifter hell, and nobody was going to stop her. 3. Marcus paced the community room while his stepmom and stepsister, along with volunteers, decorated the inside for the celebration. His acceptance of rule over the Pack. His stepsister threw a wad of red streamer at him. "Hey, Marcus, catch!" Being the natural athlete he was with superior reflexes, he caught the paper before it got close to hitting him. Drape that over the side of the table you're standing by, Carly continued. He looked around his immediate area. There was no table.
What are you talking about? There's no table here.
Glad you noticed, she said. You haven't responded to anything anyone else has said to you. You're supposed to be helping. His face flushed hot. That was why he was there, to help, so he said. But that wasn't really the truth. With matching sympathetic expressions, his stepmom and Carly gathered around him. Fucking hell. They couldn't have. Had the two finally figured him out? Was this their version of an intervention? His stepmom put a hand on his shoulder. Shit. I know how you're feeling, Marcus. This is a big step in your life you're taking becoming Alpha. At his mom's words, he let out a sigh. Good. They still had no idea what he was really stressing over. He'd always been good at hiding his emotions, but tonight was different. Tonight, he needed it to be different. Even though you haven't reached 30 yet, your father and I feel you have matured past your years. She looked around as if to see how close others were, then lowered her voice. You know your father is old school when it comes to running the pack. He's used to being obeyed without thought, used to the younger generations being seen but not heard. Between all these millennials and Generation Z, or whatever it's called, he's pulled out his last hair. He just doesn't understand where they're coming from, and the young ones definitely don't understand the older ways. They question everything, and some things you simply don't change just because it's old.
I know, Mom.
Even though his father's wife wasn't his biological mother, he called her mom out of respect and the fact he really liked her as a person and guardian. She was right with everything she said, but that meant shit right now. The event was the last thing on his mind.
It's still a big step, but I'll settle down and be fine in a bit.
He gave her his best, I love you and I'm innocent of any wrongdoing this time, smile. She leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, then went back to taping decorations to tables. With a huff, Carly grabbed his arm and dragged him toward the door.
What's wrong?
His sister rolled her eyes at him. I'm gonna puke, she said. Stepping outside and looking around, Carly closed the door behind him. Fists on her hips, she cocked an eyebrow. Fess up, big bro. He frowned, but when she only attempted a half-assed glare, he laughed. Maybe his little sis wasn't as clueless as her mom.
What?
You know as well as I do that the whole conversation with Mom was a bag of wolf shit. He folded his arms over his chest.
Okay, so what exactly am I supposed to be telling you?
Oh, come on, Carly droned. You're not one lick nervous about taking over as Alpha. You were born for it. She poked him in the chest, a dimple showing when she grinned mischievously. You're stressing out over Allie being here. He gave a quick glance around to make sure nobody was watching or listening. Once he knew they were completely alone, he yanked her away from the building and behind a tree. He pointed a finger at her sternly.
You swore to me you'd keep it secret.
And I have. She frowned. I don't go back on my word, Marcus, even though I think you've been an idiot the past several months. Why not just tell her she's your mate? Mom and Dad will get it. Nature chose her for you. Everyone else who complains can go to hell.
That's not the issue, and you know it.
He growled. He wiped a hand over his face and stepped back. This was a lot harder than he expected. He didn't talk feelings with anyone. Then what is it? Carly asked. You're acting like a boy in high school. He looked at her like she was crazy. Did she forget Allie and who she was? Allie's personality? What Allie was adamant she would never do?
Don't play dumb, Carly,
he replied.
You're her best friend. How many times has she told you she's never marrying a shifter and hates this pack?
His chest tightened. Fuck, now he was getting nervous. He'd rather fight every male in the pack than hear Allie tell him to go to hell.
She'll reject me outright.
His sister sighed. Marcus, you know what Allie, and to some extent, I had to go through growing up. We're halfers. Rage filled him with hearing that one word. He turned on her.
I don't ever want to hear that word come out of your mouth. You know how I feel about every person in this pack, full-blooded or not. We are equal and will be treated the same.
And that's one reason I love you as a brother, Carly said with a smile. But you're one of the few who think that way, Marcus. Whether you like it or not, Aaliyah was tormented every day of her life for just being alive. How can she not hate those who did that to her? And when she reached out for help, the elders dismissed her as a child, exaggerating friendly teasing from peers. That's why she feels no love for the pack, Carly explained. She was right. He had no chance with Allie, but his animal demanded his mate. And Marcus was tired of waiting until things changed. It was now or never. From what he'd heard, if he waited any longer, it would be never. Allie was thinking of leaving, and he had to move fast or risk losing her. He couldn't imagine life without her there. Giving her time had been hard enough. Now he had to figure out how to change her entire way of thinking. He'd need a fucking miracle.
And that's why she'll reject me without a thought,
Marcus said.
Why should I tell her she's my mate and be humiliated?
He paced in front of his sister, hands closing into a fist.
If she could only smell the mating link like I can, then this all would be moot.
But she can't because she's a... He looked at his sister, silently warning her with his eyes. She didn't finish the sentence. Yes, he knew Allie's mother was human, but that didn't matter to him. Not to Marcus, the man, and definitely not to his wolf. Allie was Allie. His. He didn't really think it mattered to others. He never saw kids picking on the half-breeds, never saw discrimination against those not full-blooded. His father taught him a shifter was a shifter, and all shifters heeded the calling of the moon, shifting or not. But his time around most kids had been limited. As the son of the alpha, he'd been trained from a young age to have responsibility others didn't. When other kids had been playing, he'd been learning pack laws, training, or spending time with his father to learn all about running the best unified pack. Carly sighed. You know, brother, I think your problem is you're wearing rose-colored glasses just like the elders.
What does that mean?
He snarled, his patience wearing thin. He slammed his hand on the side of the tree and wished he could make the reasons Allie hated the pack disappear once and for all. That you want to see this pack as perfect, just like your dad does. Instead of seeing others bullying from a distance, you see them as talking and playing, maybe getting a little rough. Instead of realizing why only full-blooded kids play cricket and rugby while half-breeds play football, you choose to see it as preference. We half-breeds are given no preference, Marcus. Carly's rampage hit him square between the eyes. Was that true? Was he seeing only what he wanted to see? That his father reigned over a perfect pack? That he would reign over a perfect pack? Damn it. This wasn't what he wanted.
Why didn't you tell me all this a long time ago? You knew I'd take over one day,
he demanded, his voice growing rougher with his animal. Carly cocked a hip at him. Really? She commented, not at all afraid of his shifting tone. And back then, you would have done what, exactly? Fuck. He didn't know. Should I have told you during high school? She went on. When you were focused on girls and sports and grades, after Mom got on your ass for failing a test? Or maybe college, where I never saw you except on holidays when you were still focused on girls and sports. Then there was when I was in college and never saw you but on holidays.
Okay,
he huffed.
I get it. I was too into my own life. But I was growing up. What do you expect?
He hated that he'd been so self-involved back then. He should have paid more attention to what was going on with his sister and others that might have needed his help. I expected nothing, Marcus. That's why I couldn't tell you what was going on, Carly answered. You didn't get your head out of your ass until last Christmas when you saw Allie as an adult for the first time. God, he was so self-centered and spoiled before that time. Being the alpha heir, everyone wanted to be in his favor, wanted to be his friend, would do anything for him, including the women who fell at his feet. All except Aaliyah. He met her when she tackled him in a kid's game of football in their youth. Being quarterback, he'd never been tackled so roughly, by even the boys. When her arms wrapped around him, the momentum of her weight thrown against him sent a mysterious shudder through him before they slammed onto the ground. She stared into his eyes for a heartbeat, then was gone. Only in hindsight did he understand what that shudder was, the first touch of his future mate. Four. Allie pulled into the parking lot at the community center where the ceremonial celebration was taking place. She squeezed the steering wheel hard until she had it in a white-knuckle grip. God, she could use some ice cream right about now. A milkshake would be good, too. Fuck. Thinking of comfort food wasn't going to help. Things were bad when she was ready to stress-eat her way through everything from pancakes to milkshakes. With a deep breath, she forced herself to let go of the steering wheel. She was purposely late so everybody would be inside eating when she arrived. She hated when folks stood outside talking before or after events, and she had to walk through them to get where she was going. Even though her senses weren't as sharp as full-blooded, they were far superior to humans, and she heard the snide remarks as she passed by. If being a halfer wasn't bad enough, she also possessed another sarcasm-inducing quality, being too smart, knowing answers to questions that normally didn't have answers. What's the likelihood of that happening? What's the chance you'd get struck by lightning? What are your odds of winning that? She knew the answer in a heartbeat, and for a while, she told others the answers, until she learned she freaked them out. People feared what they didn't understand, and hated what they feared. That came out loud and clear to her every time she walked past others. The only open parking spot was far in the back. Like Mom said, nobody missed the celebration when the new Alpha was brought in. She hadn't seen Marcus Nero in several years, except for a couple hours one day before last Christmas. That avoidance was on purpose. What that man did to her. Just thinking about him made her undies wet and stomach tighten in preparation of an orgasm. How could his name and a memory alone do that? Geez, was that sad or what? So hung up on someone that nobody else even compared, and she'd never find a mate she'd love. The sound of a jet plane roared down the road, slowing at the turn-in for the building. Oh, shit, she thought, standing in the middle of the parking lot. Dan and Dean, the twins, pulled in on their shiny red crotch rockets. Allie froze. If she didn't move, hopefully they wouldn't see her. The two rolled toward the front of the building. Allie released her breath. As if he heard her, one of the helmeted bastards looked her way. He pointed at her and his brother turned. Her heart skipped. Next thing she knew, both bikes were coming at her. She had a split second to decide if she ran for her car or the front door. Being closer to the building, she sprinted that way. Well, sprinted as fast as sandals on gravel and being fluffy allowed, which wasn't very fast. Allie darted out from a row of cars. One of the brothers revved his engine, coming straight at her. She hurried to the next line of vehicles, but not before the motorcycle spun its rear tire around, spitting rocks and dirt at her and the cars. The windshield next to her cracked, then spiderwebbed. Someone was going to be pissed. A couple of rocks hit her in the head, but not hard enough to cause anything but a headache. Ducking down, she dashed across another row. The cycles paralleled her at the end of the line. One turned down the lane she stood in, racing at her. Allie dove for the next row, keeping on her feet, stumbling through to the other side. There, the other guy zipped in front of her, his arm straight out, knocking her to the ground. She heard laughing, not sure which brother shoved her down. Before she could get up and run, both brothers had her trapped against the back of an SUV.
"We're sorry," one of them said. "Did you trip, heifer? Fall on your fat ass? Shouldn't have hurt with all that cushion. Let's have a look at it all again." He reached toward her chest. She slapped at his hands. "Get away from me, you dick!" The other biker put his feet on the ground and thrust his hips back and forth. "He's got a dick. I got one too, Miss Brainiac. Let's finish what we started. I'd love to finally pump into all that cushion.
He grabbed his crotch and gave it a squeeze. Allie fought throwing up. Assholes. The whole fucking pack was full of them. The bastard twins referred to an event during her freshman year in college. She suppressed those memories, never letting them surface enough to touch her consciousness. The only thing you pump, asshole, is your brother's backside. She took off running before either man reacted to her smart-ass remark. Behind her, engines revved again, gravel flying. Reaching the grass, she ran through the swings in the playground. The brothers exited the parking lot, heading for her. Pumping her arms, she was determined to make it to the door before the bastards caught up with her. If worse came to worse, she'd launch herself at one of them and put them into a wrestling hold until they passed out. Of course, the other brother could get her, but whatever. Almost there, she glanced toward the bikers. Her brain immediately judged the angles, speed, and distance, and the calculated result was not in her favor. Shit. This was so not good. Just then, the door to the community center opened, and her mom stuck her head out, looking at the motorcycles. Allie slowed, knowing she was safe. The brothers were too smart to do anything in front of others. That was the only thing they were smart about. "Hey, Mom!" Allie called out. Her mom startled, then turned to her. "There you are," Mom said. "Hurry up! Everyone is eating already." The Double D jerks parked their bikes on the grass. Taking their helmets off, both glared at her. She smiled tightly at them and jogged to her mom. She couldn't wait to leave this godforsaken town forever. Before going inside, she took a deep breath to calm her nerves. Over the years, she'd gotten good at sucking in her emotions and the sense that accompanied them to save her from humiliation. Now was the time to do it again. The twins caught up to her and her mother, and Dan actually held the door open for them. "Thank you, Daniel," her mother said to the prick. He smiled sweetly.
"You're welcome, Mrs. Gray,"
he replied. After Mom passed him, he sneered at her. She flipped him off. His hand shot out, but she snapped her arm back. Mom looked over her shoulder at them and raised a brow. Nothing but innocent faces. Though Allie knew how close to the surface the boys' wolves were. "Everything okay?" Mom asked as she led Allie to their table toward the back of the huge gathering room. "Yeah, everything is fine." Allie shrugged, trying to act like nothing had happened. This was how it had always been. Her word against those considered well-behaved members of the pack. Everyone thought she'd been dramatic, and nobody believed her. She'd stopped trying to tell anyone when someone mistreated her. All she could do was defend herself and stand up to bullies on her own. The delicious smell of seared beef filled the room. She took a deep breath, letting the various spices settle on the back of her tongue. Looking around the room, her eyes guesstimated the attendance. 10 at a table. 97 tables, approximately, give or take one. That was about right. About a handful of folks weren't there. She wondered what excuses they had. She'd have to use one next time. "Here, sit," Mom said, pulling out a chair. She slid a dish piled with food in front of Allie. "I made you a plate. I knew everything on the buffet would be gone by the time you decided to arrive." Allie rolled her eyes, but smiled at her mom's thoughtfulness. She'd miss her mom when she moved. Maybe Mom could visit her and do mother-daughter outings. It was amazing how much her mom knew her. If she could be half the mom her mom was, she'd be a great parent also. Well, of course, that depended on finding someone who could put up with her eccentricities. Not to mention love her without trying to control her. "Thanks, Mom," she said, and picked up her fork to unwind bacon from her asparagus. Now was not the time for bacon. The chair across the table dragged away, and a huge body plopped down. It'd been so long since she'd seen her middle brother, she almost didn't recognize him. "Junior!" She jumped up and ran around the table to him. From someone else's perspective, the two probably looked comical. When Allie wrapped her arms around her little brother, she came up to his sternum. Because of that, he always rubbed the top of her hair instead of enfolding his arms around her head, which was as low as he could reach. When did you get in?
Allie realized that was a stupid question after the words came out of her mouth.
Obviously, he got in between the time she left her parents' home and now.
Within the last hour, he replied. Mom said I just missed you.
Yeah, she answered. Sad she hadn't gotten a chance to see him earlier. You must have. Either her brother was an idiot, or just polite enough to never call her out on her half-baked comments. That's just one of the reasons she loved him. She pulled back from him and tipped her head back, a wide smile on her face. So, how's the wild wolf of the West doing? Her brother's eyes popped wide and darted around the immediate area, a blush creeping over his cheeks.
Shh, don't call me that here.
Junior, if you think one person here doesn't know who you are, you're high. You're the pride and joy of the pack. Allie grinned. Everyone will be at the show Sunday.
Good. It's a win-win with my agent and the World Wrestling Federation. They like to be associated with my charity work.
Allie, Mom said, come eat your dinner. The bacon grease is congealing on your asparagus. If Allie didn't want to puke before, she did now. She trudged around the table to her spot and sat. Congealed bacon grease was not at the top of her comfort foods list. Fuck, it wasn't anywhere on the list, period. Aren't you eating, Junior? Allie asked.
Oh, Nico and I had 2 plates already,
Junior replied.
We're waiting for the desserts to be set up,
Nico added.
I want a piece of Mom's applewood bacon pie.
Be sure to get your father a piece, Mom reminded them. He's working security for the whole celebration.
Why's he doing that?
Nico asked.
He's the top wolf. Can he have someone else work it?
Nick, Mom replied. That's not how your father operates, and you know that. Maybe one of his men has an emergency. Don't complain until you've gotten all the facts.
Yes, ma'am,
he replied with a dour look. Behind Allie, a familiar voice sounded. It's about time you got here. Carly, her best friend, walked toward Allie's family at the back of the room from her prestige table at the front of the room. Carly, Allie smiled. I've been here a full 10 minutes. Where have you been? Her friend laughed and covered her mouth with her hand. I've been sneaking apple pie from your mom's container in the kitchens.
Hey,
both boys said together. Don't worry, I only sucked up the crumbs that fell to the dish. From the expressions on her brothers' faces, Carly about had a mutiny on her hands. Allie pulled her down into the empty chair meant for her father. Now that everyone is here but Dad, Allie started, I have something to tell you. Her words snapped the other 4 heads at the table around. She seldom used such a serious tone. Junior looked at her.
You're pregnant. You're secretly a dominatrix and have a dungeon where you have guys in latex crawling on the floor calling you mistress.
Nico said right after. Mom screeched, and Carly slapped Nico on the arm. She should know better than taking a breath when saying something like that. Her family would always go for the crazy guesses. Nico, really? She rolled her eyes and glanced at her other brother. No, Junior, I'm not pregnant. I don't even have a mate, she said, disgusted.
You don't need a mate nowadays.
You're right, Allie commented, trying to gather some patience for the brother she loved, but was currently driving her crazy. But that's not it. Mom gasped. You got your phone call? Allie nodded, a smile tugged at her lips from the happiness. When I got home. The boys glanced at each other.
What phone call?
They said in unison. The women waved them off. What did they say? Carly half yelled, bouncing in her seat, her eyes wide with excitement. Don't hold us in suspense. Basically, Allie said, trying to stop from running her words. I'll be moving to Houston, Texas in a week. A week? The entire table of family replied, a gasp of shock sounding with the question. Well, Director Cussin said I can start any time, and my kids' final exam is on Thursday. That'd give me Friday to pack to leave on Saturday. She clapped her hands together. I'm so excited. But no one else around her looked cheerful. Her stomach did that weird squeeze she used to get as a kid when she got perfect scores on tests, but teachers looked at her like she was an anomaly. What? Allie questioned, a quiver entering her voice. Why aren't you all happy for me? This is my dream job, the chance to work with NASA for crying out loud. Carly hugged her. We're all very happy for you. It's just so fast. I thought we'd have the summer to enjoy before you left. That's all. Her mom leaned over and put an arm around Allie's shoulders and squeezed. She's right, dear. I wasn't expecting you to leave so soon. Houston is 1,000 miles away, and I think your apartment across town is too far. Oh, okay. So it was missing her they were concerned with. For a second there. She waved that insecurity away. Her family had always loved her the way she was. They were the only people who did. Mom, I've been gone before. I was at college for 8 years to finish my PhD, she replied. Yes, but you were still close enough that your father and I could get in the car and see you anytime we wanted, Mom informed her, her voice growing thick. You'll be so far away. A sniffle came from her mom. Allie hadn't thought about not being able to see her family whenever she wanted. And with Nico going to college in the fall on a full wrestling scholarship, the house would be empty. She decided to keep that realization to herself for the moment.
Mom,
Junior said, scooting closer to her.
It'll be all right. I have shows in Texas a lot. That state loves their WWF wrestlers. I'll check on her.
She turned to glare at her brother. I don't need to be checked on, Junior, she told him. I'm a capable adult. And besides, I'll come home more often than I did when I was in school. I promise. Mom patted her hand. I know. It's fine. It's great, actually. I'm so proud of my daughter working to get humans to Mars and a son who wears his underwear in public. All at the table erupted in laughter, except Junior, of course.
Mom, it's not underwear. It's a costume.
Mom winked at him. I know, dear. I'm just teasing you. It does look like colorful underwear, though. Junior sighed and rolled his eyes. Hey, Junior, Carly called. You're a wolf person in the ring, right? Do you use your real fur, or is it part of the costume, too?
It's my own,
he replied.
I pop it out as soon as I'm dressed.
What about your face? Carly asked.
Obviously, I don't shift anything. Just have the fur covering thick enough to hide my identity.
Wow, you can do that? As a heifer? Carly said. Mom glanced at Allie and Carly with a warning glance. Sorry, Mrs. Gray, she replied. Carly knew as well as Allie did about using that word, but said among themselves, that word didn't feel humiliating or threatening. It was just a fact of what they were. Junior answered, hoping to cut the tension.
Yeah, sometimes it's easier than other times. I have to concentrate on it, but it's getting easier the more I do it.
Whoever thought a non-full-blooded shifter could partially shift? Carly was careful to be completely politically correct, including the tricky pronunciation. Oh, look, she continued. My mom is at the table. Let's tell her the great news. Allie's mom waved them on. As they moved forward between the tables, Allie felt the stares and frowns aimed at her. Unhappy vibes bombarded her from the adults. A lot of the kids simply didn't care or pretended not to. When they reached the table in the front of the room, Allie realized Carly forgot to mention that her stepbrother, Marcus, was at the table, along with Dan and Dean. Allie's heart fluttered for a couple reasons. She couldn't look at Marcus without having to press her legs closed. God, she'd rather die than have everyone smell her lust over the next alpha. Mom, Carly said, guess what Allie is doing? Her mom lifted a brow and smiled when she saw Allie. Allie had always liked Carly's mom. She was nice and caring to both sides of the fence. She had to, or else Carly would be on the wrong side, having a human dad. Good to see you, Allie, Carly's mom said. Tell me, what are you doing? It must be good if Carly is this happy. Allie glanced at the three men across the round table, staring at her. The twins looked snide, while Marcus's eyes gave her warmth and courage, until she said, I'm moving to Texas in a week. Five. What the fuck? Marcus didn't think he heard correctly. His stepmom asked the only woman he wanted more than being alpha standing with his half-sister. "Texas? You're moving that far from the pack?" His heart fell into his stomach. She was leaving. So goddamned far he wouldn't see her anymore. He grabbed onto his emotions, keeping them neutral, holding his scent normal. This shouldn't be happening. She couldn't leave him. She was his mate. He held his animal in check. It was damn hard. The wolf wanted out to demand she realize she was his. Memories carried him back to that one night, that chance meeting that changed his life forever. Ugh, he hated this last-minute Christmas shopping. He didn't know why this seemed to happen to him every year. Maybe because he had too many lady friends he kept on a line strung out God knows how long. Nah, couldn't have too many girlfriends. Never knew if one of them might suddenly become his mate. Which couldn't happen. And he knew that. Your mate was born your mate. It didn't unexpectedly occur out of thin air. But until he found the one for him, he'd keep hoping someone he knew would be his mate. Plus, if gift shopping on December 24th wasn't bad enough, he had a party to plan at his home for that night. That was where his group of women paid off. He texted Charlene and Maple to buy finger foods, Rhonda and April to help the DJ set up, Kathy and Stacy to get the hot tubs going, and Dean and Dan to buy the liquor. Couldn't leave that to a chick. He'd made that mistake once. They came back with all kinds of fruity drink shit and a box of small umbrellas. He rounded the corner to Saks, still texting, and suddenly found himself on his ass, sitting in 4 inches in snow. A surprised gasp in front of him drew his eyes to the person he slammed into, and she smelled fabulous. Looking at the woman lying on her back, bundled up from head to toe with a coat and hood, gloves, a scarf covering her nose and mouth, he had no idea who she was, except his mate. Marcus jumped to his feet, forgetting about his phone for the first time in his life, and hurried to help his mate to her feet. He leaned over her and smiled down at her. She was laughing behind the material wrapped around her face. Her eyes sparkled in the early sunlight. They were a beautiful hazel with specks of blue. Cool. He'd never seen shifter eyes with blue, unless they were a... Upon seeing him, the woman's eyes rounded, filled with confusion, then fear. He didn't understand. Mates weren't afraid of each other. He grabbed her under the arms and literally lifted her bodily to her feet, then wrapped her in a hug. The way she felt against him was delicious. She fit him perfectly. All her soft places warmed his hard places, all his hard places. She eeped and pushed away from him. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice muffled by her scarf. "Are you crazy?" Her eyes searched the area as if seeing if anyone was watching them. He smiled at his cute mate's shyness. "Of course not," he said. "I'm your..." Before he could finish, she grabbed the bag she dropped and quickly strode away toward the parking lot. "Hey, wait." He ran after her. Where the hell was she going? His mate shouldn't walk away from him. Didn't she smell the attraction? "Here." He grabbed the shopping bag. "Let me carry this for you." She glanced at him, tugged her bag from him, then tucked her head down. Was she embarrassed to be seen with him? Her bashfulness endeared her to him even more. He really needed to find out who his mate was. "Marcus," she said. "Thank you, but I got it." Her eyes darted in every direction. He looked around. "Are you looking for someone?" Shit. Could she have a husband or boyfriend? She'd never be completely happy with whoever it was. She was meant for him. His mate stopped at a gray Escort and pulled keys from her pocket. "No, Marcus," she huffed. Never mind." The back of her car opened, and she tossed the bag inside and slammed the trunk closed. When she scuttled for the driver's door, he was right behind her. He wanted so badly to snag her and hold her again, to take her smell into him, but she really was leaving. Where the hell was she going? She was supposed to be with him, running to the nearest hotel and begging him to make her his. This was not how he imagined discovering his mate would be like. She seemed afraid, skittish, uncomfortable. Did he make her nervous? Maybe he needed to take it slower, No jumping into the back seat and getting it on right now.
How about having a cup of coffee with me?
He asked before she opened the door. She paused and looked at him. Are you serious? She asked.
Of course I'm serious. I'd like to get to know you.
He replied. Her eyes narrowed. This isn't a joke, is it? Where's Dan and Dean? The scent of fear filled the air. What the fuck was going on?
Last I knew, they were home.
He took her gloved hand.
Please have coffee with me. There's a cafe next door to Saks. Very public, very safe.
You got the public part correct, she mumbled, looking away. He rubbed his thumb over the back of her leather-covered hand. Her eyes met his. He felt lost in her gaze. It was a natural high. Endorphins and hot desire pumped through him. He dialed back on both so as not to scare her away. She sighed. All right, maybe a cup would be fine. Keeping her hand in his, he led her to the sidewalk and held the door open to the coffee shop. That's wonderful, then, Marcus's stepmom said, bringing him back from his memories. He stood so quickly, his chair scooted back a couple feet. No, he didn't like her leaving, not one bit. But what could he do? Order her to stay? Damn straight he could. After the ceremony ended and he was the alpha of the pack. But that wouldn't be wise. The best way to piss off an independent woman was to take away her freedom. No, he wanted her to want to stay, which was like wanting snow in the middle of summer. With the way she hated living in that pack, it wasn't going to happen. Why hadn't he told Allie she was his mate after coffee that night? The same reason he told Carly earlier. He knew Allie didn't want to marry a shifter. Why she'd prefer a human over one of them, he had no clue. Shifters were far superior to humans in so many ways. He didn't know if she even wanted children and a family. Maybe her plan was to go to Mars and live there. That was all she talked about that time in the cafe, how she wanted to get Earthlings to Mars and discover what else was out there. He'd seen the passion and joy in her eyes as she spoke of her dream job. How could he deny his mate that one thing? She would come to hate him for ruining her dream if he pressured her to stay and have a brood of kids she didn't want in the first place. He hadn't told anyone, but since finding her, he'd become a bit of a stalker. His father would call it full-blown alphaism, but Marcus knew any female that knew what he'd done would probably get a restraining order against him. He checked out her living arrangements at her college, then her apartment, to make sure she was in a safe place. One time, he'd found out some guy she'd dated, who had been a total dick, had tried to come back into her life. He'd scared the guy half to death and told him if he ever called his mate again, he'd rip him to bits. He even made sure her car was in good shape and not an accident waiting to happen. Her dating life had been sporadic and short, mainly because she broke things off after the first date. He'd never been so glad to know men weren't living up to her expectations. He quizzed Carly all the time about when she and Allie were coming home next. That was mainly how Carly figured out who Allie was to him. He swore her to secrecy, telling her if she messed up their potential mating, neither Allie nor he would be happy in life. But Carly knew, as he did, how much Allie hated shifters and the pack in general. Even after moving back when college was done, she chose an apartment on the other side of town, not staying with her parents like most postgrads did in the pack. For the longest time, at every pack meeting or get-together, he watched the door, hoping he'd see her beautiful face walk in and smile at him. Though it never happened. Carly told him not to ever get his hopes up. She'd tell him if Allie was coming. And now, his mate was leaving for good, practically across the country. But she'd be happy. Her dreams were coming true. He was torn. He wanted her happiness, but to just stand by and watch her leave? Could he really do that? His wolf didn't like the sound of that and loudly informed Marcus it wouldn't let their mate go. He was kidding himself if he thought his animal would stand by and watch her leave their lives. Kidding himself big time. He needed to find a way to get her to stay, short of tying her to the bed. though that thought was quite appealing also.
Uncle Marcus!
He turned to see his 10-year-old niece, Shella, waiting in a line, waving at him. Her mom, Tanya, stood behind her. He realized he'd wandered to the end of the buffet, now set up with desserts. He scooped his favorite niece into a big hug and twirled her around.
How's my sea, Shella? It's been a while.
He set her down and looked her over.
You've gotten so tall. When did that happen? Aren't you too young for all that?
The girl rolled her eyes. Uncle Marcus, she said. Girls mature faster than boys, sometimes by a lot, Mom says. Marcus glanced up at the mom, his older sister, hiding a smile.
Did your mom give any names of boys slow to mature?
He teased. The girl's eyes got large. She didn't say you, Uncle Marcus, I promise. The munchkin leaned forward and lowered her voice. Mom meant it about the twins. Marcus laughed and scanned the room for Dan and Dean. They were giving some heavy-set kid a hard time. Shella was right. Some boys still hadn't grown up. Marcus, his sister said, I need some help. Well, Shella does, actually.
Sure,
he said, ruffling the girl's hair as she rolled her eyes at her mother.
Whatever I can do.
Not you specifically, Tanya said, but Shella needs extra help with math before her finals next week. She's in geometry and all that angle stuff I hated in school. Do you know anyone who can tutor her for a few days? A big smile wiped across his face.
I happen to know a math expert who would love to help out.
Six. Can I have everyone's attention, please? One of the pack elders said from the front of the room. We'd like to get this ceremony moving. Marcus whispered to his sister and Shella.
I'll call later with details. Gotta go.
Shella waved as he headed up front. After the room quieted, the current alpha took the microphone and welcomed everyone to the gathering.
As you all know,
Marcus's father began,
my wife and I are at the stage in our lives where we'd like to see the world around us expand our horizons, as they say, while we're still young enough to hike a mountainside.
A light laugh circled the room.
Which brings us to why we are here.
He paused, cleared his throat, then looked around for his son.
Marcus, where are you? Get up here.
Marcus jogged to the front, and his dad put an arm around his shoulders and pulled him closer.
As my wife, Gabriella, and I take our sabbatical, Marcus will take over rule. And before anyone asks, I did offer leadership to Tanya, Marcus's older sister, but she's very smart and turned it down.
Easy laughter echoed.
No, really. Tanya is a great wife and mother, and she wants to continue being there for her family.
A round of applause let everyone know her decision was a good choice for her.
If I haven't said so in the past, we're very proud of Marcus and all he's done for the pack. In the last half year or so, he's really grown up and taken on responsibility. If I didn't know better, I'd think he found his mate.
Loud laughing rolled through the audience. Marcus's eyes darted to Allie, then to those at other tables. He almost took offense at how funny others thought him having a mate was. But he did deserve it with his past. He couldn't believe how many females he had on a stringer. It was definitely not the head on his shoulders making those past decisions.
So, with no further ado,
his father continued,
I am proud to announce Marcus Nero as the new ruling alpha.
Cheers and clapping filled the room. There was no question that the pack respected Marcus and approved the choice as heir. Even Allie was smiling and applauding. Maybe she changed her mind about not marrying a shifter. Maybe she would say yes to living by his side, till death do they part. And maybe he was hallucinating from the bacon grease he'd smelled all night. From the corner of his eyes, a body moved toward him. The smell of the woman reached him just before she did. Lana stepped in front of him and laid a full-on kiss on his mouth. Hoots and hollers erupted from the crowd. He cringed when her tongue touched his lips. Grabbing her shoulders, he pushed her back.
What are you doing?
Marcus growled. The last fucking thing he needed was some bitch in heat. He had enough problems trying to get Allie to see him as a good enough reason to stay without having Lana making it look like they were an item. His wolf pushed at the skin, ready to tear her over-made-up face to shreds. "I'm congratulating you, Alpha," she replied with a wink. "If you'd like, we can continue our celebration at your place. I'll bring the wine."
"No, Lana,"
Marcus whispered through clenched teeth, keeping his voice low, just between the two of them.
"I've told you, I'm not interested anymore. Now sit down, shut up, and don't touch me again."
He turned her around to push her away. She did something he couldn't see, and the audience cheered even more. Marcus's eyes landed on Allie's. His stomach tightened at the visible anger on her face. Fuck. Stupid Lana had better not messed up things even more. Carly whispered in Allie's ear, holding her arm. Maybe his adorable little mate wasn't as immune to him as she seemed. Could jealousy be the trick? No. He wasn't trying to get hurt in the process of getting Allie. Perhaps it was the time for him to act. So far, he'd hung back, staying away from Allie, hoping she'd somehow come to him. Well, obviously, that wasn't going to happen if she was moving 1,000 miles away. The gauntlet had been thrown. Aaliyah Gray would be his, after he figured out how to make her fall in love with him in a week's time. From what he knew of her, Allie couldn't tell she was his mate, so he'd have to do the human thing, get her to love him. The elder who opened the ceremony took the microphone. "Let the ceremonial pledge to the new Alpha begin." She pointed to the table in the far corner. "Y'all get up here first. Let's get this show rolling." Marcus was all for that. He had to stand and nod to almost 1,000 people as they pledged their trust, hearts, and lives to the new Alpha. That would give the back of his mind time to come up with a plan for wooing Allie. Did he just think wooing? Good God, he sounded like his grandfather. He needed to talk to Carly again. If anyone knew Allie better than his stalking skills provided, it was her. He wasn't even worried about her knowing at this point. He needed all the help he could get if he planned to win Allie's love in 1 week. Person after person stepped up to Marcus, tipping their chins up, baring their throats as an act of faith and respect to the new leader. Supposedly, if the new leader didn't believe the pack member was being honest in the promise to accept the new Alpha, this was the time for the new leader to rip out their throat and remove them from the pack. Marcus figured back when the species was barely civilized, that type of culling the herd would have been taken advantage of. But in modern history, he'd never heard of such a thing ever happening, and he was positive that wouldn't occur today. Well, that depended on what Lana planned to do with her turn. Several of his family hugged him or kissed his cheek to congratulate him on the new position after they recited the pledge. Many of the old-timers shook his hand, smiles on their faces. Of course, the younger generations just fist-bumped after their recitation. The line drew shorter while the tables began to refill. His nerves stretched taut. Nervous anticipation made his muscles tense. His wolf had his nose against the edge of his brain, ready to sniff every bit of her. Allie. His Allie. He had to wipe his sweaty hands on his pants a few times. Mine. 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 She was coming to him. 7. Allie slapped at Carly's hands, shoving her to the end of the pledge line. "Why are you in so much of a hurry?" Allie questioned. "I mean, really, we'll have to stand forever." "Quit whining already," Carly criticized. "You'd think you're a petulant child or something." More like desire-filled, lusting after her best friend's brother-filled. God, this was just like in high school when she went to Carly's home to do homework. Her eyes had to stay focused on her paper and not the drop-dead gorgeous brother walking around the house. Allie was so glad Carly couldn't smell her like a full-blooded shifter would. Her friend would have figured out a long time ago that she had the hots for her brother. Her. A halfer. What a joke. Everyone knew only full shifters were strong enough to shift to protect the pack. Not that it mattered a whole lot. She tried her best to stay as far from every shifter as she could, except her family and Carly. Leaning to the side, she got a glance at Lana as she approached Marcus. Allie thought she'd blow a fucking gasket when the bitch rushed up to kiss him in front of the entire pack. He never liked her, and everyone seemed to recognize that except Lana. He turned down her invitation to prom way back in school and never went to parties held at her home. Allie wasn't sure if Lana went to the same college as Marcus. Knowing that bitch, she probably did just so she could keep her claws in him. Allie wanted Marcus to herself. She froze. Where did that come from? No. It didn't work that way. But she wanted so badly to believe it could be. After her and his coffee rendezvous that Christmas she came home, she began to hope. Marcus was so cute that day, in his worn jeans and button-down shirt. She turned the corner of one of the department stores and ran smack into him. They startled each other, and she fell back laughing at his expression. It was innocence, surprise, desire wrapped into gorgeous, blue-speckled irises. She about shit her pants when he asked her to have coffee with him. Coffee. With him. The most eligible bachelor in the pack with the geek queen. She tried to hold out and brushed him off, but the jerk was persistent. No wonder he always got what he wanted. He held the door for her on the way into the cafe, and she thought she'd melt, then and there. Then she remembered to control her emotions. He was full-blooded. Him. Oh my God. She took a deep breath as he guided her to a vacant booth. She wished at that time she wasn't dressed like an Eskimo in the cold of winter. The feel of his hand on her back would have been phenomenal. On their way to be seated, she began the process of shedding the layers. Gloves, unzipping the coat, pulling the scarf from around her neck, and finally the hood covering her head. At that point, Marcus had stopped walking. She noted his wide eyes and gaping mouth. "What?" she asked. You're my sister's... Never mind." A deep laugh rolled from him. He made such a ruckus. Folks leaned out from their booths to take a gander at the noise. She never did figure out what he was laughing about. "What are the odds of you and me bumping into each other like that? Can you believe it?" He sounded amused and surprised. Then her mouth opened, and words came out with no internal editorial advice. "The odds are 1 in 382,490. She slapped a hand over her traitorous lips. His smile was dazzling. "Did you just calculate that? Right now, right here?" Her cheeks warmed. Fuck. Her nerd showed at the worst times. "I'm sorry. If someone says, 'What are the odds?' or 'What are the chances?' my brain takes over and strange things come out of my mouth." He laughed, but not the cruel, condescending sound she'd heard so often. Instead, he was filled with wonder and astonishment. "That's incredible. Have you always been able to do that?" From there, they sat and talked about general things, neither getting too personal or into the other's business. She told him about her dream of working with NASA and the Mars mission. He'd listened so carefully, like his life was depending on it. She was on cloud 9. Then it was getting dark out, and they had to leave. He volunteered to walk her to her car, but she didn't want him to get a good look at her crappy vehicle. Finished with her doctorate, she could now get a job and buy a decent vehicle. Her parents helped, but they had another kid at home. On the way to her car, she seriously rethought her stand on shifters and the pack. Maybe they weren't as bad as she thought. Maybe the rich, elite kids could grow up and be respectable people. Then she saw her car, and all those positive ideas were flushed down the toilet. Neon orange paint read "Haffer" across the side doors. The word Alpha had a circle drawn around it, with a line crossing through the word on the windshield. Guess someone didn't like the idea of her spending time with the upper pack echelon. Carly pinched her on the arm. "What's wrong? You suddenly look sad," she whispered as they stood at the back of the line. "Nothing. she told her, clearing her throat. Just remembered I needed to do something later. Carly nodded and chewed on her bottom lip. Allie raised a brow. She knew that look, and it always meant trouble. What are you thinking, Carly? We're too old to get away with doing stupid things anymore. Before, youth worked as an excuse, but not now. What? Carly said, laying a hand on her chest. Me? Definitely you, she whispered. Carly tapped her finger on her chin. You know, I never noticed how handsome my brother is. What do you think? Allie looked at her. Was she serious? Yeah, he's okay. You're not getting weird ideas of your brother, are you? I know there's a ton of stepbrother romances out there, but I hope you haven't been taking them to heart. Carly hit her arm. No, that's disgusting. I was thinking maybe you should go out with him. What? Allie said out loud. Heads turned their way. She cringed and leaned closer to her friend. Are you high? That's not going to happen. Why not? Carly asked with surprise. I bet you'd get along. You should ask him. Allie rolled her eyes. No, she whispered. I'm not asking him. I'm the nerd queen that's also a halfer. Why are you even suggesting it? Carly shrugged. I was thinking you might think about it. Both were quiet for a second as the line shortened. I wonder why Marcus isn't married. What do you think? What the hell was wrong with her longtime friend? Why the strange questions? I don't know, Allie said. He's not gay, is he? There was no way that was true. All the things she'd heard about him included his long list of women who were willing and waiting. She wasn't waiting for anyone. She almost snorted after that thought, like she had men lined up for when she wanted to get her super freak on. She'd only been with one person, and that was a mistake, and very unsatisfying. Besides, Allie continued, with him being pack leader, how much time could he possibly give a mate? Enough to get her pregnant, since that takes guys seconds to accomplish. They both giggled like teenagers. The line was down to a couple shifters in front of her. Allie shoved Carly to go before her. It wasn't like she was afraid to get close to the breathtaking man. Well, maybe it was. Her heart thumped against her ribs, hard enough to bruise. Her blood pressure probably popped off the high end of the meter. Lord, it wasn't like she was asking him to sleep with her. She needed to relax. A couple of shifters glanced at her, smelling her anxiety. She was reaching the point she couldn't control emotions. Hell, who was she kidding? She passed that point a long time ago. Hey, Carly said with bent brows. You okay? You're acting weird again. I'm fine. Just go, get this over with. Allie wiped a hand over her face. Carly stepped forward and lifted her chin, then stepped to the side. Allie stood there, watching a smile grow and eyes darken on Marcus's face. Would she be causing a scene if she were to pass out here in the front of the entire pack? That wasn't likely. Marcus's eyes locked onto hers, drawing her in, moving her forward against her will. Not remembering how she got there, she stood in front of the only man who excited her body and mind. Why was that? Great time to wonder the meaning of life. She'd seen other good-looking men and not freaked out. Something about him was special. What could it be? Allie remained frozen in place, eyes meeting his. Marcus set his hands on her shoulders and pulled her to him, close enough for their chests to brush. Her boobs were rather large to coincide with the rest of her, so they still had inches between his lips and hers. His fingers slipped behind her neck, her head tilting slightly for more physical contact. Tingles raced through her. Goosebumps covered her arms. He leaned his head toward hers, placing his cheek on hers. He breathed deeply, his abs vibrating on her breasts. Her knees were deathly close to collapsing, but she felt like she was floating, no longer grounded in reality. Marcus's cheek was hot on hers. Good heavens, could the man make her respond or what? My God, Allie, he whispered. You smell so good. Can you scent how much I want you? He spoke in a barely audible hush, so low she thought she was imagining it. Words wouldn't form in her brain. For being a genius, she was feeling rather dumb.
Thank you for coming. I've missed seeing you.
He placed a discreet kiss below her ear. Holy Christ. She was ready to come there on the spot. She was putty in his hands, waiting for him to mold her, feel her, search out her secret places. Her body was in such rapture, she almost missed his last words.
I need to speak with you after this. It's important. Don't leave. That's an order from your loving alpha.
She heard the smile in his sexy, deep voice. The command took hold of her. She couldn't leave if she wanted to, and she very much wanted to. What was happening here? What was Marcus's game? The elder alpha cleared his throat, and Marcus pushed her back to arm's length, hands returning to her shoulders. His smile melted everything in her. She still couldn't move. Her body wasn't obeying her brain, which was barely working itself. She jerked to the side and turned her head to see Carly dragging her by the hand. Allie didn't need to look around to know Lana's eyes shot daggers at her back. Hopefully, nothing would come of it. Allie breathed a sigh of relief when she realized Carly was guiding her to her family's table at the back of the room. Allie had enough excitement and confusion to last a long time. She replayed Marcus's words in her head. What had he meant by he missed seeing her? It had been a while since she was on pack ground or attended a meeting. He was just being friendly. She took a shower before coming, so she understood how she smelled good to him. Her mind screamed for her to stop giving half-assed answers and finally see the truth. What was the truth? Oh, God. Her heart thudded so hard she thought it would surely pop out of her chest. It didn't take her any time to finally admit it to herself. No matter how much she denied it to the outside world, she couldn't lie to herself. She was 100% physically and mentally in love with her best friend's brother. Everything he said, her mind wanted to turn into something special, something just for her, when it was obvious the new alpha was just making nice with her. She'd been in love with Marcus for so long, she had to deny it or suffer a broken heart. But now that she was leaving, she couldn't any longer. Her emotions were rioting from his touch. The last thing her body wanted was for her to deny her feelings. How she wished he'd want more than friendship from her. She'd even contemplate a one-night stand with him. Did that make her a slutty hoe? Who the hell cared? What did it matter what others thought about her? Most of the pack members didn't like her anyway. Why should she care? In a week, she was so out of this place. Maybe a one-night stand was the way to go. Glancing at the family's table, Allie saw her dad had joined them. Mom's face was alight with love, staring at him. Did she look like that when she stared at Marcus? Would she ever look at anyone like that? Would she one day grow out of this fascination with the alpha to find love elsewhere? What if she didn't? The thought scared her. Marcus wasn't for her. She needed to leave this pack and find the right life where she would be treated as someone of value. Her father stood as she and Carly approached the table. He wrapped her in big arms, making her feel safe and loved, like nothing could ever hurt her. Then where was he when she needed him the most her freshman year of college? Allie banished those thoughts and feelings. Her father was not to blame for what happened.
Hi, Pumpkin,
he said.
Mom told me about you working for NASA. You know we're so proud of you. Almost as proud as we are for your brother, who wears his underwear over his clothes.
Dad, her middle sibling called out.
It's a costume.
Allie laughed, releasing pent-up emotion. Thanks, Dad, Allie said. I can't wait to start.
When are you leaving?
He asked. As soon as finals are done for my class, maybe sooner. A voice behind them growled.
Don't even think that. You aren't going anywhere.
Allie's heart stopped. She snapped around to see Marcus headed their way. Eight. Hearing her words of leaving, Marcus tried to stop the terror growing inside. No way would he survive with his mate so far from him. Damn, he could barely take her being on the other side of town. He had to do something, and fast. Allie's father held his hand out to him. Marcus took it in a warm grasp. Of all the enforcers in the pack, Marcus respected this man the most, second only to his own father. When Marcus turned to Allie, he didn't get the warm welcome as her father gave. "What did you say to me? I'm not going anywhere?" Fuck. Maybe he shouldn't have said it quite so seriously.
"You can't," he replied. "One of the pack kids desperately needs your help."
That would get her. He knew she had a loving heart for all those in need. Her eyes narrowed, and he laughed. Apparently, she didn't believe this ploy. Thank God it was real, and he wasn't trying to scam her. Well, not totally scam her. Shella did need a tutor.
"Really?"
he said.
"One of the moms asked me just before the presentation if I knew someone who could help her daughter with geometry before finals."
Allie hesitated for a moment. Then her mom said, "Aaliyah Jade Gray, how dare you even think about not helping a child in need?"
"Yeah,"
Junior chimed in.
"Kids need good role models. I can tell instantly when a child has good or bad influences in his life. And believe me, I see a lot of kids."
Nico was about to add his 2 cents when Allie put her hands up. Okay, I'll help the poor child. I wasn't going to say no anyway, just thinking about the particulars. Yes, his wolf roared in victory. Part 1 of mission Get Our Mate had begun.
"Since the celebration is over, will you walk outside with me?"
he asked as politely as he could.
"We can go over the details."
Oh, Allie looked around at all the people up and socializing, many leaving. He smelled her anxiety. Wondering why, he said,
"It'll be quick. No need to worry about anything."
She snorted and grabbed her jacket. Right. Looking over his shoulder at her, he watched as she tried to disappear into her coat. Who was she hiding from? He gazed around the room, not noticing anyone paying them any attention. Except Lana, and he didn't care about her. Outside, she seemed to relax more the farther they got from the community center. "So," she said, "who's the child in desperate need of my help?" He had made it sound like life or death, trying to get her to agree to do this. He took a drama class in college and loved it.
"It's Shella,"
he said. "Your niece?" She blinked.
"Yup. Tanya says she's having problems with geometry, and with finals now here, my sister wants to make sure her daughter passes."
"That won't be too bad," Allie commented. "Geometry is easy."
"Right,"
he blurted out.
"Says the math genius."
She smiled at him. Damn, she was so beautiful. How could no one have snatched her up already? His stalking may have something to do with that, too, but whatever. Fuck if he let some asshole get the one woman meant for him. Now he needed to step up and make her his. "So, you liked algebra better than geometry?" she asked. What a strange question, he thought.
"I guess. I didn't like either, but if I had to retake the course, it'd be algebra. Why do you ask?"
"Because that tells me something about you," she replied.
"Like what?"
Shit. Did he give away how much of a hound dog he was for her? Or that he had a tendency to stalk her to make sure she was safe? Or stayed single for him? Did he reveal his erotic dreams about her since he realized she was his mate? "Just that you're more of a logical thinker than spatial. You're more left-brained. You'll be a great alpha." She grinned again, and something warmed inside him.
"How did you get that out of me hating algebra less?"
he asked. She laughed. It was music to his ears. He'd missed hearing that from when he lived in his parents' house and Carly would bring Allie over. He wanted to hear it every day. "Geometry is very spatial," she said, her tone full, sexy teacher. Damn, Now he kept visualizing her in a very non-teacher outfit, leaning forward to him and asking if he needed help with his homework. Christ, he needed fucking therapy.
Interesting,
he said to keep her talking while his fantasy played out in his mind. Figures involving angles, squares, triangles, and quadrilaterals create diagrams. The right side of the brain deals with the spatial, creative, and musical processing. Algebra, on the other hand, uses the ability to manipulate symbolic expressions to solve problems. The left side of the brain processes logic, symbols, and language. So if you like algebra better, you're left-brained, more logical.
Is that good or bad?
He asked. What did she want him to be?
Which do you like better?
She laughed and shook her head, her eyes twinkling merrily. There is no good or bad about it, just left and right.
Oh.
Great. If he could look like more of a dumb fuck, he was sure he'd get there soon. She chuckled at him. Concerning which I like better. She paused for a moment. I think I lean more to the right side, more creative.
Perfect, he barked. We make a great couple, balancing each other out.
And that was the end of that. She was his. Even their brains agreed. Once again, she cringed into her coat, but he smelled her desire, her want for him. He knew it. No matter what her brain told her, her body knew who it belonged to. He had guided Allie into a denser area of woods away from the center and crowds. Encouraged by her heady scent, Marcus leaned against a thick tree, snagging her arm and pulling her to him. Allie stuffed her hands into her jacket's pockets and looked away. So, how many nights will this tutoring be?
Every night,
he replied softly, smoothing her wind-blown hair away from her flawless face. That seems like a lot. She looked up at him. She was so close. His wolf wanted out to get closer yet. It had been so long. A full 5 months with no sex, no one else. From the moment he realized she was the one, no other woman would do. His right hand didn't count. His libido was on hiatus until she was in his bed.
It's just until her exam at the end of the week. That's it. Not much time left.
Literally. He had to make his move before he lost her. Why the fuck hadn't he done something sooner? Rejection and pride. Did he think she would suddenly change her mind on something she'd believed most her life? No, guess there's not much time. Her feet shuffled through the grass, her eyes to the ground. He wished she'd be more confident with herself to look at him. Where are we meeting?
Anywhere you want. Her house, my apartment, your place.
Why your home? She glanced up with a frown.
Shit.
Did he let that slip?
Well, she's my niece. I want her to pass, and if that means giving up my home for an hour every day for a week, then fine.
He could tell he was losing her at that point. Was she afraid of him?
Come on, I'll cook dinner and everything so you don't have to.
Her brow raised. Now that's enticing, she said, her lips quirking up. When do we start? Right now would be great.
Tonight's probably too soon, right?
She laughed for him again. I think so.
How about tomorrow then?
He came back. I think you should ask Shella first.
Shella will do it, but I'll call her later.
She nodded. Oh, it'll have to be tomorrow night. I'll be at the charity event all day at the high school with the Wild Wolf of the West. Allie laughed. My brother can be such a dork.
I've waited long enough, he whispered. I can wait as long as you need.
What? She frowned.
Shella. He cleared his throat. She's waited for tutoring, so we can wait until you're ready.
Marcus slid an arm around her waist, tucking her against his side.
But you gotta admit, your brother's got a great gig going.
Marcus replied, changing the subject so she wouldn't dwell on what he said.
How perfect is it to reveal your real self as a costume?
She squirmed, but he wouldn't let her step away. He wanted her to get used to being close to him. He's just lucky. If he hadn't won the wrestling state championship 2 years in a row, his agent wouldn't have even known about him.
How do you get into wrestling anyway? He asked. That's not a popular sport around here.
Allie dragged the toe of her shoe on the ground. I taught myself some moves when I was younger and practiced them on my brother. Eventually he got better because he was tired of me always putting his face in the dirt.
And look at him now.
Marcus breathed her in.
A rich and famous WWF star.
Huh, she burst out. I don't know about that, but he loves what he does.
That's great.
He maneuvered her against his front.
It's important to do what you love. I'd love to do you.
His pants were starting to tighten even more. She stared straight into his eyes, close enough to kiss. Her tongue darted out and swiped her lips to disappear again. Just as he leaned in to taste his luscious mate, Allie pulled away, breaking his hold on her. I should be getting home. She started back the way they'd come. Her fear and embarrassment hung heavy in the air. Exasperated, knowing he'd have blue balls the rest of the night, he pushed off the tree and followed her. Fuck. How did he manage to mess up going in for a kiss? He wasn't sure what happened, how he'd lost her. No woman had walked away from him before. Before, whenever he wanted sex, all he had to do was snap his fingers. He'd never had to put effort into it. Was this personal? Did she not like him, despite what her body told him? He thought back to something Carly said once, about Allie not liking shifters in general.
So, he called out to her, what's up with you not liking full-blooded shifters? What have we done to you to make you hate us so much?
She turned to him, eyes growing large. She sputtered. Who says I don't like full-bloods? Someone's lying to you. She whipped around and walked faster.
Oh,
he said.
You're calling your best friend a liar?
She snapped back around, anger in her eyes.
Stop right there, he continued. Before you accuse my sister of spouting her mouth, just know she's never said anything to me. When I lived in Dad's house, occasionally I'd overhear her on the phone with you. You two talked every day, even after being together at school for hours.
She smirked. Yes, with those supersonic ears of yours, I guess it would be hard not to snoop. He straightened his back.
I was not snooping. I'll have you know I was being protective of my little sister.
Allie's head cocked to the side, and she stared at him. You know, I'm impressed that you think of Carly as your sister, even though she's not. He blushed a little and looked away, not expecting something so personal to come from her. He shrugged as he said,
She's a good person, as is her mom. They've both been good for the pack, and my dad loves her mom like he did my mother before she died.
A twinge of pain tweaked his heartstrings at thinking about his mom. He missed her every day, but time had healed the deepest of the cuts. He'd been lucky his second mom had been just as wonderful as the first. So even though she's a halfer, you like her? With shifter speed, he was in her face in a heartbeat, growling through his teeth.
Don't use that word. I don't like it.
But it's true. Like me, she's only half-blooded, Allie commented.
What difference does that make?
He snarled, gripping her arms and keeping her still, close to him.
My dad nor I are prejudiced.
You may not be, but those in the pack are, she told him, sadness in her tone. What was she talking about?
No, they aren't. Dad wouldn't put up with that kind of attitude. He'd punish anyone he saw doing anything detrimental to another shifter, full or half.
She snorted, tugging out of his hold. There was pain in her eyes, but she quickly masked it. Obviously, your dad can't see very well then. Anger rose in him.
My father is one of the best damn alphas this pack has ever had.
I'm sorry. Allie raised her hand and shook her head, sighing. You're right. What I said came out wrong. Your father is an incredible man and leader. He would never purposely ignore someone being treated poorly for any reason. Her scent changed. She fully believed what she said, but anger, shame, and sadness seeped from her. Something had happened to her in the past to make her this way. His heart ached to hold her and love those thoughts out of her mind completely. His Allie was a lot more complex and proving harder to make fall for him. She started walking away again, then stopped. She gave him a look he had seen from her many times. She closed herself off emotionally from him. Marcus, look, I'll call Tanya tomorrow afternoon and set up time to work with Shella. You don't need to worry yourself about me anymore. Then she was gone, running toward the community center. He let out an angry roar. God damn it, that woman was going to be the death of him. He had a lot of work to do to convince her to stay and fall in love with him. He wondered if demanding she love him would work. No, probably not. Why did she have to be different from all the other women that fell at his feet? He was working blind here. 1 week to make her fall in love with him. Great. Now was not the time for a challenge. He started back to the community center and his car. He needed some help. He needed to call Carly. Just then, a screech echoed through the woods, sounding a whole lot like a terrified Allie. As if shot from a gun, Marcus was on the move, following the scent of the woman he loved. Seeing 3 people at the edge of the parking lot, he skidded to a stop. What he saw made him lose control of his wolf. Nine. Allie was a mess as she headed through the park to her car at the center. Her brain was caught up in a hurricane of emotions and confusion. Her body was on fire with want and need. A whole lot of need. What the hell was that little walk all about with Marcus? It was like he was trying to seduce her. Not that she had a problem with that. She would love for him to do that. But it wasn't something he'd do. Not with her, the half-er nerd queen, at least. Maybe his other females. She just didn't understand. She laughed at herself for being so pathetic. An hour ago, she was telling herself she would have a one-night stand with the man she loved, and when the opportunity came about, she chickened out. Why? Ever since that night her freshman year in college.
Here she is, Dean.
Completely startled, Allie let out a scream before slapping a hand over her own mouth. The son of a bitch Dan scared the shit out of her.
The too good for us Miss Gray decided to come back to her car,
Dan drawled, the vocal tone sending dread and humiliation through her. The bastard was on one side of her, the brother on the other. She was caught in between. Allie froze. Not once did it occur to her that the twins would be waiting for her. Marcus definitely messed with her head. Go away, Dan. I'm not in the mood for you. She moved toward her car.
Aw, did you hear that, Dean? Maybe she's in the mood for something else.
His eyes shined with lust and hate.
Something we started a long time ago.
Dan came at her, his arm outstretched to grab her. Survival instincts took over, and her mind fell back on the years of practicing and training. She grasped Dan's forearm, reaching for her. Taking a step toward him, she pivoted halfway around to put her back against his front, and using Dan's forward momentum, she flipped him over her back. Newton's first law of motion. A body in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by an external force. Baby, oh baby, was she a force to herself. Newton's second law. The stronger the force on a moving body, the faster the acceleration. Allie whipped him over with so much force that he flew forward before slamming onto his back in the gravel. Force equals mass times acceleration, especially on a dumbass who thought just because he was taller and bigger, he could do what he wanted to her. Guess he forgot about the lesson she taught him in grade school and the puddle. With Dan lying on the ground, partially stunned, Allie dove toward him, flipped him onto his stomach, and effectively pinned his limbs. He wouldn't be able to get up if he tried. Her mouth close to his ear, she said, "Leave me the fuck alone, prick. How many times do I have to put you on your ass before you understand I'm not your normal girl afraid of your bullshit?"
No, you're not normal, he spat. You're a fucking freak with a fucktard brain.
Allie smiled. Now, is that a way to talk to a nice woman that hasn't broken one of your bones just yet? I wouldn't test luck if I were you. Besides, Who's pinned to the ground with his fucking face shoved up his ass? The same moment she felt Dean wrap an arm around her waist, a roar erupted behind them so loud it shook the ground. All three scattered. She turned to see Marcus breathing heavily, his eyes no longer holding their human pupils. His chest had broadened to the point the seams on his shirt bulged. Fingernails had turned into claws. He glared at the boys, especially Dean, who had his hands on her. The twins were slowly backing away, hands up.
"Hey, man," Dan said. "No problems. Allie here was showing us some moves she's got. That's it, man."
Allie looked over her shoulders at the lying bastard. She saw the fear and hatred. Would Marcus kill them if she told him the truth? Yes, he would. A good alpha protects all in his pack.
"Is that true, Allie?"
Marcus said. His voice was rough, more growl than anything. The wolf was so close to the edge, ready to spring any given second. It was true, in a sense. She was showing Dan her moves, though he hadn't planned on it. I was showing him how I could incapacitate him quite easily. She glanced back at Dan again, with a smirk this time. He wasn't as amused as she was. Shit, maybe she could leave early for Houston, like right this second. Marcus growled at the men.
"Get out of my sight."
He glared at Dean.
"Don't ever touch her again. Either of you. Go!"
The two bastards ran for the building where their motorcycles were parked. Marcus wrapped her in his arms, squeezing too tightly for her to breathe. "Marcus," she whispered. He released her and held her at arm's length.
"Are you okay?"
His normal voice had returned. She nodded. "I'm fine, thank you." She tried for a smile, but it didn't work. He gazed into her eyes, looking for something. The truth? An accusation? "Really, I'm fine. On my way home." She wiggled out of his hold, backing toward her car. "I'll see you later." Silently, he followed her. He held the door while she got in.
"Let me see your phone."
He held his hand out. She didn't want to argue or upset him at the moment. His wolf was still on the surface, and damn if, instead of worrying, that shit turned her on. She had issues. She pulled her purse from under the seat and fished around for it, handing it to him after entering the passcode. She watched as he typed with his thumbs. He was really fast. He must text a lot.
"Here, I've put my number in and texted it to myself."
A ting came from his pocket.
"Call me if ever you need to, no matter how late."
She took her phone back. "Okay, but—"
"No buts,"
he growled.
"Don't ever hesitate. I will be there if you need me."
She gave a sharp nod. "Thank you." He pointed at her.
"Seatbelt."
"Of course." She scrambled to get the harness around her and snapped. With a click, she was ready to go. "Done. See ya around." She snagged the door and pulled it. He let her close it. She drove away, keeping her eyes on the burly god scowling at her from the parking lot. She took a deep breath. Everything was safe here. She was going home. Good God. She couldn't believe what happened with Marcus. He was the new alpha, for crying out loud. Why would he sink so low as to come on to her? Though she hated to admit it, Lana was more his type. The skinny model with no boobs or ass, but legs up to her chin. Wasn't that what big, sexy alpha men liked? Some chick that could turn into a pretzel in bed? Someone as good-looking as him should be with someone equally attractive. That wouldn't be her, by any stretch of the imagination. Was she being stupid by running from him? He'd never hurt her. She knew that. He was a genuine, nice guy, a good leader for his pack. For the most part. Like his father, he only saw the good stuff, brushing off the bad. But she'd always love him, no matter his faults. All the women, all the parties, all the money he was spoiled with. She'd forgiven him long ago. Love was beyond jealousy. God, she was pathetic. She may have forgiven him of the past, things he'd done as a teen, but there was no fucking way she'd allow him to be with her and other women. Allie did not play that shit. Just listen to her. Like they were going to be in a relationship or something. She needed some sleep. The idea of living a nun's life didn't seem all that bad, especially with the variety of toys available. Shit, she could have a whole room devoted to self-pleasure. A couple Sibians with a rack of different attachments, maybe a whole wall of vibrators of every size and quirk. She'd seen a fuck machine once when she walked into a friend's dorm room and a bunch of them were watching porn. That was a shock to see when expecting the choir group to be there. She'd gotten her dates mixed up. Choir rehearsal was the next day. With a sigh, she shook off everything occupying her mind. In a week, she'd be in Houston with NASA, and that's all she needed to worry about. Oh, and Shella. Not ever would she purposefully let down a child or anyone who needed help. Even though she never thought she'd like teaching, the enjoyment she found talking and working with the students carried her through her lonely nights. Honestly, if the children of the pack really needed her, especially the Haffers, she'd stay. She wasn't sure how, but she understood the kids. They weren't really that much younger than she was. 8 years for the seniors in her accounting class. That was close to sibling age difference. Her youngest brother was 18. She was so ready to go home. Tomorrow she had to be up early to help set up the charity wrestling match. She wondered who the poor schmuck would be that her brother beat up on. This kind of thing was for entertainment purposes only. The good guy hero always defeated the unknown villain in the ring. Kids had to believe good triumphed in the end. Reaching her apartment complex, she parked in the back and made her way to her second-floor home. She was exhausted, drained from all the emotions going through her. She flopped on the bed and didn't wake until morning. 10. Allie stood in the high school gym, remembering when she'd been there last. She wasn't really sure, since she never went to any school-sponsored dances or functions. But she did have to take PE, physical education. On her way to being a big girl at that time, that was her least liked course. She occupied the time standing around to make it look like she was participating, but her mind was far away, working on some mathematical or physics problem. God, she was so glad school was in her past. So many teens today didn't understand that school was only a small portion of their lives. Being bullied was horrible, but she was a prime example for those going through it that it ended. You just had to be strong through it. After graduating, those people became insignificant, and lives changed. Those who bullied or pranked them in school no longer mattered in the world. Compared to the stress of working, dating, college, paying bills, or starting a family, those D-bags from school were entirely stupid and a waste of time and headspace. So much was different. More than that, at her 5-year class reunion, which Carly convinced her to come home for, she discovered that many of those dumbass kids had grown up and no longer were that bad. Some were still jerks, but the world was filled with them. She was over them. There were so many important things going on in her life. Old schoolmates were not one of them. "Is everyone ready?" A voice brought her back to the present. The woman in charge of the charity event held keys and edged toward the entrance. Allie could hear excited voices outside, waiting to get inside and meet the wild wolf of the West. She laughed. She couldn't believe her brother was a WWF character. She waved to verify her responsibilities were completed. She was in charge of seeing the set put up. When the WWF semi-trucks pulled in at 6 that Sunday morning, her jaw dropped. She had no freaking clue what this would entail. Junior neglected to inform her this was a big-ass, serious show they were putting on. Dozens of roller boxes and carts were wheeled out of the back of the semis and staged on one side of the gym floor. Once everything was unloaded, the magic began. Container lids popped up, grids were erected, ropes and mats stacked. And somehow, 5 hours and 8 batches of coffee later, a ring was set up in the middle of the floor with tons of sparkling lights, huge speakers to blast music, and small, safe pyro for surprising effects. This was a real freaking show, and it was for her brother. She couldn't believe it. He always loved being the center of attention. Here, he got it in spades. The doors opened, and like a tidal wave, jubilant kids and parents poured in. Many went straight to the t-shirt and DVD booths, while others made their way to the gymnasium where Allie helped folks find their seats. She had no idea there would be so many people. Her brother must be somewhat of a big deal. A guy who wore his underwear in public. She'd never seen him in action, but saw promo material online before. She didn't know to laugh or be embarrassed. After most of the crowd was seated, Allie leaned against a side wall to watch the show. Carly came up behind her, put her chin on Allie's shoulder. "Here you are," Carly said. "I've been looking all over for you." "I've been secretly hiding and sleeping the past hour," Allie explained. "I hate getting up so early, but I have to say it was worth it. The set is incredible, with all kinds of Hollywood effects. It's amazing." Carly lifted her chin from Allie's shoulder and looked at her. "You've never watched one of these, have you?" she asked. Allie shook her head. "No, but I went to junior state championship when he was a senior in high school." Carly dropped her head into her hand. "Oh, Allie, you're in for a shock." Allie snorted. "I'm not dumb. I know it's all fake. Real wrestling is not what they do." "You want to know why?" Carly asked. Allie raised a brow. "Because normal wrestling is boring. "What?" Allie said. "If you studied the science behind it, you'd change your mind." "Yeah," Carly agreed. "I'd think it's megaboring." Allie rolled her eyes. Carly was an awesome person, but sometimes she just didn't get things the way Allie did. "Look, here comes the MC." From the door leading to the hall where they set up wardrobe, a man with slicked black hair came out in his dazzling suit, sequins reflecting light like lasers. He welcomed everyone to the match and then whipped the crowd into a frenzy. Spotlights swished across the audience. Camera phones flashed in the darkened space, giving the room a starry night feel. As the man spoke, whispers passed through the crowd, fingers pointing at the gym's steel girders attached to the ceiling. Behind Allie, Carly gasped. "What?" Allie asked. Carly jabbed her finger into the air like most of the audience. "Don't you see him? The wild wolf is climbing through the rafters. Holy shit!" Allie hid her face in her hands. Couldn't he just walk out like a normal person? No, this was a show, Allie reminded herself. The more outrageous, the better. She sighed and repositioned against the wall. This was going to be a long 2 hours. As she watched, her brother, a.k.a. Wild Wolf of the West, dropped to the floor next to the ring. Good thing he was a shifter, or he'd be dead. He raised his arms to the side, threw back his head, and let out an incredible howl. What amazed her was that everyone in the audience did the same as he did, letting out high-pitched howls. Looked like he had some fans. Thumping music blasted from the speakers, and the crowd went crazy cheering, "Wild Wolf, Wild Wolf." And Mom wasn't shitting when she mentioned him wearing underwear. He had on a black Speedo, socks to his knees, and fur. That was it. She almost couldn't look at him with his junk so exposed. He grabbed the mic from the MC and jumped onto the stairs between the audience sections. "Are you ready to roar?" The crowd screamed yes. "Are you ready to rumble?" Yes. "Are you with me?" Again, the building shook with howls. Then the MC shouted over the howls, pointing to the darkness. A spotlight kicked on, with a man standing in the center. "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have the notorious Hammer Man." Allie could not hear the rest of his sentence from the boos and catcalls overpowering the speakers. Allie thought this must be the schmuck getting beat up on tonight. The man came to the ring, swinging a hammer, of course. He wore a mask hiding his face and a yellow cape around his neck. With a little fanfare, he climbed between the ropes and into the ring. The wolf swung his arm in the air at the audience. "Are you ready?" he yelled. The frenzied crowd screeched yes. Let the show begin, Allie thought. The wolf ran toward the ring. Then, at the last second, he dove forward, his body slipping between the bottom rope and the ring floor. He somersaulted and sprang to his feet. The audience went bonkers. Allie rolled her eyes. She'd missed when the referee entered the ring. He stood between the wolf and the hammer and dropped his arm, signaling the match to begin. As the two wrestlers circled one another, Allie carefully watched the hammer. The way he moved was almost hypnotic. Smooth and sure of his body placement, he avoided the wolf's first charge. The wolf ran into the ropes, letting them throw him back into play. The hammer spun around to have the wolf clothesline him, slamming him onto his back on the ground. The crowd cheered. Allie cringed. Even though fake, it still looked like it hurt. Damn, she was getting worked up watching this. If that asshole hurt her brother, she'd go in there and kick his ass all over that ring. The hammer climbed to his feet, yelled, and jumped onto the wolf's back. Her brother leapt into the air, lifted his feet, and leaned backward to crash land on his back. Well, the hammer's back, actually. The wolf got to his feet easily while his opponent writhed on the floor. Her brother played to the crowd. She had to admit he was pretty good. As soon as the hammer was on his feet, the wolf jumped and spun around, delivering a 2-footed kick onto the man's narrower chest. Down he went again. Allie sort of felt bad for the guy. Christ, she had issues watching anyone get hurt. But he got his payback, throwing the wolf out of the ring. Her brother lay on the floor, faking injury, as the hammer climbed through the ropes to a crowd of hisses and boos. Picking up a metal folding chair, the hammer stalked toward her prone brother. Again and again, the chair crashed against her brother. Each hit sent him rolling across the floor. As the next blow was about to make contact, the wolf slung it away, sweeping his leg to take out the enemy at the knees. The audience went into a screaming frenzy, cheering his name again. He turned his back to his downed opponent, giving his attention to the people. Carly nudged Allie. "What are you so intently staring at?" She hadn't realized she'd never taken her eyes from the hammer since he entered the ring. The man was gorgeous, with every part of his body perfect, not to mention the oil slicked over his limbs, making him look edible. She'd take a bite of him any time, devour him whole. Was she really this fickle? She'd been wanting Marcus more than her next breath the previous night, and now she couldn't stop imagining licking her way down the hammer's muscular torso. "Oh, nothing," Allie said. "Just thinking about the hammer hammering me all night long." At Carly's shocked expression, Allie laughed. "I can't believe you said that, girl," her best friend said. "I don't think you've ever said that about a guy." Carly was right. She'd had eyes for only one person her whole life. Finding someone else who made her body hot was a miracle. Allie glanced at the program she held, looking to see if the hammer's real name was listed. It wasn't, of course. She asked Carly. "You wouldn't by chance know who the hammer guy is, would you?" "I do," she said with a sheepish grin. Whoa, Allie wasn't expecting that answer. She waited while Carly stared at the stage, making her purposely wait. "Well?" Allie hollered to be heard over the crowd's eruption. "Are you going to tell me, or do I need to pin you to the ground?" Carly gave her an evil, wide smile. "It's my brother." "11. What? Her brother? Allie needed to know who the hammer was. He could not be Marcus. This guy was clearly a pro and knew what he was doing. Nope, not Marcus. Carly was messing with her. Allie was so drawn to him, her mouth went dry and her pussy slick. How could Carly's brother be the hammer if the guy was a wrestling star? Then it dawned on her. They weren't wrestling, but faking to pummel each other. Anyone with a muscular body could do it. That meant she'd been wetting her panties over Marcus. Well, shit. So much for finding someone new. Then she remembered what she just said about the hammer hammering her. Heat flushed her body. She'd never been so embarrassed in her life. Carly fell against the wall, laughing. "Oh my God," Carly giggled. "You should see your face." No, she didn't want to see her face. She knew exactly what she'd see. A woman whose body knew who it wanted whether she liked it or not. She turned back to the action in the ring and saw the hammer staring at her, his chest expanding as he breathed in. There was no doubt it was Marcus. As he watched her, the wolf climbed the corner of the ropes, ready to do a flying dive to take out the hammer. When she saw this, she half jumped forward to save him. She was going up there and beating the shit out of her brother for even thinking about hurting Marcus. Before she got more than a step in, Carly hauled her back. Both went down, Carly landing on top of Allie. Allie gazed up at her friend. "Carly, what the hell are you doing?" "I'm keeping you from embarrassing yourself in front of the whole damn city. Marcus is an alpha. He will be fine." "What? But, no buts," her friend said. "This is all choreographed. It's a dance, Allie." "But—" She turned to the ring to see the wolf gliding through the air on his way to take out Marcus. At the last second, Marcus stepped to the side and shoved the wolf so he landed against the ropes and fell to the gym floor, crying out in feigned pain. Okay, maybe she'd be all right with it, as long as Marcus wasn't really hurt. Carly helped her to her feet. Her friend carried a devious smile. "What?" Allie said, looking away from Carly's knowing eyes. "Why are you so worried about my brother, Carly sing-songed. Allie rolled her eyes and put a hand to her chest. "Carly, he's our new alpha. I couldn't let him get hurt. We're all supposed to watch out for one another." She tried to think of other BS to say, but she wasn't good at pulling one-liners. "You still want the hammer to Allie pointed a finger at her. "Don't say it. I so swear to tell everyone about our night on the town our junior year, the one where you lost your pants." Carly's eyes went wide. "You swore you'd never tell anyone." Allie held a smug face. "Do you want to chance it?" "Well, then," Carly continued, "I'll tell everyone about that time you saw a water pistol and called the police thinking it was real. The whole school was on lockdown for hours." Allie groaned. "But it looked so damn real. Water guns should not resemble the real thing so much." "You know you're lame when the worst thing you did in college was put it on lockdown." They both broke into laughter over their stupid things. They knew neither would ever jeopardize the other's trust. They were more sisters than friends. The crowd burst into cheers again, drawing their attention to the ring. The wolf climbed the corner again, then jumped off, delivering a top-rope elbow drop. The hammer lay there, seemingly dead. Allie cringed. In another 3 seconds, a bell rang, and the ref raised the wolf's arm in victory. The hammer was rolled away on a portable stretcher. Allie's heart slowed to a crawl. Was he really hurt? As the gurney reached the door to exit, the hammer turned his head toward her and winked. She about passed out from relief. God, she had no idea wrestling could be so traumatizing. Not that she was concerned about her brother. That big ape would heal from any injury. Only a few in the throng of watchers had gotten up to leave. Suddenly, a horde of howls vibrated the windows. Her brother was so weird. But she wasn't too worried about him. She was concerned about the man wheeled out. Should she find him to check on him? No. The nerd queen heifer close to the alpha would be bound to make someone mad. She didn't need her car painted again. Or worse. Total destruction of her vehicle would suck balls. She really fucking hated the people in that town. 12. From the door Marcus exited on a stretcher, he jogged back through, wearing sweats and a t-shirt, to stand beside the bleachers. He caught the wolf's eye and nodded. Wolf said, "Now I want all you kids out there to keep it true." He pounded his chest twice over his heart and lifted his clawed hand into the air. And again, another howl. Didn't that get old with him? Marcus was already over it, and the show was still going. Wolf continued after the howls quieted.
I want to bring up a fellow wolf who needs little introduction. Let's hear it for your new alpha, Marcus Nero!
The raucous applause surprised him, yet it didn't. His dad was a great alpha, and they expected him to be one too. He wasn't sure about the kids, but the parents and elders were glad to have him. He hadn't thought about the newer generations specifically. Would they accept him as a role model in the disciplinary position? He ran to center stage, in keeping with the energy and excitement buzzing in the air. After things calmed down, he looked at the crowd.
I want to thank everyone for coming, and thank the Wild Wolf of the West for putting on a fabulous show.
Oh no, he thought. Yup, that damn howl again.
Since we have you all gathered in one place, I'd like to take a moment to remind everyone, especially the kids, about being safe around others. Our world is growing and changing every year. Shifters come and go, bringing others with them. Some are non-full blood, and others are human. What is our number one rule in the pack?
He glanced through the audience. A little girl raised her hand.
Yes, Monica.
The girl was adorable. She would be one of the brighter children, smart and not afraid to speak out. She'd make a good mate to a leader. We're never to show our wolf to anyone outside the pack, the girl said. He smiled.
That's right, Monica. Never reveal our animals to humans and people we don't know. Can anyone tell me why?
He waited for a hand to raise. None did.
Bartholomew, what do you think?
The boy looked surprised at being called on.
Because humans would take us to secret hospitals and stick us with lots of needles.
Marcus almost laughed. If frightening the child was how the parents got the boy to remember the rule, so be it. Not how he would have handled it.
Okay,
the alpha said.
Now here's something close to my heart. I don't think my father spent enough time expressing how important it is.
The room hushed quickly. He was being serious, and they respected that and listened.
It is the dream of every wolf to find their true mate. Sometimes it happens, but most of the time, it doesn't. So when someone is blessed enough by Mother Earth to find that special person, others have no right to condemn that wolf because of who the mate is. I don't even question a true mating. It is supposed to be. There is a reason those two are to be together. We mustn't try to undo what is meant to be, which leads me to my point. No matter how much shifter blood a person has, in our eyes, we are all equal.
A light mumble went through the crowd. He wanted to sigh. This was what he was afraid of. His eyes glanced Allie's way. She was as surprised as the others in the audience. If she only knew he was doing this for her, to make things right in the future.
Obviously, my dad didn't voice his thoughts on the matter enough. Let me tell you a story my grandmother told me when I was young.
He looked through the audience, making eye contact with some.
A few of you knew Mimi Nero. So before you dismiss what I'm about to say, think of the source. Back in Mimi's time, the world was very different from what we have today. Kids, imagine what your life would be like with no phone, no TV, no video games, no movies, and few books. How would you like living in that world?
The kids mumbled, and a voice came from the crowd.
That would suck.
Marcus laughed.
Well said, Eric. Thank you. Those are the times she had to deal with. To make it worse, packs were small back then. They had to fight for whatever food they ate. If they didn't fight strong enough, then they died.
A cute little girl dressed in Wild Wolf t-shirt raised her hand. Marcus pointed to her.
Yes, Darla.
Are you trying to tell us the weak wolves died because they didn't have any food? Tears came to her eyes. They can have some of mine. Mommy always makes too much anyway. Her tiny chin quivered. The child stole his heart. If everyone believed like her, the world would be a place worth living in. Shiny drops streamed down the little one's cheeks. Her dad took her into his lap to comfort her. Marcus smiled at her.
Thank you, Darla. I want everyone to think as you do. You see, in that uncivilized time, there were not many shifters not of full blood, because physically, They were closer to human, so Mimi was told when she was growing up. Mimi lived a long time and saw many things. A woman known to be half shifter, half human, was protecting the child she'd just given birth to. Wild wolves, not the one we just saw, but ones that were not shifters, gathered around her, growling and baring teeth. They were going to...
He glanced at Darla to see her red eyes and mouth hanging open at his story.
Those wolves wanted to take the baby away.
Saying the wolves wanted to eat the baby wouldn't have been a good idea.
But the mother wanted to take the baby home with her, so when the wolves got close enough to bite her and steal the infant, this half-blooded wolf shifted.
Gasps ran through the audience. He nodded and stood silently for the words to sink in.
Yes, Mimi said the woman shifted to save her newborn. That wasn't the only time she saw this happen. When her pack had to fight other packs, those not full-blooded sometimes shifted when their mate was in trouble.
More whispers rolled through the mass, more from the adults than kids. Hopefully this would be the start of a new way of thinking.
What Mimi came to believe, based on her eyewitness accounts, was that blood percentage in a body didn't determine if one could shift. It was the strength of the animal inside and the person's desire to shift that made the transformation happen.
Grumbles came from the audience. Seemed they didn't like this story much. Marcus put his hand up to calm everyone.
I guess you don't want to hear Mimi's occasion to see a person born of two humans who shifted.
One of the men jumped to his feet.
That's bull, Alpha! How could that possibly happen?
Again, Marcus smiled.
As I grew older, I pretty much considered Mimi's stories as just that, stories. But I got curious enough to do some researching. About a year ago or so, I did some digging and interviewed several from the older generations from different packs. Not only did these elders 100% believe Mimi's stories, they had their own. Plus, concerning the shifter with two human parents, turns out that 2 generations back, an alpha impregnated a human female. She kept the child hidden, and the child married a human, and a couple generations later, the shifter Mimi saw was born.
The inside of the gym was quiet enough to hear the birds chirping outside.
So,
Marcus continued,
my point is that those born with a human parent could be as strong or stronger than a full shifter. Just because they aren't full-blooded doesn't mean they can't shift or partially shift at that.
Many faces were not happy. Did they not want to believe? He needed to remember to use old school, along with new technology, to communicate with the pack. They would get through this together, as a pack.
All right,
he said, lifting his arms.
That's all I got. Everybody have a safe week, and let me know if you have any problems or questions. I have an open door policy.
The sound of voices, chairs scooting on the floor, and kids' hollering quickly filled the room. Most people made for various exit doors. He turned his focus on his sister and her best friend. Time to implement the plan he and Carly came up with last night. "13. Allie and Carly stood in the front lobby of the school, making sure everyone got out without problems. The last part of the show surprised her. Marcus was incredible in front of the large group. It looked like he was born to communicate and lead. And calling on the kids, she was surprised by his ability to know everyone by first name. Wasn't that a sign of a great leader? He didn't know, but he was impressing her. A little. She didn't want to get carried away. The story he told about his Mimi was unbelievable. She had met the amazing woman once when she was little. Even as a child, Allie recognized when she was in the presence of someone who was extraordinary. That was Mimi. What bothered her, though, was the reason Marcus made such a big deal about halfers. He basically said anyone with shifter blood could possibly transform into their animal. That was hard to wrap her brain around after all she went through growing up. No, not possible. Then it hit her. Junior could call up his fur if he concentrated on it. She hadn't thought of it that way. Her mind was blown. Maybe Mimi was right. Half-breeds had the potential to be as strong as full-bloods. "Allie, Carly said. Earth to Allie. Fingers snapped at her nose. Allie jerked her head backward. What? Allie said. Marcus has been talking to us and you've been on another planet, her friend said. Marcus? Allie looked up. The gorgeous man was standing in front of them. Oh, sorry, she said. I was... God, now she couldn't even make words when he was around.
Allie,
Marcus said.
I'd like to introduce you to Shella.
Oh, Allie replied. Yeah, that would be good.
Great.
Marcus took her hand and led her outside. Her stomach churned as others noticed them walking, hand in hand. She tried to gently pull away, but Marcus's grip tightened. Fuck, she was going to need a new car. On the sidewalk, she saw his older sister and a cute girl, completely decked out in wild wolf paraphernalia. Maybe she didn't understand kids as much as she thought.
Tanya,
Marcus said.
You know Aaliyah, right?
Tanya smiled. Yes, she said, and reached out to shake Allie's hand. I remember her from being at the house with Carly. Allie nodded. Hi, Mrs. Maria. Good to see you again. Please, call me Tanya. And this is Shella. The 10-year-old shook Allie's hand. Both greeted with, good to meet you. Aaliyah, Tanya started. We can't thank you enough for tutoring Shella. She hates geometry. She rolled her eyes. And I hate listening to her tell me that every night doing homework. Everyone laughed, except Shella, of course. Not a problem, Allie replied. Once you figure out the basic rules, everything else is simple. You'll have that in no time. Shella smiled at her. Maybe she wasn't too bad with young ones. When are we starting? She figured tonight, since Marcus was eager to start yesterday. It'll have to be Tuesday. Monday she has piano and ballet, the mother said. Carly came out the glass front doors of the school. Tanya waved and called her name. Carly joined them on the sidewalk. She said, I'm ready to go whenever you are. Allie didn't know what Carly was talking about until she realized Carly wasn't talking to her, but Tanya. What the hell? The two of them always hung out together. With the ceremony yesterday, she was sure today would be relaxing in front of the TV, watching the proposal and shoving popcorn in their mouths. Allie stood speechless. Carly turned to her. Let's go out tomorrow night and catch up after work. I'll call you. Carly climbed into the SUV, winked at her and Marcus. Then they were gone. How strange. Carly never winked at her before. Marcus waved to them.
So, Allie,
Marcus said,
doing anything tonight?
Her brain stopped working again. This was so embarrassing. Well, I guess not.
Great, then.
He pulled on her hand.
Walk with me for a little bit.
Ah, shit. She'd kick Carly's ass the next time she saw her. This would be the second day in a row spending time with him. She definitely needed to get to Houston before someone left her a reminder that the nerd queen halfers and the sexy alphas don't mix. Sure, she said. He led them down the school sidewalk toward the back lot that bordered the park. Same park as yesterday. She looked around to see if anyone was watching.
Hey,
Marcus said.
There's nothing to worry about. We're friends, right?
She nodded. Sure, why the fuck not? Not like she really wanted to be anywhere else anyway. She never thought of Marcus as a friend to hang out with. He was 3 years older. He was always her best friend's big brother. Gorgeous big brother. Dreamy big brother with a lickable body.
It's such a nice day,
Marcus said, giving her one of those hot, panty-melting smiles.
I didn't want to go home yet, and you're free.
That was his reasoning?
So,
he said, his voice low and rough.
Are you excited about going to Houston?
Yes, Allie replied, her voice way huskier than she'd ever heard it. Working for NASA has always been my dream. Marcus gave a deep, low chuckle, the sound coming out like churned gravel.
I remember you talking about it in the cafe where we had coffee on Christmas. Do you recall that?
Did she recall it? She dreamed about it for months afterward. Some of those dreams ended with them on the cafe floor going at it. Marcus sucked in a breath. Shit. Damn. Hell. Allie shut down her sexual desires. God, she hoped he didn't smell it. Yeah, I do remember that. And her painted car after that. You have a good memory. Nah, he replied, his eyes piercing with intense sexual desire. There are some things you never forget. Her pussy ached, slick with need. He was making her body tremble with his looks and growly words. How could this guy's voice bring her to the point he almost made her orgasm? Why did he say that? That statement was for when getting married, giving birth, or a traumatic event. Did he consider their time together a traumatic event? Well, fuck. So much for daydreaming of their sweaty bodies in the midst of orgasm. It was worse than she thought. She needed to make a graceful exit quickly. Marcus. He stopped and looked at a basket on the ground by a tree trunk. What do we have here? He leaned into her, his body heat warming her already heated flesh. Then he dragged her closer. When she realized what it was, she laughed. Why, it's a picnic basket with a blanket on top. I wonder who left this here. Marcus, she chuckled. Stick with being an alpha. Your acting skills have much to be desired. I did pretty good in the ring, didn't I? Oh, yeah. He was acting then, but... It doesn't take a lot to stand there and get the crap beat out of you. He laughed, and his eyes sparkled as they always did when he smiled, full of heat and hunger and passion. Lord, the possessive look he gave her made her knees weak. Damn, she was such a sucker for him. If only she could get him naked before she left for Houston. Marcus unfolded the blanket and spread it out, then politely helped her to be seated. I don't see anyone around, so how about we have a little snack? From the basket, he pulled out 2 wine glasses, a bottle of Chardonnay, her favorite, and a corkscrew. Her brows stretched for her hairline. Was he for real? What was going on? She took a deep inhale. Marcus, you know, he said in a seductive tone she couldn't help but listen to as he popped the cork and began pouring the wine. You never answered my question yesterday. Allie racked her brain trying to figure out what he was talking about. She was clueless. Let me ask it again now that we're settled. He handed her a stemmed glass. Why do you hate your own people so much? Oh, yeah. She had let that slip. Could she do it again? And don't even think about trying to get out of spilling the beans, Marcus said. She laughed. He knew her so well. That surprised her in a good and bad way. She sighed. Marcus, your life and mine were completely different growing up. You were the golden child, while I was the freak who said strange things. Her chin dropped. She didn't want to tell him how bad it was, how much she'd endured to try to be like all the other halfers. The pain in her heart that she thought she'd locked away wanted to break down the door and run out. Oh, come on. Maybe you got picked on a little. But you know kids can be jerks. We used to play football together. I remember you tackling me. That memory brought a laugh to her lips. I've never forgotten that, she replied. He raised the side of his shirt, revealing all that yummy skin, still slick from the oil he wore in the ring. Row after row of muscle lined his abs. Her fingers itched to touch him, rub her body all over his. I think I have a scar from that tackle, too. Then he dropped his shirt. Too bad. You know what impressed me most about that? Impressed? It was a tackle. She shook her head. I was impressed that you had the guts to treat me like just another kid. No one at home had ever hit me so hard. They didn't want to injure the air. Her cheeks about melted off her face. She was so embarrassed. I'm sorry. No, don't apologize. It was good for me. It told me that the world wasn't going to be so easy outside the pack. To humans, I'm just another person, regular Joe Schmo, and that's how they would treat me. I had to wisen up if I was ever to be a good leader. Wow, she said. All that from a simple tackle? I just didn't want you to throw the ball. He did that sexy laugh again, spilling a bit of wine as he lay back on an elbow.
That tackle is another moment I won't forget.
She frowned. Why's that? He shrugged.
Lesson learned.
He drank from his glass, effectively ending that line of thought.
And once again, you haven't answered my question.
Crap. She'd hoped he'd forgotten. This man wasn't going to give up until she told him something. All right. Growing up, full-bloods were seldom nice to have. She recalled his almost violent reaction to that word yesterday. To non-full-bloods.
I don't remember seeing anything like that. Give me some examples,
he said. Marcus. She didn't want anyone to get into trouble for things that happened 10 to 20 years ago. He snapped his arm out and gently squeezed his fingers around her wrist.
Allie, it's important I know these things. How can I protect others if I don't know about it?
Her hormones danced from his touch. She could barely keep a straight thought. He would make an awesome alpha for the pack. He really cared for each shifter there. Too bad she wouldn't be a witness to it. Kids are smarter than we give them credit for. They instinctively know when adults are not around so they can get away with whatever they want. He nodded.
I agree with that.
What they wanted was to pick on younger, weaker kids, take their lunch and smash it to smithereens. When things got too boring, they resorted to getting physical. Anger suddenly burned through her. Anger at the circumstance, anger at the other kids for not helping, anger at herself for letting it go so long, anger at the adults that assumed she was just being dramatic from some harmless teasing, anger at everyone who didn't help or defend her and the others. In an instant, Marcus had dropped his wine and was kneeling in front of her. His hands roamed her arms and body. Startled, she slapped at him where he touched her. Marcus, what are you doing?
I'm making sure you're okay. Did they break any bones? What about your fingers? Did they pull those out of joint?
His eyes snapped up to meet hers. She gasped. His fury hit her square in the face. It scared her. Never had she seen someone this emotional. A deep, almost unintelligible growl shook his next words.
Did they ever?
She suddenly understood what he was asking. No, they never touched me like that. Marcus let out an angry breath, his shifting features returning to the man she loved. He truly cared what happened to her. You know, Marcus, Allie said, all this happened years ago. You checking me out now wouldn't do anything to help. His head tilted up. His eyes, again, were so intense, but now with hunger, desire again. Her body reacted to his as if taking clues from him.
No, it wouldn't help, but it did let me get my hands on your body.
Her glass of wine slipped from her fingers, spilling down her shirt. Shit, she said, looking for a napkin or anything to sop up the mess.
Let me help.
Marcus bunched up the blanket and dabbed at her top. It didn't help much. He gave up quickly and slid his shirt over his head. If she had the cup in her hand, she would have dropped it again.
Here, wear my shirt while we get yours cleaned.
Allie had reached a new level of dumbness. Now, along with not speaking intelligently around him, she couldn't move. This had to be another wet dream she was in. The alpha of a pack did not give the shirt off his back for anyone, except his mate, maybe. She was about to tell him no, then she thought about it. Does this mean you wouldn't be wearing a shirt? She asked. His grin was too devilish.
You got it.
Lord help her. This was just another dirty hallucination starring the man in front of her. Her eyes slid down his body. No words, no movement for her. Yep, pretty bad. But freaking A, the man was incredible. His broad shoulders made her want to run her nails over them, and those arms. She could see herself being wrapped in them. She visualized licking down his pecs to his amazing abs. Heck, even his belly button starred in her fantasy. She wanted to dip her tongue in there and bite that trail of hair leading south. Lord have mercy. He stood and reached out for her hand. Allie put hers in his and he pulled her to her feet. He was so strong, His muscles barely tensed when pulling her weight. He stood staring at her. She could only stare at him. He breathed deeply. Fuck it. Let him smell her. She was a female who reacted to the sight of a great-looking man. Or, in this case, a female who almost came at the sight of one. He groaned, and his eyes squeezed shut. "No, not here," he grumbled. "What not here?" she asked. "Allie, you need to take your shirt off to put mine on," he commented. Whoa, that hadn't occurred to her. Why was he trying to mess up her fantasy? She liked it just fine as it was, with hers on and his off. He stepped toward her, almost touching her. "Do you need help?" His hands rested on her waist. A body shudder ripped through her. He laughed with a smug expression. "Ass." She took a step back. "No, I'm good as is." His hot expression switched to confusion and then defeat. What had she done? She had stepped away and declined his offer to help. Basically, she completely rejected him. No, no, no. That's not what she wanted. God, she didn't know how to do shit right when it came to him. For a supposed genius, her brain refused to work where Marcus was concerned. "Okay, I'll take my shirt off, but I can do it myself, and you have to turn around." His face broke into a devilish grin, followed by a growly chuckle. "All right, Miss Bashful. I'd forgotten how shy you are." Once he turned around, she lifted her shirt off, slapping it over his shoulder, and took his shirt from his other and slipped it on. Oh, fuck. It was his smell surrounding her close up. She couldn't describe her body's reaction to it. She'd never felt these sensations before now. If she died now, she'd be happy. "You good?" he asked, turning around to face her. His eyes bright with need and wolf power. That alone melted her insides. Her girl parts ached. She sighed out a yes. He chuckled at her again. Jerk. His hands on her arms were warm. Gently, he moved her backward. Jesus. His scent was doing something weird to her. She wanted to rub her nose into his shirt and take his scent as deeply as she could. It was so weird. This never happened before. Her mind turned fuzzy, and all she could think about was his scent. She'd comply while she floated in heaven. After what seemed a couple seconds, his warm hand enveloped her, pulling her along. Her eyes snapped open. She looked over her shoulder to see the picnic stuff gone. Then she saw the basket in Marcus's other hand. "Where are we going?" she asked, as she stared at the ripped with muscle arm beside her. "We're getting your shirt cleaned," he replied. Oh, he needn't worry about her shirt. If it stained, she'd cut it up for rags. But she was curious. Had a new laundromat moved in during the time she was gone? She didn't remember one in this part of town. "Where are we going exactly?" He gave her a full, evil grin. "My place." 14. Allie came to a full stop in the middle of the park. They were going to his place? Granted, it was nearby, and he probably had a washer and dryer there, but... Marcus looked back at her. "What?" He tried to hide his grin. "Yeah, not working." "You're not afraid of coming with me to my home, are you?" "Afraid? Hardly." She put a foot out, then another, and another. Nah, she wasn't afraid. More like petrified. Reaching the front door to his condo, he pulled keys from his pocket and opened the door. He walked in, but she couldn't move, just stared inside the perfect bachelor pad. He leaned back, grabbed her hand, and dragged her in, closing the door and locking it. Oh my fucking God. She was in the home of the man of her dreams, alone. Quickly, someone handcuff her so she didn't do something stupid like strip down to nothing and order him to mate her. She was so fucked, and not in a good way. Well, maybe if she was lucky. "Would you like something to drink?" he asked, guiding her through rooms. Yeah, The strongest thing he had, straight up. "Water," she squeaked out. He smiled back at her. Breathtaking. He took a cup from the cabinet and filled it with water.
"That's it?"
he asked as he came within inches of her to hand over the glass. The man was close enough to kiss. Oh, shit. Don't think it. Don't even imagine it. Too fucking late. Her brain was busy torturing her with all the images of them doing stuff so dirty it was probably illegal in several countries. Stop. She had to stop thinking of him naked, and kissing him, and licking him, and all the other stuff that was making moisture pool at her sex. She should leave, but she was keeping his shirt. "Yes," was all she got out. At least it was a word that correctly answered his question. He stepped away and opened another door. She took in a breath. She'd started feeling giddy from all the mental talking and not enough oxygen. Where was he? Oh, yeah, the laundry room. He put her shirt on the top of the washer, then opened the cabinet overhead. He pulled out a small bottle and shook it. What was he doing? "What's that?" she asked as she came into the small space.
"Just putting stain remover on the wine to help it come out. A good pre-soak would help."
Holy fucking shit. He knew how to do laundry properly. She might ask him to marry her. Get on her damn knees and everything. Was there anything this man couldn't do? He dropped it in the machine and pushed buttons on the spaceship like a control panel.
"There,"
he said. He stepped back, and she saw the number 70 on the countdown readout. She would be here for over an hour. Then there was the drying time. She could orgasm a lot of times in over an hour. Why was she thinking that? Because she wanted to come, and she wanted Marcus to make it happen.
"I'll be back in a second,"
he said.
"I'm just going to the living room for a few to set something up. Hang on."
She took in the rest of his home, loving how neat and warm it was. It wasn't like a usual bachelor pad, but she still saw traces of his crazy man-whoring days. It really looked like those days were behind him. He came back a few moments later.
"Come on into the living room and let's keep the fun going. We can watch a movie or something."
Or something sounded good to her. It sounded dirty, like the stuff her brain kept looping in her mind like a porn movie. Bad, bad stuff. He breathed deeply again, and a visible shudder went through him.
"Woman,"
he said.
"If only you knew."
"Knew what?" she replied. More like if he only knew. They stopped in the hallway with a couple doors toward the end. He seemed to be thinking about something. Then he turned on her. He backed her against the wall, his body pressed against hers. They fit perfectly, like puzzle pieces, his hard places at her soft places.
"How much I want you,"
he said, and dipped his head, taking her lips. She should argue with her heart. Her brain kept telling her that this wasn't smart. She'd end up heartbroken, but it didn't stop her from kissing him back. One night, that's all she'd give herself with him. Maybe that would be enough so she wouldn't come out scarred for life. She loved him, enough to give in to the temptation of taking whatever he had to give. She wouldn't stick around, and he wasn't going to ask her to. But going in with her eyes wide open was better than rose-colored glasses. Loving Marcus meant she could take that one night and cherish it forever. He pulled away from her, his tongue swiping over his lip and making her shiver from need. She wanted that tongue in other places.
"Listen, I grabbed the rest of the food from the picnic basket and set it up on the floor in the living room, in front of the TV.
She had to stop this bullshit. What was she afraid of? She had known Marcus for what felt like forever. So why not him? She was leaving for Houston in a matter of days, so if she wanted a one-night stand, why not enjoy it with the man she loved? The only man she'd loved. Do it. You may never get another chance with Marcus. She walked into the living room and stopped short. A low fire burned in the fireplace, and he had moved the coffee table out, spreading a soft fur rug on the floor instead. The food was set on the raised hearth, including a new bottle of wine. There was a big screen TV near the fireplace. Seeing the setup, the last thing she wanted now was to watch a movie.
I hope you like what I did,
he said, moving from the built-in bar along the sidewall. He led her toward the pillows he'd set on the floor and held her hand as she sat. He slid in next to her and propped a pillow behind his back, stretching out his long legs toward the fire. The firelight made the gold highlights in his hair shimmer, and his gaze on her was so intense, her nipples ached. It was now or never. This was as close to a personal dirty movie as she'd ever come. Starring the sexiest alpha she'd ever known, and Nerd Queen as the sex kitten. She ignored the voice at the back of her head and licked her lips. Marcus handed her a glass of wine.
Think we can try this again?
He winked.
Though I like the way my t-shirt looks on you.
She took a gulp of wine and tried to calm her racing heart. It's long enough to be a dress. People might think I was bare-assed even if I was wearing shorts.
Now there's a thought.
His fingers circled his wineglass slowly, his eyes bright with his animal's power. Without a word, he dipped his thumb into the ruby liquid and then lifted it to her mouth. Allie's lips parted, and Marcus's eyes never left hers as she ran the tip of her tongue over the rough pad. She was being naughty, so naughty, and it felt so good.
I've dreamed of your delicious mouth, Allie, more times than you know.
He skimmed his thumb over her bottom lip, caressing the tender seam. Allie opened her mouth and took the digit deep, letting her teeth graze his skin, and he pulled it from her again. At the taste of him, a strange sensation centered in her lower belly, and her skin felt hot and tingling. A ball of need formed, and the punch was unlike anything she ever felt. Maybe having the hots for a powerful, lick-worthy alpha drove her sexometer to DEFCON 10. Let's not even mention her emotions, and how much she loved said alpha. "15. Marcus slid his hand behind her head and took her mouth. He kissed her hungrily and demandingly. She dropped her wine again, not caring that it soaked his t-shirt. He broke their kiss, trailing his lips over her jaw to her throat, working his way to her breasts. She was braless beneath his t-shirt, so he tongued her nipple through the wine-drenched fabric, drawing the hard peak into his mouth. Allie arched her back, pushing her breasts up.
This could make wine glasses obsolete.
He grinned, nipping at the stiff butt.
Still, I think I'd rather taste the real thing.
Gripping the t-shirt's neckline, he ripped it down the front with a single tug. Allie gasped at the rough feel of his hands on her naked breasts as he teased and licked her puckered crowns.
Fuck, baby. You're wet, Allie, and I don't mean from the wine.
He slid his hand into the waistband of her leggings and spread her lips, dipping his fingers into her wet slit.
I can smell the slick musk soaking your pussy from here.
He groaned deep and low, making her breath come out in a swoosh.
I want to slide deep into your tight heat and feel your pussy clasp around my dick like a slick, wet tongue.
She sank back onto the pillows, lifting her hips for more, and his lip curled.
Fucking hell, you're so responsive. Your body warms for my touch, begs for my mouth, and is trembling for my cock.
He slipped his fingers through her ripe folds, curving them up over her spot. He pressed, circling inside, and she sucked in a breath, raising her ass even higher.
You like that?
Yes. Her reply was breathless, barely a word. His animal growled, stalking inside, the guttural feel deafening in his mind as her ready scent filled his nostrils. Allie was his mate. He knew it in his gut, in every ounce of his being.
Strip from me, Allie, so I can taste all of you.
Her eyes locked on his as he slid his hand from her sex, watching as he licked each finger. She rolled her leggings past her thick thighs, getting them stuck on her ankles. Fuck, she ground out, pulling the lycra fabric from one foot, only to have it snap, jerking her arm to hit her in the face. Embarrassed, she slumped, closing her eyes. Marcus gently peeled the other side from her ankle and tossed the garment to the side.
Open your eyes, Allie.
Her lids lifted and she wrinkled her nose. My nerves got the best of me. I can usually take my clothes off without getting stuck. He crawled between her thighs, pushing her knees apart.
You,
he said, raising her chin so she had to look at him,
are perfect exactly the way you are. And I love that you're not polished or fake. It makes you real. It makes you special.
He slipped his hand between her legs and cupped her pussy.
And it makes this even more irresistible.
Marcus slipped a hand under her ass and lifted her hips, sliding back to dip his head to her wet folds. His tongue delved deeply as his hand worked her clit, circling the hard nub. He licked her lips and then sucked the bud between his teeth. She cried out, sinking her hands into his hair.
Close. So fucking close, love, but not yet.
He pulled his mouth from her sex and slid his hand up her belly. Sitting back, he shrugged his shirt from his shoulders and then pulled Allie to her knees in front of him. Her hands came up and she ran her fingers over the bulge in his jeans. She unbuttoned his fly and freed his cock. Marcus pushed his pants to his thighs and fisted his shaft, holding it to her waiting lips.
Open for me, Allie. I told you I've dreamed about your mouth. Give me my fantasy. Take my cock between your gorgeous lips and give me new fantasies.
Allie licked his engorged head, running her tongue around the ridged edge and then down his thick shaft and back again. She sucked him deep, letting her muscles work him farther into her throat. He growled with a hiss, pulling back.
My cock is ready to burst. Your mouth is goddamned perfect. Full, lush, hot, and tight around my dick. But I want your pussy, not your mouth.
Reaching down, he helped her to her feet and took her lips. She gasped, breaking their kiss, his eyes on fire with his animal clawing at the surface.
Spread yourself for me, Allie.
His voice, rough and low. He spun her around and bent her over the couch, pushing her legs apart. Hooking his hands to her hips, he pulled her up and drove his cock between her folds. A torrent of need raged through him, thrust after thrust, and he fisted her hair as he rode her balls deep. Allie's body clenched around him, and she cried out again, this time her climax shuddering through her with a vengeance that sent him over the edge. He threw his head back, and a snarl tore from his throat as his orgasm ripped from his body, emptying into her. The two slumped forward onto the couch, panting and spent, and Marcus slipped his arm around her waist, holding her close. He breathed in her scent again, the word mine reverberating through his mind. 16. His little mate snuggled her warm body against his. He felt so good, everywhere. Never had sex been so good. But with his mate, a perfect match for him, he wouldn't expect any less. He leaned forward, spooning with her.
So, tell me something beautiful.
She looked up at him with surprise. She'd need to get used to hearing those kinds of things from him. He couldn't keep the truth to himself.
What do you plan to do with yourself in Houston, Texas? Shoot guns and ride horses?
She rolled her eyes. No, Houston is very diverse. There's nothing cowboy about it. From the pictures I've seen online, the place where I'll live looks really charming. The wolf inside him roared. He had to bite back the snarl at the thought of her leaving him. He ground his teeth to keep from saying something stupid. He chose something safe.
Do you think you'll find your mate in Houston? Do you want a family?
She shrugged. Of course I hope to find my mate, and I'd love a family. I've always wanted children. Lots of kids. Doesn't everyone?
And do you think he may be in Houston?
He asked. She shrugged again. Maybe. Who knows? He did. He fucking did.
How will you know if you meet him? Carly can't smell that scent. Can you?
He knew the answer already, but he needed her to think through all this and realize she needed to stay. No, I can't smell that either.
Then how can you be sure?
He insisted. Guess I'll have to do it like humans do. Get to know him and see if we have anything in common, she said. Yes, he thought of that too, and was ready with a reply.
Sounds like a difficult project, he ground out. How many wolves are in Houston?
Doesn't matter, she said. I'm not marrying a shifter, only a human. Besides, I'll be working a lot. Probably won't go on any dates for a while.
Why only human? What else do you have against shifters?
Thanks to Carly, he knew much of this answer also. Look, Marcus, I don't want to badmouth anyone.
You're not. You're just telling me what you've experienced,
he replied. She was quiet for a moment. He waited patiently. Full-blooded wolves are very strong, and more often than not, they're conceited assholes. Present party not included. Thank fuck he wasn't in that category. Yet. He had his response ready.
Yes, shifters are strong so they can protect those they love from just about anything. The display of true strength isn't shown often.
Not until he gets pissed off at something the wife does, then decides she needs to be punished. Hell, he'd forgotten about that.
Allie, we were kids when Kenton killed his wife. We didn't know what was really going on, and he was punished accordingly.
Allie rolled over to look at him. You didn't see her face, Marcus. You didn't see what he'd done to her. I did. Her eyes became glassy. He remembered Allie had been the one to find the body. Seemed Kenton had beaten his half-blooded wife after he caught her doing something. Marcus was young and didn't pay attention to what was going on in the adult world. Sadness and anger poured from Allie. He wrapped her in his arms and let her calm down. He knew how she felt from the experience of his mother dying. There were times he felt like dying with his mom. He missed her that much. After crying himself to sleep at night, he felt better the next morning. He felt a slight weight lifted. Only a good cry cleansed the soul. When Allie quieted, she said, Besides, no shifter would want to be attached to someone who was only half of what she should be.
Allie,
he said, pulling back from her.
Did you not hear one word I said this afternoon? The percentage of your blood means little. Junior can bring his fur to the surface. I bet if he really wanted to, he could fully shift.
Do you really think so? She asked.
Of course. He's halfway there. Proves his animal is strong enough.
She was quiet for a moment, hopefully thinking about how this prejudice needed to be nipped in the bud.
Any shifter would be lucky to have you as a mate, Allie. You're smart. You're beautiful. You're kind. You're good with kids at the school. You'll be perfect for someone.
He lifted her chin to meet her eyes.
Your mate will love you with all his heart and protect you with his life. You can bet on that.
She smiled, gliding her fingers over his chest. You're a betting man, huh?
Only when I know I'll win the bet,
he said. He leaned in and kissed her. She tasted so good, so sweet and addictive. She opened to take him in. Her lips softened. She was hot and wet, her tongue rubbing and curling over his, mimicking everything he did and making him hard as stone. She gave a soft moan. He groaned, taking the kiss deeper, his hands all over her, his tongue driving deeper, sucking in her honey flavor and stamping his touch on every inch of her body. Allie pulled away, breathless. I've answered all your questions. It's your turn now. He smiled. He was ready for this. He'd show her he was the perfect man for her.
Shoot,
he said, lying back on the pillow. Why haven't you married? You need to have an alpha heir to carry on the leadership. He shrugged a shoulder to look unconcerned.
I have hopes of finding my true mate. I'm holding out for her.
He watched her torture her gorgeous bottom lip with her teeth. What if you don't find her? She asked. He tried to hide his smile, but it was so big, he couldn't.
I'm not worried about that. I'm betting I will mate with my other half.
Betting again? You seem awful sure. You want to make a bet? This could be interesting.
What do you want to bet on?
Her eyes narrowed. How about if you find your mate within a year from now, then you have to surprise her with an out-of-this-world wedding proposal? He laughed. She sounded like she didn't believe he'd find his mate at all. That would work perfectly. He'd planned something like that anyway. She'll be the center of attention. What if you don't find your mate? She asked with curiosity. He thought a second. What would be good?
Let's go with this. If I don't find her by the mate event, then you have to go to the event to see if your mate is there. Then you have to mate with him.
He was a fucking genius. Why hadn't he thought of that before? Allie jerked back. What? You think you can force me to mate someone? She started to wiggle out of his arms.
Of course not, Allie. If you find your mate among the pack, I'm just asking you give him a chance. If you're mates, you're made for each other. You'll fall in love with him and want a football team of children.
She laughed, music to his ears. He wanted to hear that from her every day for the rest of his life. I'm doubting a football team size, but definitely a couple, she said.
Maybe he'll talk you into a few more,
he replied. Maybe, she said with a smile. He'll have to go back to Texas with me. I'm not giving up my job. Words fell away from him. That was something he didn't want to accept. Would she really give him up, give them up, to keep her dream job? Could he give up his pack to go with her? He was afraid he knew the answers. 17. Allie gathered her teaching lessons and slid them into a backpack. Talk about having a hard time concentrating. All day, she couldn't get Marcus and their time together yesterday out of her head. She must have gotten aroused at least 10 times remembering. Nobody seemed to notice, though. When reaching her car in the teacher's lot, she tossed her pack in the back and drove toward the bar. Tonight was her time out with Carly, which made her feel awkward. She and Carly had always shared everything. Well, not everything. Allie never told her about that one night in college. She didn't want to think of it. Could she forget the fact Carly was Marcus's sister? Yeah, I bopped your brother like we were bunnies. No, that was wrong on so many levels. What bothered her was that whole conversation on the bed and finding mates. He seemed so confident he'd find his mate. He spoke like everything with his mate had been settled. He wasn't in the maybe it will happen camp. He was in the already there camp. That gave her a bit of a sick sensation in her stomach. What if he mated before she left? God, the last thing she wanted was to see him with another woman before she got a chance to get over him. Even though they were at a bar, they weren't really at a bar. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the party was definitely not happening. But usually there were several others there also. The place had a great burger and sweet potato fries. Walking inside, Allie was bombarded with angry hollers and a smashing glass. The bartender, a shifter, caught her eye. He nodded to the TV above the bar. The local Major League Baseball team was playing their rivals in an afternoon game. Apparently, the local team wasn't doing so well. If what she overheard from some of the boys in class was correct, the team was favored to go to the World Series. Allie saw Carly in the back corner where they always sat. A double order of sweet potato fries and tea waited for her. Carly hopped up and gave her a big hug. It's been forever since I've seen you, Carly said. Allie propped her hands on her hips. I wasn't the one who bailed after the wrestling match yesterday. Carly slapped a hand over her mouth, but her eyes shined with the smile. Allie narrowed her lids, glaring at her friend. She knew that guilty look. What have you done? Allie demanded. Carly turned toward her seat. I haven't done anything, she said. Carly, Allie replied, your face says you're guilty, and you suck at lying. So tell me. Her friend huffed. It's nothing really. Tanya took Shella and me shopping, and we ate at your favorite restaurant. I didn't know we'd go there. I would have invited you too. Another eruption from the bar didn't bother her. The men were not happy, though. Carly made a gagging sound. There are feline shifters at the bar. Damn cats and their prissy attitude. Allie glared at her, trying to change the subject. Not going to work. Carly didn't meet her eyes. Fine, don't tell me. She plopped in the chair next to her friend and grabbed a handful of fries and sucked them down. They were so good. Like dessert, but much healthier. Sorta. They definitely weren't bacon. So, Carly said, what'd you do yesterday? Allie whipped around on her. I knew you knew what was going on. Carly let out a loud laugh, which Allie joined in on. She loved Carly too much to ever stay mad at her. When the time was right, Allie would just get even, like cold water sprayed on her friend from the hose when they were working in the yard. Carly cleared her throat. Not just me. Everyone saw you together Saturday after the celebration. Allie let out a groan. Carly put a hand on her shoulder. I think it's fine, she said. I'm sure nobody thought anything negative about it. It's not like you're his mate, right? Carly eyed her heavily. Her friend knew something she wasn't telling. No, I'm not his mate, she said, unfortunately. He's a really nice guy, you know. He's loyal, cute, lovable. Allie rolled her eyes. Sounds like a dog to me. Allie, Carly hollered. Both laughed. But seriously, you should go out with him before you leave, Carly suggested. Allie's tea almost shot out her nose. Are you crazy? Well, she thought about it a little. If he would sleep with her, would he go out with her? Her heart hoped for the chance to get close to him again. But every night for the rest of the week, she was tutoring his niece. There wouldn't be time. Now her heart hurt. Damn it. She hated when she let him get to her. After being in a new city for a while, perhaps her heart would heal so she could love a human. What's this new thing called the maid event? Not much to it. It was Marcus's idea to have something to bring all the shifters together and invite others. There's finger foods, a small orchestra, yummy champagne. Last year I just walked around by myself since my best friend wanted nothing to do with it. Allie rolled her eyes. And I won't again this time. I was curious what went on, that's all. Wasn't it in October or something? November, actually. 6 months ago, Carly corrected. 6 months? Damn it. She should have asked Marcus when the next event was. The man had cheated his way out of a year to find his mate, down to 6 months, if the maid event was once every year. She could complain, but then she'd have to tell Carly about sleeping with her brother. Not going to happen. The men were getting rowdy. The barkeep yelled, No throwing shit at the TVs or you're out of here. The front door to the bar slammed shut, drawing the two's eyes. Lana and a couple groupies walked in. Allie groaned. What the hell is she doing here? Carly shrugged. Maybe looking for her dinner. To both their surprise, Lana zeroed in on them as she swaggered across the wooden floor. Oh, shit, Carly whispered. This can't be good. With the game on, men lined the bar, each turning his head as she walked by. If the men only knew. The woman stopped in front of their table. Hey, Lana, have a seat. We'll order you some sex on the beach, Allie said. With a side of wet dog smell, Carly muttered. Allie bit the inside of her lip to keep from smiling. Of course, Lana, with her super ears, heard it loud and clear. Lana's eyes flashed her animal, then back to human. Her attention turned to Allie. Stay away from the alpha, heifer. I don't know what your plan is, but he's off limits to you, the bitch growled. Really? What are you, his manager? She rolled her eyes. I doubt very much Marcus cares what you think. Besides, I have no plans about the alpha. I'm leaving town this weekend and don't intend to come back anytime soon. Lana stared at her, probably trying to scent if she was lying or not.
Good,
the bitch said as she crossed her arms under her abundant breasts.
See that you don't.
She stepped back and sneered at Carly.
You and your mother should go back to whatever hole you crawled from. She's pathetic as a female alpha, and you're no better. Just a drain on our resources, heifer.
Allie wasn't letting that slip by. They could cut on her any time, but try it on one of her friends, and she went batshit crazy. Allie sprang to her feet.
Look here, fake boobs. You weren't chosen as an alpha mate for a reason. Why don't you sit down and figure out why? Maybe then you'd be worthy of living in the pack. Right now, you're just a drain on our resources.
Lana took a step toward her, and Allie shoved Lana back.
Listen, Lana. You walk out of here right now and all is good. You stay, then I'll put your face up the closest man's ass so you can lick the back of his sweaty balls.
Lana swung her arm around, wolf claws fully exposed, at Allie's head. Allie ducked and charged, slamming into Lana's midsection. They both hit a table and chairs behind them and rolled to the floor. To say Lana was surprised was an understatement. Growing up, others didn't pick on Allie much when Carly was around. They were afraid of her stepfather, the alpha. But when they did, or Allie caught them bullying younger ones when she got older, she didn't hesitate to step up and defend. And now, the bitch just made it personal by trying to scrape her face from her head. Getting up from the floor, Lana bumped into a beefy man sitting at a table with a friend, making him spill his drink.
Hey, bitch, watch what you're doing,
he complained. Lana looked down her nose at him.
Fuck off, you disgusting pig.
That got him to his feet and in her face, immediately drawing attention from the men at the bar.
Hey, a man yelled. Leave the lady alone.
The beefy guy snarled.
This bitch is no lady.
As soon as he placed a hand on Lana's shoulder, a man sitting close by came over to his table, grabbing for the big one. The big guy's friend at the table jumped up and intercepted the man diving for the beefy guy, throwing the man's body at a couple guys coming from the bar. Then all hell broke loose. The men from the table were punching those from the bar. Others from the bar backed up their buddies. Someone went to Lana, and she shoved him into guys from the bar, who in turn threw the guy into the boxing melee. He came up swinging. Tables and chairs went flying with pissed-off game watchers needing to vent. What better way than to use someone's head as a punching bag? The bartender was yelling, trying to separate the worst of it. That was until someone sucker punched him. There was no doubt shifters as well as humans were in the fight. In all the commotion, Allie lost track of Lana and her girls. Mistake on Allie's part. She heard Carly scream as claws swiped inches from her face. Lana's two girls had Carly backed into a corner, and Queen Bitch was here next to Allie, teeth and paws bared. Allie ran for her friend. On the way, two men hitting each other slammed into a table, sending it in Allie's path. She stopped in time not to crash into it, but the burning fire of claw marks scorched her back. With few options left, Allie spun and tackled Lana to the floor, flipped the skinny bitch's body, and put her in a hold the wild wolf would have been proud of. Listen up, woman. When I was a kid, I took your taunts and name-calling because I couldn't do much about it. Now it's different. Get off me, bitch! Lana struggled under Allie. With the hold she put on the woman, even her shifter strength wouldn't help, unless she popped a couple joints out of socket. As I was saying, you ever come near me or my friends again, I'll put you into a chokehold so fast you'll pass out before your wolf knows what hit you. Now call your bitches off Carly. When Lana didn't say anything, Allie bopped the back of the woman's head so her forehead hit the floor, where a glob of mustard happened to be from the beefy man's hamburger. Seemed fitting, since she ruined his meal anyway. Lana lifted her head, now with yellow number 5 smeared all over it. Allie lowered her face closer to her captive. I said, call off your bitches. Allie glanced at Carly. The two wolves had their claws out swinging for Carly's face. 18. Marcus parked his car around back of the bar Allie and Carly frequented. In the few months his little mate had been living in town, it was easy to watch over her. He had put together a network of checkers, those he asked to call him so he knew Allie was where she needed to be. He was just checking if she was safe, not stalking. Who the fuck cared if he was stalking anyway? Not like he was telling the world. He was friends with one of the female teachers to call him each morning to make sure Allie made it to work. He had to give the old man below Allie's apartment a financial incentive to call him when Allie came home after work. Whatever it took to make sure no harm had come to her. But damn, she was so dead set on leaving. If there wasn't a chance of her saying yes to staying, he wasn't asking. It may come to tying her to the bed. Lust roared through his body. Thoughts of yesterday's love session were overwhelming. He put a hand out to the wall to help balance him. So long. It had been so long since he touched anyone but family. Not to mention no kissing or screwing since he discovered Allie was his several months ago. The day before that snowy afternoon with her at the coffee house, he had been pretty bad about women. He knew he'd gotten a reputation for being a womanizer. He regretted that now. The good thing was Allie had been gone so much, she never heard any rumors or gossip about him. And unbeknownst to Allie, she made him grow up overnight. His dad was right at the ceremony when he said Marcus had matured a lot in the 5 months. If the man only had a clue. As he came up the sidewalk to the bar's front door, he slipped on his fake glasses and pressed the mock mustache over his top lip. It wasn't a lot, but it had worked so far. He'd learned that his adorable mate didn't pay a lick of attention to what was going on around her, and she seldom left her home. Still, several feet from the door, he heard loud voices and what sounded like a fight. He threw the door open and immediately ducked as a glass half full of beer sailed over his head. It took a second for his eyes to register what he was seeing. This was something out of a cowboy novel. He breathed deeply and found his mate's scent, mixed with her blood. A roar came from him like he was a damn lion. Right now, he felt like mauling every person in the room. He strained to hold on to his wolf. It wanted out to protect their mate. Fortunately, only claws got out. The room came to an instant standstill. He glanced around at a bar full of people playing that damn mannequin game where nobody moved. Even though stupid, it helped him locate his mate and sister in the back. The men, scattered everywhere, had started to settle with his warning. Even the humans obeyed his call. Outside the window overlooking the street, 2 police cars screeched to a stop. Shit. He had to push and shove to get to his women. Fuck. Both Carly and Allie were bleeding, but nothing that wouldn't heal in time. Allie stood staring at her hands caked in splotches of blood, especially under her nails. His arms went around her instantly, and he felt the rips in her shirt.
What the fuck? Turn around,
he ordered, taking her shoulders and twisting her. 3 diagonal slashes cut through her top. 2 had drawn blood, the third scraping the skin.
Allie, who did this to you?
He whipped around to look at the men. His breathing came in big puffs.
Tell me and I'll kill him.
A soft hand laid on his arm. The touch soothed his beast's instinct to kill. Marcus, Allie said. We're fine. I don't know who did it. She was lying. He knew she was, but decided not to press her. She'd trust him soon. Enough to allow him to defend her as her mate. He gathered Carly and Allie and hustled them through the door to the kitchen, the same time police came through the front door. He was so pissed, he could shred a metal wall. He paid no attention to the workers staring as he pushed the 3 of them toward the back door. Ow, Marcus, Carly complained. You're hurting my arm. He loosened his grip.
Sorry,
he said. He kicked the back door and it flew open, smacking against the exterior brick wall before bouncing back. He dragged the women to his SUV.
Get in.
Both crawled in and he closed their doors, stomping around to the driver's side. He slid into the seat and fumed. Control. He needed to get control of his anger. His mate was safe and in the truck with him. Safe. A warm hand rested on his thigh. "Marcus," Allie said, her voice as soothing as a violin sonata. "Are you okay?" Instantly, his blood pressure dropped, breathing eased, and the tight knot of fury ebbed away.
"Yes, I am now. Thank you,"
he said. He placed his hand over hers on his leg and squeezed.
"You know, you two could have been deathly injured, bled out while others didn't give a shit about two women lying on the floor."
He ran his fingers through his hair, getting more control of himself. His pulse was finally returning to normal. Both women sat quietly. He looked at them. Carly, in the back, was about ready to bust out laughing, and Allie stared at him with her mouth gaping. Those lips of hers, how he wanted to taste them again, suck them, playfully nibble while he drove in and out of her. There went his pulse again. Allie's expression hadn't changed.
"What?"
he asked, glancing at Carly. "Marcus," Allie said, "why are you wearing glasses and a fake mustache?"
"God damn it,"
he mumbled and ripped the disguise from his face.
"Don't change the subject."
Carly snickered from the back. "I didn't know we were on a subject." He eyed her, but said nothing. He didn't want her saying anything about his pathetic life of sneaking around to protect Allie. Why not just come clean and tell her she was his mate? Tell her that he loved her. That thought was new. Did he love her? After all this time, he had to say yes. And that was why he was scared shitless to tell her. That's why he needed for her to choose to stay on her own. If she didn't know, then she couldn't reject him. She couldn't make a conscious decision to walk away, ripping his heart out as she left. For him, there would always still be a chance she might say yes, if she never said no. But the danger involved in finding out was frightening for him. Alphas weren't vulnerable. He wasn't supposed to feel this much for a woman, but he did. He wasn't supposed to be ready to give up his pack for her, but he was. He saw what happened to his father when his mother died. He almost lost both parents. It took a lot of talking, a lot of tears, and a lot of love to snatch his father back from the darkness that became his life. That was how powerful the mate bond was. If not for him and Tanya being very young at the time and having the pack to lead, Marcus was sure his dad would be with Mother in the great beyond. If Allie outright rejected him and left him, could he handle it? No. He'd follow her to the ends of the earth and never let her go. Ever. He opened the center console and pulled out several napkins.
"Lean forward, baby. Let me look at your back. Whoever had their claws out, you are lucky to only get just surface damage."
He dabbed at the bloody material barely covering her back. Anger built quickly again. He could have lost her right then. Her back should be torn with gouges exposing her ribs, spine, kidneys. When wolves did something like this, it wasn't meant to be a scratch.
"Here,"
he said, handing napkins to Carly.
"How badly are you hurt? I smell your blood."
"Just surface stuff," Carly said. "Everything is mostly closed. I'm fine." "Marcus," Allie said, "my back doesn't sting anymore, so it's fine too. Thank you for taking care of us. We should go now before the police walk out back and see us all sitting here." When Allie started to open the door, he grabbed her arm to stop her.
"No, Allie, I'm taking you home. Carly has something to do, don't you, Carly?"
Carly frowned. "I don't think—"
"Your mom asked you to run an errand for her, remember?"
he said, fighting to keep from sounding suspicious. "Oh, right," Carly replied. "That errand." She climbed out of the back. "I'll call. Oh, wait. Never mind. You'll be busy." She pushed the door closed. "Talk to you later, guys." Allie glanced back at Marcus, confusion, worry, and a touch of anger wafting from her. "Marcus, what is going on? Why is Carly trying to stay away from me? She's mad because I'm leaving, isn't she?" Tears filled her eyes. This is the second day she's left me when we would be spending time together. Ah, shit. He hadn't meant for this to happen. He brushed his fingers along her cheek.
No, that's not it. She's not mad, I promise.
Then what is it? She's my best friend, she sniffled. My only friend. I hate to think she doesn't want to spend time with me anymore. Tears rolled over her smooth complexion, cutting into his heart. She's never done this before. Walk away about to say something, but not. There's no other reason for her to want to leave me. God, how could he fix this? He'd really fucked shit up now. He couldn't stand her pain. Pain he'd caused.
It's not what you think.
What is it then? I can tell she's hiding something. She always sucked at lying. Great. Fucking great.
It's... she...
He closed his mouth, and the solution came to him. He sighed.
If I tell you, you swear not to tell Carly I told you?
Allie perked up. I swear. She held up 3 fingers. Scout's honor. His eyes narrowed.
You weren't ever a Girl Scout.
I know, Allie said. That's why it's even stronger than a swear. Please tell me, Marcus. I can't have her mad at me.
She's not mad, he said. Carly is putting together a going-away party for you and has a lot to do this week. Every night. Yep, she won't be available at all this week. You need to help Shella anyway.
A going-away party for me? That brought on the tears even harder. He just fucked shit up even worse with every word out of his mouth. He should just shut the fuck up and not say anything else. That was not what he wanted. He dabbed at her face with a clean napkin.
Don't cry, baby. Isn't that a good thing she's doing?
He asked, not sure why she'd cry harder. Allie nodded, the tears taking her face.
Good. Then let's be happy.
He leaned forward and kissed her. "19. Allie put the cap on the dry erase marker and set it on the tray under the whiteboard. The class behind her was fidgety. They should have been more than ready for the final. Are there any questions? She asked. Nobody raised their hand. She picked up the felt eraser and swished it across the board, wiping away all the formulas and definitions they had gone over for their final. Miss Gray, one of the students said. Allie turned to see one of the girls standing with an envelope in her hands. We heard you were going to work for NASA, and we all got together to get you something to say goodbye, even though accounting isn't fun. You are. You're one of the best teachers here. You get us, while most don't. And if for some reason you don't go, we think you should come back in the fall and continue teaching. Allie slapped a hand on her chest and fought the tears stinging her eyes. Thank you, everyone. That's so kind of you. Your sweet thoughts mean more to me than you'll ever know. The girl stepped forward and handed Allie the envelope. Should I open it now? They all said yes. After popping the back flap up, she pulled out a card and a selfie taken by the class with a caption of Accounting Class 2018. She couldn't hold back the tears. She'd never been given anything of acceptance before. These kids accepted her as one of them. A dream come true. The bell rang, and the room cleared out for the day. Allie slowly gathered her things into her backpack to let her eyes dry before she headed for the car. Her emotions were so raw with everything Marcus made her feel, physically and mentally. It didn't help that she was so far gone in love with him, she'd actually considered staying to keep sleeping with him. But he never brought it up. What if all he wanted was sex while she was there, but not enough to ask her to stay? Why was he suddenly paying attention to her? Why not years earlier? Her brain told her she hadn't been home until now. What the hell did she expect? For him to hunt her down? Shit. She had to get him out of her head. If she wasn't careful, she might find herself getting attached to the man of her dreams. It wasn't safe to go there. In the real world, bad things happened. In her dreams, all was as she wanted. On her way through the parking lot, she pulled out the selfie the kids gave her. She hadn't noticed before, but in the background, the whiteboard had the one thing she said they had to remember. Assets equals liabilities plus equity. The foundation to the double-entry accounting system. She called it the ale theory. Great kids. Yep, she'd missed teaching when her subbing time was over. She really enjoyed sharing her love of numbers with others. She loved finding ways of making learning fun and exciting. And when she saw the light in their eyes when some troublesome equation finally clicked, she was filled with joy from their discovery. She would stay for the kids, but they didn't need her. There were enough teachers. Walking up on her car, she gasped. Both of her tires were slashed on the driver's side. She ran around to the other side and saw the same sight. All 4 tires slashed. So much for her great mood. Pulling out her phone, she took note of the time. Damn it, she'd never make it in time to the tutoring lesson. She hated letting Shella down, but it would take hours to get a tow truck to haul her to a tire shop, and then wait for all tires to be changed, not to mention the cost. She dialed Marcus's number that he put into her phone the other day. He probably already picked up his niece from school and was on the way to his home. Since Shella's mom and dad worked till 5 o'clock, it was either her apartment or Marcus's. She didn't want him to see the shabby place she lived in, so she agreed to meeting at his place. "Hey, beautiful," he said on the phone. That caught her off guard. Didn't he look at the caller ID? It wasn't one of his women calling. "Marcus, it's Allie. I need to cancel the tutoring with Shella tonight." She thought she heard tires screeching over the phone line. "Why?" he asked. Allie slid a piece of torn paper from under her wiper blade. Scribbled in black marker read, "Get the fuck out of town. Stay away from the alpha or else." Her eyes rolled. Did a second grader write this? Or else? Really? The slashed tires made sense now. A bad headache was coming on. "Allie?" Oh, right, she was on the phone. "Sorry, Marcus. I'm having car trouble. I'm stuck at the high school for a while." "We're not too far. Be there in a minute," he replied. She didn't want to tell him their town was small and nothing was far from anything, but now wasn't that time. She let the snarky comment slide. He'd hung up anyway. Wadding the paper up, she threw it on the ground. Damn it. Why was it whenever she was happy, something ruined it almost immediately? Lana must have had time on her hands today. Or one of her wannabes. The woman had nothing to worry about. Allie was getting the hell out of here after Shella's last tutor. Who did she piss off in a previous life to get such a crummy deal in this life? Marcus's black SUV came flying up the street, screeching tires slowing to make the turn in. Good grief. Her life wasn't in danger or anything. He could be such a drama queen when he wanted. She waved her arm, and he sped toward her. Her body scooted a little behind the car in case Marcus didn't stop in time. The truck had barely stopped before he was out and running to her. "Marcus, I'm okay." His arms squeezed around her. "Are you sure?" Surprised by his strong hold, she folded against him, her arms pinned to her sides. "I was," she squeaked. A giggle came from behind Marcus. Allie leaned her head to the side to see Shella had gotten out of the truck. Marcus released her and knelt at the closest tire. "Any idea what happened?" he asked. "Besides the obvious," she said. "No." She followed him as he walked around her car, examining each tire. Shella picked up the note Allie had wadded and thrown to the ground. "What's this?" the girl asked. Allie tried to grab it from her hand, but was too late. "Is this about you, Miss Gray?" She thought about denying it, but Marcus would smell her dishonesty. This wasn't something she wanted him dealing with. He had the pack. He didn't need her petty problems that would solve themselves in a few days. "Maybe," she said. "What is it, Shella?" Marcus asked. "It's not very nice, Uncle Marcus." The girl handed the wrinkled paper to the alpha. Allie steeled herself for his reaction. This called to mind the bar fight yesterday. She and Carly didn't mention anything about Lana to Marcus, so he wouldn't make a big deal over something that wasn't. No telling what he would have done, and she didn't want any retaliation from his actions.
Allie, he questioned, this is directed at you, isn't it?
She shrugged again. Maybe. He stood and frowned at her.
Why didn't you tell me about this?
I don't know who sent it, so what are you going to do? She said in her defense. He folded and stuffed it in his pocket and pulled his phone from another. He turned away and circled the car. Shella looked up at her. Someone wants you to stay away from Uncle Marcus? She asked. Allie nodded, not knowing what else to say. Is that because you're not full-blooded? Allie sighed. It is. Nobody likes the Haffers being around. Shella's brow raised. Some of my best friends are non-full-blooded. What does that matter? There are a lot of adults who don't like those who aren't full-blooded. They are mean to them and want them to go away. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I've heard some adults talking bad about others like that. My mom says it's wrong. Your mom is right, but people will believe what they want, Allie said. Shella crossed her arms in front of her chest with a determined expression, probably mimicking her mother. Well, not if I have any say about it. And as the Alpha's niece, I do. Allie wanted to smile at the girl's gumption. She'd be a force when she got older. Hopefully, Tanya was a strong enough mother to guide Shella to be a great person.
Okay,
Marcus called.
Everyone in the truck.
He put his hand out to Allie.
May I have the keys to your car?
She handed them over. What are you doing? Allie asked.
I've got someone coming to take care of everything,
he answered, as he squatted next to her back tire and slid the key to the inside to hide it.
It'll be ready when we're done. Let's go.
He guided her to the front passenger door, taking her pack from her shoulder. Opening the door, Marcus snuggled up behind her as Shella went around to get in on the other side.
Good to know you feel the same way I do about yesterday afternoon,
he said in her ear. Chills ran down her back. He chuckled and kissed the back of her neck. Allie grabbed onto the seat to keep from dissolving to the ground. He laughed harder and smacked her ass.
Hop in.
She took a second to grab her emotions before poor Shella had to smell her all the way to his home. "20. Yeah, baby. Allie lifted her fist for a bump. You got it. Now work on the next two problems while I see when your uncle will be done with the food. Allie made her way to the kitchen where delicious smells were emanating. At the breakfast table, Marcus sat, flipping through a thick set of papers. What are you doing? Allie asked. Food smells great. Who would have guessed you could cook?
I didn't like starving all the time when I moved out of Dad's house,
he said. Oh, Allie said. I would have thought one of your women would have cooked for you every night. She saw him cringe.
Yeah, I deserve that. I was pretty bad in my youth,
he said. Allie laughed. Your youth? Marcus, Carly said you had a harem all of last year.
I did not. They were all gone before New Year's Eve,
he clarified. Allie laughed harder. Oh, sorry, just 364 days of the year.
I'm no longer that person,
he stated.
I've seen the error of my ways and matured to the point of responsibility.
His hand grazed her arm. Lord, when he said stuff like that, cooked, and gave her those heated looks, it made a girl think of tangled, sweaty bodies all over again. He slapped the pile of papers into a stack and sighed. What are you looking at? Allie asked. Marcus wiped a hand down his weary face.
I picked up the tax packet from the CPA today. He explained a problem, and I've been trying to figure out where the issue comes from.
Allie glimpsed the Form 1120 corporate tax return. Mind if I look at it? She asked. Marcus scooted it across the table to her.
Please, you're the genius. Tell me what's going on.
He went to the stove. Allie scanned the first page, then the next, and next. Her mind coalesced the stats until it came to a screeching stop. Oh, Allie said. She flipped back and forth through pages. Here's your problem. Marcus put a lid on a pot and ventured to the table.
What'd you find?
Here. Allie pointed to one of the forms. Your expenses aren't adding up to what the liabilities say.
Got it,
he said.
Now, what does that mean?
He asked, shifting a chair closer to her. It means your 1099 independent contractor forms are wrong, she said. You need to talk with the person who takes care of your payables. They produce all that paperwork.
You are amazing,
he said, and kissed her. God, she was starting to heat up quickly. How could he have so much power over her body? It took seconds for her panties to feel super uncomfortable. A throat cleared, and Marcus finished the kiss before making his way to the stove. Miss Gray, Shella called. I'm finished. Allie popped up from her chair. Yes, of course you are. She virtually floated to the other room. Shella smiled knowingly at her. What? Allie said, but she knew what. Would Shella blab to her mom that Uncle Marcus kissed a heifer? What would that do to Marcus's image? Would the shifters respect him anymore? How many would rebel? Mutiny? Or worse, blood challenge for the leader? Who would take over? The cousins? The twins? Shella? Allie whispered. You can't tell anyone that Marcus kissed me. We don't want the twins as alphas. Shella frowned. Dan and Dean? My mom says they're idiots. Allie snorted. She's right. Let's take a look at your answers. They were way easy now that I understand it all, Shella said. Good, Allie said. Let's move on to the harder stuff. You know, Miss Gray, you're not as bad as others say you are. I think you're really smart and fun. Allie jerked to freeze mid-movement. What do others say, exactly? Allie asked. Shella shrugged. When I told classmates you were tutoring me, they said be careful not to get the freak disease, or let you drink my blood so you could be a full-blood. Some said all heifers were dumb, but you're not any of that. Tears prickled at Allie's eyes. Some things never changed. The hate and prejudices of the past carry on through the next generation. No, Shella, I'm not, Allie said. She wanted to slap some sense into the parents that were teaching their children so much hate. At her age, she should be over words hurting her. But her inner little girl never fully grew up yet. She still raged inside when the meanness of people affected others. She shook her head and sighed. You've done excellent tonight. How about we call it quits and pick up tomorrow with the hard items?
Whoa, Marcus said. You can't be done yet. You just started.
Her frustrated tears hadn't dried yet, her vulnerability shining through. She excused herself to the bathroom and hurried down the hallway. Closing herself in, she splashed water on her face to cool the heat radiating. She wasn't that helpless little girl anymore, but she had to admit she'd only managed to cover up the hurts from her childhood, like she did so many other things she didn't want to deal with. Marcus knocked on the door.
Allie, you okay?
She slowly opened the door. Sorry, I'm fine. I'm not ready to live and work with the pack yet. Good thing I'm leaving. Marcus slipped his arms around her.
Allie, baby, I'm so sorry for what you suffered, but that was so long ago. I'm sure Dad has put all of that offensiveness to a stop.
She shook her head. There will always be people who are full of hate and spread it. People hate someone just because they're different and are ready to destroy anyone they feel isn't like them.
Things will change even more. I know it.
Allie doubted that after what Shella said. The parents were passing it on to their children. Marcus, I'd like to go home now. He pulled back and looked at her so tenderly.
If that's what you want, I'll take you.
She nodded. It is. When Marcus pulled into Allie's apartment complex, her car was sitting outside her unit, looking brand new. Whoever had even washed it. She was thrilled. Marcus, thank you so much for taking care of my car. It would have been a nightmare for me. Tell me how much I owe you and I'll write you a check, Allie said. Yeah, right, Shella said from the back. Like Uncle Marcus will let you pay any of it. Allie frowned. Marcus didn't. It's my car. I will pay for the repair. I'll have a check ready tomorrow night when we tutor. Allie opened the door and hopped out.
Wait.
Marcus was out of the truck in seconds. He fished her keys from behind the tire and handed them to her, getting into her personal space.
Are you going to be okay? Did Shella say something?
It's not her fault. She's repeating what she hears from others. She doesn't even know what half the stuff means. Allie replied. Marcus's arms went around her. God, she felt so safe and warm in his hold. She never wanted it to end. But it had to before someone saw them. Then she'd really end up with no car. Probably no apartment either. I gotta go, Marcus. Good night. She kissed him on the cheek, then headed up the stairs to her lonely apartment to cry herself to sleep. Life could be so unfair sometimes. She'd willingly fight the entire pack to keep Marcus. But she wasn't his mate. No matter how much she was ready to do in order to stop the hate in the pack for the next generation. "21. Marcus sighed and ran his hands over his face. It was getting late in the afternoon, and he still needed to talk with Lana about the tax issue Allie found yesterday. They'd never had issues before that he knew of. Of course, Lana took care of all the taxes as part of her corporate controller job, and he wasn't anxious to be in her presence. He might as well get it over with. Grabbing the tax packet copy from his desk, he walked down the hallway into her office.
Lana, got a second?
She looked up with sleepy bedroom eyes. There was nothing attractive about her. Lana was not Allie. His Allie, the only woman he wanted. She would never be her. For you? I have all day. She got up and closed the door while he set the paper-copied packet on her desk. From behind, she slid a hand over his shoulder and down his chest, pushing her breasts against his back. What will it be today, Marcus? It's been months since you've come to me. He pushed her off.
Lana, you know I'm not that way anymore.
He saw the hurt in her eyes. No, she said. Not since Christmas. What happened? Did you meet your mate and you're keeping her hidden from the pack? Bingo. She hit it right on the nail. But Allie was still leaving, so he didn't want to say anything.
Don't be ridiculous, Lana. I've just grown up, knowing that this entire pack's life rests on my shoulders. Can a man simply do that?
Lana smiled. Of course, a man can, but not you, Marcus. She slid in front of him and started unbuttoning his shirt. Your dick leads your actions. He stepped away from her.
Not anymore,
he snapped, his patience growing thin. She mimicked his movement, coming closer, and grabbed his semi-flaccid cock through his pants. Seems your body didn't get that message. He snatched her hands and pushed her off him, to an arm's length to get her attention.
Will you fucking listen for a second? I'm no longer that immature kid who cared about nothing but himself. I have a big business I have to run to keep the pack with food and protection.
She tried to come closer. Marcus, you can run the business and still fuck at the same time. We've been doing it for a while. He pushed her further away. Damn, what a fucking idiot he'd been. His dick did lead him around back then. Was he more than just a walking hormone during his mid-20s? Didn't seem like it.
Lana, I told you when you came on to me that it was only sex. No strings. And I meant that. I'm not mating you or anyone else except my true mate. She's all that matters,
he said. The message finally hit home. Anger flared in her eyes, then died. She circled back behind her desk. Then what do you want, Marcus? Why are you here? She demanded. He lifted the tax envelope from her desk.
We have a tax problem and I want it solved. Something to do with the 1099s and vendors.
Surprise shot through her face, or he thought it did. It was there and gone too quickly to really know. How did you get the tax papers? The CPAs are instructed to give them straight to me. She snatched up the packet and opened it. I'll fix the problem. Don't worry about it. Marcus frowned.
I want to be a part of this. I want to know what caused it and how you plan to fix it.
Her demeanor quickly turned from angry to sweet, sickly sweet. Marcus, you are a busy man with lots of important things to do. Don't worry about this. I'm sure it's just a miscalculation or forgotten paperwork to attach. I got it. She was probably right. The damn taxes were a nightmare to put together.
Okay, fine. As I said, the problem is with the 1099s.
Her eyes narrowed into suspicion. How do you know that? Did the CPA say it?
No, Allie looked it over last night.
He replied. Aaliyah Gray? The Haffer freak? She asked. Before he realized it, he had Lana against the wall, his fist grabbing a handful of her shirt, her feet off the ground. His wolf wanted out to protect their mate.
If I ever hear that word come out of your mouth again, I will rip off your face. If you ever speak of Allie at all, I will kill you. Do you understand?
Her responding fear was what his alpha side demanded at that moment. He wanted his point to be made. He stepped back and let go of Lana's blouse.
I want to know where this tax issue came from. Have an answer by tomorrow.
With that, he walked out the door, lightly slamming it behind him. Fuck. What a bitch. What the hell had he been thinking letting her come anywhere near him?
Hey, Marcus,
one of his executives said, coming down the hallway.
Getting loose Lana's panties out of a bunch?
The executive laughed and slapped Marcus's back.
She's always been a good piece. Can't keep her quiet unless you shove something in her mouth, if you know what I mean.
He nudged Marcus with his elbow. Marcus wanted to rant and rave at this disgustingness. How could he have not seen how bad they all were? God, why hadn't someone filed a sexual harassment suit against them? He never messed around with anyone but Lana, who seemed to be screwing more than just him. Were any other female employees treated like this? Rage built inside him so fast, he had to take a breath to stop the roar at his throat.
Tom, I'm curious.
Marcus ground his teeth.
Are any other women like Lana in the company?
Tom laughed.
You mean loose Lana? Looking for new pastures? It's about time. She's rank after a while.
Marcus cringed inside, but remained calm.
Yes. Any other women and sex going on? Nah, man. None I know about, his exec replied. In fact, every other female demands respect, or they'll tear your balls off. Good.
Marcus sighed.
Very good.
At least the company had morals, except for Lana and who she let screw her.
Hey, Marcus,
the exec said.
Over the weekend, several of us saw you with a...
Marcus turned on him, teeth clenched.
If you say Haffer, I will shred you right here.
Tom stepped back, fear in his eyes.
No, man. I was going to say with a Gray sibling. But she isn't a full blood. Why are you hanging out with her? You know that doesn't look good for you, right?
The snarl came out loud enough to make Tom step several steps away. Since when did everyone turn into bigots? Granted, he never hung out with many of the non-full-bloods, but that was just because his friends happened to be full-bloods. His chest compressed as he realized something. Had that been by design?
You tell the others,
he growled, low and rough.
It's not their concern who I hang out with. Even if I wanted to mate a non-full-blood, they have nothing to say about it. I'm the alpha now, and all this we are better than them shit is going to stop.
He stomped to his office and slammed the door, shaking the walls. He couldn't believe it. He had truly been clueless his entire life. Allie was right. He was as blind as his father when it came to things that made the pack anything but perfect. What else wasn't he seeing, he wondered. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was time to pick up Shella from school for her tutoring lesson. He had a lot of apologizing to do. No fucking wonder his mate was so anxious to leave. He would be too. How the hell could he fix the pack so she would want to stay? Starting from scratch sounded easier than trying to fix stupid. "22. Wednesday afternoon already. The week was flying by for Allie. Good thing. She wanted to get packing and move on with her life. She pushed all thoughts of Marcus and a relationship to the back of her mind and blocked it with thoughts of her upcoming work at NASA. With school being over for the day, she loaded her backpack. Tomorrow would be her last day in this room. She kinda liked the room. She'd brought in some teaching aids and guides and tacked some to the wall. Made the room more colorful than the subject of accounting could ever be. There she was, bad-mouthing that profession again. She actually loved accounting. It's what got her into the deeper, more difficult aspects of mathematics instead of going to science and physics. Physicists dealt with a lot of math, incredibly hard shit that filled a whiteboard before it was solved. A lot like a movie she watched a long time ago. Had Matt Damon and a young Ben Affleck. Damon was a math genius in hiding. She felt like that often when younger, wanting to hide so no one knew she was different from the other kids. She'd asked her class tomorrow if they knew of anyone who was bullied or hiding themselves. Maybe she could help them before she left. At least tell them her story so they knew there was a chance for change after graduating. Their entire life would not be in pain. She hoped, anyway. Seeing her car tires were still inflated, she let out a sigh of relief. Had things really gotten to the point where she was afraid to go anywhere, constantly worried that her property would be stolen or damaged because of who she was? Her freshman year in college, she'd become overly paranoid, always afraid the twins would find her alone. Seemed Marcus scared them last time they bothered her at the celebration at the community center. They had been waiting for her at her car, waiting for her to be vulnerable, alone. A shudder ran through her as she looked around and picked up her pace to her car. When she arrived at Marcus's, Shella was standing with the front door open, waving her in. What was that all about? She parked and hurried in. "What are you guys doing?" Allie asked. "Uncle Marcus is making hamburgers and french fries tonight. They're almost ready. I'm starving." "Wow, he's cooking again?" Last night he had put together a little snack-like meal, but she was too upset to eat, and Marcus took her home. Tonight, though, was a different story. She was starving, too. The home smelled of cooking beef and potatoes deep-fried in oil. Yum. If she had a wolf, she'd be licking her chops. "Uncle Marcus cooks all the time. He brings stuff to family parties. His best thing is s'mores in a pan. They are to die for good. Oh my God," Shella dramatized. "Chocolate heaven. Oh, he even made a salad in case he wanted regular food, too. Yuck." Allie laughed. Kids usually didn't like salad, especially if they had hamburgers and french fries, but it sounded great to her. Meat and chocolate. It was heaven. The smells led her straight to the kitchen and the gorgeous man within. She could stand and stare at him move for hours and never get bored. Then her body started reacting to what she was seeing, and she had to shut it down before Shella grossed out, or Marcus smelled it. Though the thought of Marcus knowing how ready she was for him made her panties even more wet. Their love fests had been beyond words. She didn't care if she was easy for him. It was only him, and probably would forever be. Her mood crashed, thinking about never seeing him again. Talk about being bipolar. Yikes. She had a couple more nights before she left. She'd make the most of it. Get all she could of him before he dumped her for next week's chick. Probably his mate. Screw it. She'd leave with lots of dirty memories to keep her company at night. In the kitchen, Shella went to the table where her book and papers were scattered. Allie shuffled toward Marcus to see what he was cutting.
"Hey there, baby,"
he said, kissing her full on the lips. Allie's eyes darted to Shella to see if she was watching. The girl's eyes weren't on them, but she was covering her smile, meaning she knew what was happening and trying to keep the adults from knowing she knew. Allie's cheeks flamed. "Marcus," she whispered.
What?
he said out loud.
Isn't that how I should greet you when you come home from a long day at work?
He looked at Shella. Her head was nodding for all it was worth. Oh, yes. It's very important to get the first kiss right away. You never know. A neighbor may drop by and you'll never get the chance again. That was a strange response, Allie thought. Most kids would have been too embarrassed to have a response. Uncle Marcus has always been a loving person, Shella said. He had lots of practice, let me tell you. Marcus spun around with a frown, and Allie laughed, full-on belly laugh. Was there a conspiracy in the works? Shella mouthed the word, what, and Marcus made a gesture Allie couldn't see as she stood behind him. Marcus turned around.
Never mind what the pipsqueak over there says.
His voice raised.
She's studying for her final tomorrow.
Hey, Shella said. I'm not the pipsqueak anymore. My little brother is. I'll have you know I'm a preteen.
He pointed a spatula at her. Hush and do your pathologian whatever.
Pythagorean, Allie and Shella said together.
Yeah, that.
He flipped a burger and squished it, letting dark red juices flow.
Whoops, almost too done.
He scooped it from the pan and onto a thick layer of paper towels. From there, he soaked off the grease and set the patty on another plate. Well, he was trying to be health-conscious with the grease at least. Then he lifted the basket in the deep fryer. She changed her mind on that last thought. Marcus breathed deeply.
Don't those smell good? Mickey D's ain't got nothing on me.
Allie commented. What about the toy at the bottom of the Happy Meal box? He leaned closer to her ear.
I've got a magic wand you can play with.
She giggled and shook her head. She wanted to rub her hand over the growing hardness, but not with the kiddo here. He laughed at her expression. He knew exactly what she was thinking. Seemed he always did. Allie walked to the table to get away from the aphrodisiac at the stove. How's it coming? Shella put her pencil down. Now that you showed me the easy way, it's simple, she said. What about the harder ones? Allie asked. Well, I'm not good with them yet, but I was hoping we'd get there tonight. My test is tomorrow, Shella replied. We'd better stop playing around then. This is serious. Waiter, Allie hollered. We need our food pronto.
Coming, madame,
Marcus said, with a wee bit of French accent. He dumped the fries into a basket.
Les French fries are perfecto.
He kissed 2 fingers and lifted them into the air like an overdramatic French chef might do. Shella and Allie both laughed at his antics. Shella leaned closer to Allie. Uncle Marcus has always been funny, you know. That's a good quality in a mate. The girl sat back, nodding. You don't want someone boring. Believe me, I had a boyfriend once who only wanted to play video games. I got rid of him just like that. She snapped her finger with a wave of her arm. Allie laughed at the 10-year-old doing an adult gesture. They were growing up fast. Shella was sure talking up her uncle. She must have wanted him to buy her something or take her somewhere. Those are about the only reasons kids sucked up to adults. Marcus served their food, and they ate and worked at the same time. Allie was impressed with Shella's ability to quickly grasp the concepts. The girl would be smart when she grew up. Again, Allie hoped she had a good role model in her life. When the fries disappeared, Marcus gathered up the paper plates and napkins. Shella put her pencil down again. You know, Uncle Marcus is a good cleaner-upper. He's always doing the dishes when he comes over and makes a mess. After Mom yelled at him once, he's never been a problem. He listens well, too, Mom said. Shella shared. Allie raised a brow. Really now? She turned to see Marcus swipe his finger across his throat, gesturing her to cut it out. He whipped his hand down and turned to the sink. Okay, Allie said. What are you two up to? I really should get back to studying, Shella said. Marcus picked up the phone.
I think I heard my phone ring.
He walked out of the kitchen. Allie laughed and looked at Shella. She grinned and whispered, Uncle Marcus is really a nice guy, and you should give him a chance. A chance? At what? Allie asked. She couldn't mean romantically. Shella rolled her eyes. Don't be obtuse, Miss Gray. Then the child laughed. Get it? She said. Obtuse angles? And I'm doing geometry? Allie laughed at her silliness. She was quick on her feet also. If Allie ever had a daughter, Shella would be a good fit. Shella's phone rang and she picked it up. Hi, Mom. Yeah, we're done. I feel certain I'll pass. Maybe even make an A, Shella said with a wink to her. Okay, I'll be out in a second. Marcus walked back into the kitchen.
Got everything, Shella?
Yeah, she said, shoving books and papers into her backpack. Thank you so much, Allie. I'm telling everyone how cool you are and super smart. They will all love you as much as—
Shella,
Marcus said.
Your mom is waiting.
Oh, yeah, the girl said. Gotta go. See you later. Shella gave Allie a hug, then ran for the door. Besides Carly and her family, no one had ever hugged her. Her heart filled with emotions. A big blank space disappeared. The feeling was amazing. She glanced at Marcus, wanting to share her excitement with him. He swooped in, stole her from her chair, and swung her around the room. His mouth took hers, hungry, desperate, urgent, as if there wasn't enough time left. And in a sense, there wasn't. "23.
Allie,
He kissed her down the neck.
let me love you. I need you. I have to have you.
He cupped her jaw as he pressed her to the back of the door.
You're fucking gorgeous.
She snaked her tongue over her bottom lip and blinked, her gaze locking on his mouth. I'd debate with you right now on who's the gorgeous one of us, but all I can think about is watching your head drop between my legs. He took her mouth again. Fuck, she was making him crazy. He yanked up her skirt and slid a hand under her panties. Ah, yes, she was soaked. A rough breath left his chest. Her cream coated her underwear, making him ache. He dropped to his knees and pushed her legs apart. There was no waiting. He needed this. He tore her underwear off in a rush and loved how fucking sexy she looked standing there, her pussy open for his view and her feet in those goddamned sky-high heels she wore today. She never wore heels, so this was making him crazy. At first, he kissed the inside of her trembling thighs and listened to her suck in a few shaky breaths. Yes, that's exactly what he wanted, to make her lose control quickly. He skated his tongue over her clit, and her hands gripped his hair so hard it stung. Fuck, that only made him harder. Flattening his tongue, he pressed hard on her entrance and flicked up and down, gliding it over her slick pussy. The sweet taste of her essence coated his tongue. She moaned, gasping for air. Oh, God! Oh, please, more! She said the words so softly, he almost didn't hear them. But he did. He heard the desperation and the need in her tone, and by fuck, that just made him lose any semblance of control. He licked faster, rising and falling and covering her pussy with his tongue down to the rim of her asshole and up to her clit. Her little pleasure nub became hard with desire. Her thigh draped over his shoulder as he held her against the wall, helping her keep her balance. Delicious, he mumbled between licks. She whimpered, her hips rocking over his face, her grip on his hair never wavered. He glanced up and met her gaze. She was biting her lip, her hair falling forward and her chest heaving from how close she was. Her pussy let out more of her sweetness, and he knew she was loving watching him lick her off. Oh, Marcus, I'm so close. Her choked words made him add speed into his movements. He licked and sucked on her pussy folds, rolling his tongue over her clit and dropping back down to her channel to fuck her with it. He rubbed 2 fingers over her entrance, coating them with her wetness before sliding them into her. As soon as he did, her pussy squeezed hard around him, and his sole desire at that moment became to fuck her. The moment she came, he was going to drive balls deep into her tight little slit and take her all fucking night. He'd come inside her to the point she'd be dripping his cum. The image alone made his dick hurt. Fingers crawled into hooks. He proceeded to finger fuck her at the same time he sucked and gave her clit the best fucking licking of his life. She tensed, her rocking no longer smooth. Faster, faster. Her gasps and moans grew shorter and breathier. Then she was pressing her pussy tightly on his face, and a soft scream held her still as her pussy gushed her sweet cream on his tongue. She was fucking divine. Heaven couldn't taste this good. Lick after lick, he drank her in. She was sweet as honey. He was hooked even more if that was possible. He already didn't want another woman, another taste of anyone ever again. She was it. It was a matter of taking what was already his. She pulled away from him and he stood, his face covered in her pussy juices. He licked his lips and she blinked hazily. That look of absolute pleasure on her face wasn't one he'd ever forget. Not in this lifetime. She curled her fingers into his t-shirt and pulled him to her. Even with her fuck-me heels, she was a good 6 inches shorter than him. Roaming her hands into his hair, she pulled his head down and tasted her pussy on his lips. She moaned and pulled away. "I like how I taste on you," she grinned. "But I love how you feel in me." She slid her hands down to his jeans. There was a soft hiss of the zipper going down, and then his pants fell south. His heart was taking a beating. She was the only woman who did that to him. He never visualized being with anyone else since her, or hell, thinking of spending the night wrapped around her arms, his cock pulsing inside her. This tempting alley had 0 inhibitions today. What changed? With only a few words, she had made him forget who he was. His breath choked in his lungs the moment her hand was on his dick. It was like being home. She grasped his cock and caressed his hardness like she owned it. She did own it. Owned him. All of him. He tugged at her shirt and slid it over her head, wanting to see the rest of his beauty naked. He already loved it. Every single one of her curves made her perfect to fuck, perfect to keep, perfect to mate. Her black, lacy bra contrasted against the paleness of her flesh. Her chest rose and fell with each of her breaths. "Like what you see?" He met her gaze and pushed her against the door. "I'll like it better when I'm fucking you, baby." Lust filled her gaze. "I want you, all of you in me." He slid his fingers into her hair and lifted her leg, curling it around his waist as he prodded his cock into her entrance, their gazes still locked. "I'll fucking love it when my cum is sliding down your gorgeous thighs and onto your pretty shoes." She gasped, her tongue making a comeback and licking at her bottom lip. "You have a thing for shoes?" He pressed forward, his cock gliding into her and stretching her channel. Her eyes closed for a brief second while her body adjusted to his size. She dug her nails deep into his shoulders and swallowed hard. "I have a thing for your tight little pussy." She mewled. Her tiny whimper made his cock jerk. He fucking loved it, loved knowing he was the one making her legs quiver and her pussy slicken. With one hand on her thigh, he yanked down her bra and her tit popped free above the bra line. Her hard nipple made his mouth water. "I'm going to fuck you hard, baby," he said. She grinned and pushed her chest forward, tugging his head down so he could lick her nipple. "When I walk out of here, I'm going to have something good to remember." He gave a harsh laugh. "If you can walk out of here, I haven't fucked you hard enough." 24. Oh, good God. Marcus couldn't be real. He was inside her, telling how good he was going to fuck her, and more than that, looking at her like she was Playmate of the Year. Her, Nerd Queen Allie. She didn't know what to say to that, so she allowed her mind to guide her. She pushed his head to her breast and sucked in a breath at the feel of his cool lips on her nipple. Her other leg came off the ground, and he pressed her harder on the wall for her to curl both legs around his naked waist. His cock pulled out of her slowly and immediately pressed back in, filling her with his hardness. God, he felt so good. He sucked her nipple hard as he drove in and out of her. Her pussy sucked at his cock, clasping around his length. "Stay with me," he mumbled at her breast while thrusting into her. She clung to him, unable to do anything but grip his shoulders and take every hard pounding he gave her. His cock felt like a branding rod, marking her as his from the very depths of her insides. "Only for a little bit," she groaned, her nails scraping at his arms. "If you can crawl out of here after I make you come multiple times, I'll let you go." His face rose from her breast. "But make no mistake, I will make you come until you can't move, and by the end of tonight, your body will know who you belong to." So it began. He was on a mission, one she couldn't say she had ever been ready for in her past. Right at that moment, she wanted him to do everything he said, because no other man ever had. He fucked her repeatedly, taking her and giving her so much cock, she screamed her orgasms one after another. With every climax, he filled her pussy with his cum and left her channel aching and hungry. Until he did it again. He fucked her and made her orgasm with his mouth, with his fingers, with his cock. It went on for hours, and she almost believed after a while that she was having the best sexual dream of her life. Until they were on a bed, and he was curled around her, his hand on her belly. Allie knew at that point no one would ever compare to Marcus. He'd ruined her to anyone else on the planet. Whoever she ended up marrying, Marcus would always be the one in her mind. Which was unfair to her husband. So the only fair thing would be to never get married. "What's wrong, baby?" he asked. Damn shifter noses, she thought. "Nothing. Just thinking about the rest of my week," she said. He propped his head up on his hand, elbow on the bed. "What are you doing the rest of the time?" "Tomorrow's my last day with the kids," she said. "Then I'll leave Friday or Saturday morning, probably." "You can't," Marcus said matter-of-factly. She turned her head toward him, shock making her jaw fall open. "What do you mean, can't?" "I haven't found my mate yet," he explained, as if that said it all. "So, that's my problem, how?" Allie asked. "The deal we made was that if I hadn't met my mate by the mate event, you would go to it," he clarified. "Well, yeah. You have 6 months until that time," Allie said, even more confused. He smiled, and she didn't like it. "Allie, the event is semi-annual. Every 6 months. The mate event is this Saturday." 25. Marcus paced in front of his desk Thursday afternoon. He was ready to fuck someone up, to claw a few faces off, to destroy half his office. He'd been pissed with himself since Allie left him, pissed off herself, last night. When he made that damn bet, he figured Allie knew of the maid event. He hoped she didn't, secretly. He should have known she wouldn't. Allie had been with the pack one day since she'd been back. That was last Saturday for the ceremony. They didn't have any flyers or ads out for the mating event. It was all word of mouth. Her parents wouldn't know about it because they didn't care since they were mated. Carly didn't like the last one, thus not coming to this one, so she wouldn't have said anything about it. Shit. Carly needed to be there anyway as a show of support for her brother and the Alpha family. She could leave early, but he really wanted Carly to find happiness. A lot of new guys have moved in since the beginning of the year. She hadn't met most of them. Maybe one was her mate. "Sorry, Dan," he said. "I was in my own world for a second. What did you say?" "I said, whoever told you about the vendor files was correct." Marcus's company CFO, also part of the infamous twins, said. "But there's so much stuff in the damn file, I can't make heads or tails of it. We'll have to call Lana or wait till tomorrow, which I advise." "Dan, that's not what I pay you for.
Lana reports directly to you.
Then it dawned on him. She was fucking the CFO also to get whatever she wanted. What a fucking whore. She was fired as of now.
Shit. Never mind, Dan. Fire her when you see her next. She's out today. Take off her company access to the mainframe before you do. I wouldn't put it past her to do as much damage as she can.
Dan left in a hurry. Good thing. He wasn't in any mood for insolence or attitude. He started to dial Allie's number, then changed his mind and dialed a different one. "Hey, big bro," Carly said. "How's it going?"
Not good, Carly. I need your help,
he said. Sure. He hadn't meant to make her concerned, but he could tell by her voice that she was.
I need you to call Allie and have her come to my office ASAP.
Why don't you call her? Oh, wait. What did you do to make her mad at you? He would have laughed if not for the situation.
I didn't mean to. I think she's still at school for a few more minutes. Could you get her and bring her here? Please, this is important.
I'll call her. I'll let you know, his sister said, and hung up. Fewer than 5 minutes later, his phone rang with Carly's name in the ID.
What'd she say?
He said immediately. Dude, Carly said. That was really crappy what you did with your bet. I wouldn't want to talk to you either.
Carly, I thought you knew about it. Didn't you two discuss it at least once?
His sister huffed. Neither of us has any interest in it, so no, we didn't.
I will apologize to her as soon as I see her. Did she agree to come here?
He asked. After I promised her my first child, Carly snapped. If he got his way, Allie wouldn't be needing Carly's kid. They'd have their own. But he fucked up that opportunity.
Good. When will you be here?
Her class finished early. I'm picking her up at the school and we'll be there 15 minutes after that, Carly replied.
Perfect. Thank you.
You bet you're going to thank me for this, she came back. You need to thank Allie more. She hung up. Yeah. He had a lot of groveling to do. But damn it, he went stupid when she was around him. He'd do or say just about anything to get her to stay. Fuck. He was so tired of playing this stupid chasing game with her. He just wanted her, his mate, to mate and be together. Was that so much to fucking ask for? He headed to Lana's office with his master key. When trying to turn it in the lock, it wouldn't move, neither one way or the other. What the fuck? Did the bitch have the lock changed on her door? Could that be done? He called security for the building and told them he needed this door opened immediately. He didn't care if they took a sledgehammer to it. When had everything gone to hell within the pack? Lana had been in the company for years, starting as a receptionist. He knew she was a lot older than she looked and wondered how long she had been with the company. By the time he got back to his office, Carly and Allie were there. He was drawn to Allie with his very soul. She turned and walked away from him. Christ, he'd fucked up bad. His hand massaged the shirt over his heart. Allie sat and quickly looked at everything stacked on the desk. She flipped through the forms, then pulled the tabulating machine closer. Her fingers blurred as they flew over the 10 keys. For 5 solid minutes, she scanned pages, ran numbers on ticker tape, and pulled out different forms. Finally, she said, I need to see your vendor files. Are they on paper or in a system? He logged into their accounting system for her with his master code, giving her access to everything on the company. He'd trust her with his life. Well, maybe not at this minute. Again, she clicked through screens, analyzing invoices, confirming expenses and payables, then came to a sudden stop.
What?
Marcus asked. She said, Payables and expenses don't add up with the numbers on the yearly balance sheet if 1099s are included.
What does that mean?
He asked. Carly snorted at him. You don't know what that means? Even I know what that means. Marcus slapped his hand on his hips.
Then tell me. I'm not an analyst or a genius.
Brother of mine, Carly smirked. You've got someone writing fraudulent checks to fake vendors.
What?
He roared.
How does that happen? What do you mean, fake vendors?
Neither woman blinked at his loud, angry bellow. The most likely scenario, Carly stated, is that someone, probably the person writing checks, has printed checks for a company who isn't getting an independent contractor tax form, which means money is going to someone and it isn't being reported to the IRS. Free money, basically. Not good, Allie said. How long has this been going on? She asked. Marcus wanted to kick his own ass. How did he not know about this?
I'd like to say this is the first time, but I don't know.
Allie sighed. It's usually one of the most trusted, longest-employed employees. They've been here long enough to see how things work and know how to get around the checks and balances set up. Or not set up. Allie looked at him. Did you have any problems with vendors or anything last year?
I don't think so, Marcus said. Lana always takes care of this. If there is a problem with taxes, she should come to me.
His sister and Allie looked at each other.
What's that look for?
He queried.
What do you know that I don't?
Carly huffed. Where do you want us to start? He frowned. He wasn't in the mood to take shit from anyone. He had a problem, obviously a long-standing one, he didn't know anything about. Marcus, his sister said, exasperated. You and Dad refuse to see some things, and one of those things is Lana. She's not the perfect angel slut you think she is. Carly glanced at Allie, then back to him. I'd say it was Lana who slashed Allie's tires.
What?
He said.
Why would she?
He thought about Lana and what he'd seen, but not saw about the woman. She was possessive of him. Somehow, when he needed a date for a corporate event, she was the only female available on his list. For the longest time, she kept coming to his place where they had sex, and he'd have to kick her out before time to get up to go to work. Then there was the biggest hint he didn't see. Lana's lifestyle was way above what a corporate controller made. Where did she get all the money?
Any idea how much money is off?
He asked. My guess is around $250,000. Allie replied.
Jesus, he said. How could everyone miss that?
Carly patted him on the shoulder. It's not your fault. The company deals with $1 billion a year, Marcus. If someone wants to find a way around, especially someone like Lana, they will find a way. You need to confront her with security around.
She's off today. I'll have to do it tomorrow.
He looked at his watch.
Shit, I've got to go. I have a couple things I have to do.
Carly shrugged to her brother. We can talk about this later tonight. We've got until tomorrow morning. The ladies grabbed their purses and left. Allie not even looking back. A few minutes after Marcus was headed toward his meeting, his phone rang. He pushed the phone icon on his steering wheel.
This is Marcus,
he said.
Yeah, this is the neighbor downstairs, dear girl.
Marcus knew without a name who the man was. Allie's lower neighbor who called to let him know she got home safely. The grumpy old man who wanted financial incentive. Marcus said,
Allie won't be home for about 15 minutes or so.
Oh, the man said.
Her front door's kicked in.
Before the conversation was over, Marcus had made an illegal U-turn and sped toward the other side of town. "26. Allie had almost forgotten the high school dance was that night. She had nothing else going on, so why not go? Because she and Carly were running behind on time, they decided to go straight to Allie so she could change. Then Carly would drop her off at the school after they ate. Allie sat quietly while Carly sang to the song on the radio. Right now, Allie was content to watch and not participate. She didn't know what to do about Marcus. She wanted to be with him, but she was leaving in a couple days. And yeah, he sort of tricked her into going to the maid event. Not that she was going. She should have been more inquisitive and asked when the damn thing was, instead of assuming once a year. Her emotions were raw and her heart ached. She loved Marcus so damn much, but she wasn't staying to see him get mated to some other woman. Not to mention she had no love for that pack. They'd hurt her for most of her life. She'd happily kick all the hate-mongers and everyone who discriminated against non-full-bloods. But that was Marcus's job. his and whoever he chose for a mate. It was best if Allie got out of there as soon as possible and tried to mend her already cracking heart. Then there was Lana. The woman was a true bitch in every sense. The way she used her body to get what she wanted was a disgrace to women everywhere. The female half of the world had worked hard to overcome men's dominance in everything except giving birth, and she threw us back into the Neanderthal era when everything revolved around food and sex. "Allie," Carly said, "sorry I didn't go on about the maid event when you asked the other night. I knew you didn't want to go, so I didn't think you wanted to hear about it." She let out a long sigh. "It's not your fault. It's not Marcus's either. I was just surprised and reacted badly. I felt tricked." "Do you want to go?" Carly asked. "We could have a blast. Think about it. We could sneak in a karaoke machine and do renditions of 70s songs." Allie rolled her eyes. "If that's your idea of a blast, we need to talk." "Like you can come up with something better, Mrs. Party Animal," Carly replied as she pulled into the parking lot of her apartment complex. Parking, they climbed from the car. "I could do stupid number tricks where people pick a number and I guess it," Allie said. Carly looked at her. "You can do that?" Allie climbed the stairs. "You have to follow a bunch of instructions. Then yeah, you see that kind of thing all the time online." "You know," Carly started, "I can never figure out those—" The lady stopped when seeing Allie's door was damaged and slightly open. "Oh shit, Allie." Carly put her hand on Allie's arm. "What should we do?" "I intend to go inside and see what the hell is going on." Allie pulled her arm from Carly. "What if whoever is still in there?" Allie scowled, then quietly put her ear next to the door opening. After several seconds of nothing, Allie pushed the door open and jumped to the side in case somebody was ready to shoot. When nothing happened, Allie ventured a look and froze on her threshold, mouth gaping. Carly gasped. "Oh my God, Allie! Who would do this?" Allie could only stare at her once safe, comfy home. The entire front room was completely trashed. The sofa cushions were gone, stuffing spread across the room, the body of the sofa shredded to see the wood frame beneath. Her TV was smashed in, lying on the floor. The carpet was ripped up, revealing concrete, and the window shades had slashes through them. Strange how everything looked like the result of claw marks. Allie remembered Marcus said Lana was out of the office all day. Was this what the bitch had planned? In her bedroom, her clothes were all over the floor, her sheets and pillows ripped. But what Allie noticed more was the graffiti sprayed on the wall. "Kill all halfers. Stay away from the alpha." Noise came from the front room. Carly put a finger to her lips and picked up a broken drawer to use as a bat. Not finding anything to use as a weapon, Allie snuggled up behind her. Someone was coming up the hall. The bedroom was the only door along the hallway. Whoever was coming for them. When the footfall sounded right outside the doorway, Carly swung the piece of wood. A hand snapped forward, catching the weapon.
"Carly, really?"
Marcus said, standing in the entrance.
"You never could swing a bat in softball and you want to defend yourself with one?"
"Marcus!" she and Carly yelled, then relaxed. Carly continued on. "You could have said you were here." He walked to Allie.
"Sorry, forgot you couldn't smell."
He took Allie in his arms, and she couldn't hold back. Tears flowed. Everything she owned was destroyed, broken, and torn. She felt violated. This was a personal attack, not only property, but everything could be bought, and it did make moving a lot easier. There was nothing left to pack.
"I'm so sorry this happened, Allie,"
Marcus whispered into her ear as he gently swayed side to side. He turned to Carly.
"I called our enforcers in. They should be here shortly. Allie's father probably sooner than the rest of the team. Would you watch for them?"
Allie didn't hear Carly say anything, but heard steps hurry down the hall. His grip tightened on her.
"We'll find out who did this and make sure they get what they deserve."
She felt sure it was Lana, but it could be anyone in reality. She mumbled against his chest. "Who do you smell?"
"Nobody,"
he said.
They covered their scent.
Allie slumped against him. How could they find the culprit now?
Come on.
Marcus led her into the hall.
You can stay at my place tonight.
The memory of the letter with her slashed tires and seeing the paint on the wall, mixed with all the feelings she had for Marcus and the fact she wouldn't see him again, imploded all at once. She jerked away from him. "Stay at your place?" she said with a calm exterior about to ignite. "Stay at your place?" Ignited and instant inferno. "You're the reason all this shit is happening to me in the first place." Allie kicked at a broken side table. "I was fine here until you decided I was the girl of the week." Marcus had his hands up trying to placate her.
Allie.
Then it dawned on him what she said.
What do you mean, girl of the week?
Just that. You know I'm leaving, so you chose me to fuck for the week, since no strings were attached. You knew I'd be easy because of my crush on you since I tackled you. You assured me your family isn't prejudiced. Well, I got news for you, Alpha. The rest of this goddamn pack is. She could barely talk through the tears.
Aaliyah!
Her dad yelled outside. She ran to him in the comfort of his strong arms. Her dad always made everything all right. All the bad dreams went away when he was there.
Hey, little one. Papa Wolf is here. Everything's going to be fine.
She loved the term of endearment he used when she was young. She didn't expect the peace and security that slid over her, calming the firestorm inside her. They started down the steps.
Your mother is making your favorite meal tonight,
Dad said. Then Allie remembered. I have to chaperone the dance at the school.
I'm sure they won't mind if you're not there,
her father said.
Didn't you tell your mother you thought they had enough teachers and didn't know why they asked you?
He replied. She drew in a brow. You heard that last weekend? He pointed to his ears.
You bet I did. It's my job to hear everything to protect the pack.
According to Mom, you never hear anything she says.
I may hear everything, but not all of it sticks in my brain,
he answered. This time, she did laugh.
That's what I want to hear from my little girl.
When they reached the last stair, the department's SUVs with the rest of the crew rolled up. Dad gave a nod to his second-in-command, and she let her father take her home. Life had really kicked her down just now, and she needed her family around her while she licked her wounds. She wouldn't let this keep her down, but for a little bit, she'd allow them to make her feel loved. "27. Marcus wanted to punch something. No, more like kill and maim, shred and dismember. His incredibly high blood pressure bulldozed a headache the size of a mountain. He had to calm down before he lost control of his wolf and went crazy. Alphas never went crazy. Maybe did stupid shit in their 20s, as he could attest to. He marched back and forth in his uncle's home office. The maid event had just started, and he was to give a welcoming speech in a couple minutes, but that was the last thing he wanted to do. He hadn't seen Allie since yesterday afternoon and wanted his mate, whom he couldn't have because his pack was a bunch of bigots too stupid to help themselves. They saw money and power in full-bloods alone. If only his Mimi were here, she'd chew them all new assholes and tell them what to shove up them. He chuckled at the thought of the feisty woman when she was alive. Allie reminded him a lot of her. He tried calling his maid 1,000 times, but she didn't answer. He went to her trashed apartment earlier in the day. Allie and her family were cleaning up the place. She sent her dad down the stairs to ward him off. He told Marcus Allie didn't want to see him. Her father explained she wasn't ready yet to see any shifters. The father apologized, but it wouldn't let him up to talk to her. Marcus could have fought, but her father was in charge of the enforcers. The last thing Marcus wanted was to alienate the man, so he left for the office, which wasn't much better. Security had forced Lana's door open last night after he'd left. With all that went on at Allie's, he'd forgotten about Lana's crime. Her office door was open, and the room resembled Allie's home, for the most part. Trashed with everything dumped on the floor, he didn't know if Lana or someone else did it, but Lana wasn't there. He wondered what she took with her. He was so very grateful he locked her out of the financial system yesterday and called the bank informing them of her wrongdoing. No telling what havoc she would have caused. All of that was a side street to his most important concern, his mate. He was positive she was leaving tomorrow. How could she not, being treated in the manner she had been her entire life? His love alone wasn't enough to keep her around people that still wanted to destroy her. But he'd make sure every last one of the haters paid. Every last one. His pack was going to change. He'd see to it. Carly poked her head into the home office. Psst. Marcus, time for your speech. She left the door open, but was gone. He couldn't have been more thankful for Carly and her mom than he was right now. They'd taken the second-class event he put on the first time last year and turned it into a gala the shifters could be proud of, and hopefully find mates. A welcoming speech. He'd give them a speech all right, exactly what was coming from his heart. He stood in the middle of his uncle's ballroom floor with hundreds gathered around. He didn't need a microphone, since his voice naturally carried, and the shifters could always hear their alpha.
I want to welcome you all to the second mate event. Tonight, we have some wonderful activities planned to keep up your energy and to introduce as many new shifters as possible.
He paused and wondered if he should get on his soapbox once again. Last weekend, he'd done it at the wrestling match with the kids. Maybe now is a good time for the adults.
This part of the speech, my dad would normally be praising the group and recalling everything that was great and shiny in the pack. I'm going to do just the opposite. I'm going to tell you what's wrong with the pack. Let's start with the fact your new alpha, me, found his true mate.
Gasps and happy cries spread throughout the crowds.
But,
he growled,
she doesn't want to be my mate.
The crowd was instantly still. Why not? Came from those gathered.
Because you, as a pack, have chased her off.
He snarled, pacing the space he'd been given to stand. Mumbles and denials quickly grumbled around.
Yes,
Marcus accused. His tone filled with fury. The word came out a loud growl.
You made her leave with your spitefulness and hatred toward something you see as inferior.
Is she human? Someone asked, disgust in the question.
No,
Marcus roared.
But that shouldn't matter. She's my mate. Mine. And your hate has killed all chances of her staying.
But if she's a human,
she's a not full shifter.
He spat at the hate-mongers. Shocked gasps floated. A half-blood as an alpha's mate? No one would believe such a thing. He wanted to rip them to shreds and watch the blood drain from their intolerant, lifeless bodies.
Let me ask you, if she could shift, yet still be a half-blood, would you accept her?
There were yeses and nos, but mostly no. Fresh rage at their bias grew inside him.
And why not?
He demanded. Because she's a half-blood. They're weaker, an audience member said. He made a note of the person who said it. All the people showing their bigotry had something coming to them. He wouldn't stand for it. He wouldn't let what Allie went through keep happening to anyone else.
But if they can shift,
Marcus ground out,
they must be strong enough.
Some agreed, some didn't.
You people disgust me. Your hate, your ignorance is something I refuse to believe existed in the pack until I saw it for myself. You should be ashamed of what this pack has become.
He snapped with a roar that silenced all noise.
Doesn't matter now. My mate is leaving tomorrow, and there's no way I can stop her. She will be out of my life, and I may never take a mate, even if just to have an heir.
The admission on his part was how his heart truly felt. It wasn't a lie to make them feel guiltier, but he hoped it did. If it didn't, he wasn't going to just allow this pack to continue their hate and bias. They were going to change, like it or not. He was giving up the love of his life because his pack was too ignorant to see what they had in front of them. He was going to leave, but he wasn't done yet.
You know, being a half-blood, you believe her to be so below you, so weak. Well, she is going to put man on Mars, build a place where we can live if ever there is a need to flee Earth. How many of you can say that? It's not just one person she's thinking of, but the whole damn planet.
One of the seniors from the high school stepped out from the crowd.
And I can tell you, firsthand, that she gets us, the younger generation, much more than some our age. We should be begging her to stay. If she did, there would be a lot she could teach all of you. Times are changing again. She understands our needs and how this world is affecting us. How many of you not our age can say that? I know not many of you. You can say that again, Gen Zers,
an older voice said.
Look, Alpha,
one of the men stepped forward.
We didn't mean to run anybody off who you feel should be here. We're just concerned about the safety of Pac and how a weak alpha female would make us look in others' eyes. Easy pickings.
Fuck that. They deserve to be torn to shreds for what they'd all made his ally feel. The world wasn't uncivilized anymore. Pacs didn't battle for supremacy. They all lived in harmony, doing their own thing. They had half-bloods and mixed species, and his pack was still acting like it was the Middle Ages.
How fucking fair do you think it is?
He gave a loud snarl, his wolf wanting to show them how angry he was with a partial shift.
You'll get to find a mate,
he growled in an animalistic tone.
And I'll be here, alone. Alone because of you and your narrow-mindedness and hate.
The crowd winced, taking quick steps back, aware his animal was very close to starting a bloodbath.
I may lose my mate, but this pack is about to lose all the hate and ignorance it possesses,
he said, prowling closer to them, watching them scurry back.
Even if I have to remove the haters from the pack with a swipe of my claws.
He stormed back into the office and slammed the door. Maybe it was time to share his secret with his mate and follow her to Texas. He didn't want to be part of a group who hated others for being different. People like that would always find a reason to hate. If he kicked them out, or even fought them to death, more would come. It would be a battle he'd be fighting for the rest of his life. Was he ready to do that and lose Allie? He needed fresh air. Stepping out a back door, he sauntered out to the lake. He craved the peace and serenity the water and moon provided. He had a decision to make. What would be the best for the pack? The best for him? He didn't want to think about the pack right now, but he'd been raised to always think of the pack. Fuck. Marcus heard and smelled Dan coming up behind him. If he were to leave, the twins would be next in the line of succession. Could he do that to his pack? Marcus never cared for Dan much. Dean was okay. The only reason they were as close as they were was because their parents pushed them together growing up. And now because he felt guilty if he didn't give them a high position in the company.
Hey, Dan,
he said.
Did you see Lana this morning? Looked like she got in early, found her door opened, and hightailed it out of here. What do you think?
Dan stepped in front of Marcus.
I think it's time we brought in the strong alphas to rule this pack. The current weak one will be our downfall.
What? Marcus asked. Where did that come from? He never pegged Dan for the type wanting power. For one reason, he was too fucking dumb to know what to do with it.
Are you saying you want a blood challenge? Dan, what's come over you?
Then he figured Lana was fucking him. Maybe she put him up to this. Just like he thought, the twins were next in line. If Lana had control of them, thus the leadership, she'd be happy. That's the only thing she'd wanted from him.
Nothing's come over me but a sense of pride in the pack. You bringing a halfer in as royalty is a disgrace. How so?
Marcus growled, his animal close to the surface once again. He didn't remind Dan that he wasn't bringing Allie in. Dan stumbled for words. He didn't have a fucking clue. He was fed a line of bullshit and swallowed it. He stepped back.
She'll answer that.
He turned to see Lana walk out from the trees, completely naked. It was not hard to keep his eyes locked on hers and not roam her body. Marcus had no desire for her. The hatred shining from her irises reflected his sentiments. Yes, I'll answer that, Marcus, Lana said. This will be so easy. You are such a fool, Marcus. You told the pack you wanted to mate a halfer. They won't blink an eye after we've killed you and your pissant half-bitch sister and take the throne. They will cheer us. Marcus laughed.
Who? You and Danny boy. What a couple you will make. He turned to Dan. Better watch your back. You know she'll bump you and take all the power herself.
Dan's eyes darted to hers, accusing. Don't listen to him, you idiot. He's trying to split us up. Can't you see that? Stay focused on our plan.
Plan, Marcus remarked. Was stealing money and killing me part of the plan? I'd thought you'd only needed one of those.
Oh, please, Lana said. I've been paying myself for years through fake vendors. You had no fucking clue, even though you signed the checks. Men are so easy to control. Give a little pussy and they see nothing else.
You can rot in hell,
he snarled, his fingers turning to claws.
You've been a thorn in my side since day one, always wanting more and taking what you couldn't get someone to buy for you.
I'm taking what I want right now, she said. Marcus gave a cold laugh.
You think you and Dan can take me on? 2 against an alpha?
Lana pressed her lips into a thin line. No. She turned, and a third wolf trotted out. But Dean, Dan, and I can take you down. "28. After cleaning her destroyed apartment the entire day and throwing away over half her life, Allie lay on the guest bed in her parents' home in the semi-darkness. She'd packed the remaining clothes that hadn't been ripped or painted on and had her bags in the back of the car, ready to leave at first light. Her heart ached for so many reasons. She felt sick. She was pathetic, homesick, and she hadn't even left yet. Tears squeezed their way under her lids and down her face. She didn't want to leave Marcus, but this place would never be home for her. Never. The door to the room opened, casting a long shadow shaped like her mother onto the floor. "May I come in?" she asked. "Yeah," Allie replied, rolling over so her face was against the wall. She hated showing such weakness in herself. Crying wasn't the weakness, but the reason for the tears was. She'd been so proud to think she could make it on her own, a single female in a male-dominated world. In truth, she'd only been an hour from home when she'd been away. That was a daily commute for some people living in the burbs. The bed dipped down when her mother sat. "Supper will be ready soon. Are you hungry?" She wanted to say no, but she was. She hadn't eaten much for lunch, sick to her stomach as it was from having to put so much of herself in a dumpster. "I am hungry. I'll come out and help set the table in a minute," she said. Her mom's weight shifted on the mattress. "Here's your phone. Carly called and said for you to watch the clip she sent you." "Thanks. Just leave it on the table. I'll look at it after dinner." "She said it was important you watch it now," her mom insisted. Allie rolled over and took her phone. What could be so important? She's at the stupid meat event. "You mean maid event?" Mom said. "No, I meant meat event. That's all it is. Shifters walking around sniffing every female's ass who walks by." Her mom laughed. "Allie, that's how shifters tell when they meet their mates." "So they say." Allie sighed. "I just think they want to get their rocks off and—" Allie stopped when she realized she just said "get their rocks off" to her mother. Her mother laughed again and slapped the bed. "Allie, believe it or not, your parents are grown-ups and we can handle those kinds of expressions." She blushed. Thank God the room was mostly dark. How her mother knew what she was thinking was beyond her, but that's what moms did. They just knew when their children needed them. "Now sit up and watch whatever Carly sent, then come help me finish supper." "Yes, ma'am," she said, dragging herself to a sitting position and taking her phone. She scrolled to her email and tapped the video link in Carly's latest email. The YouTube page that came up showed Marcus in a tux. God, he was gorgeous in or out of a suit. He stood motionless with a lot of fancy-dressed shifters around him. Was this him at the maid event tonight? What was Carly up to? She pushed the arrow in the middle of the picture. Allie listened and wanted to be confused, wanted to deny everything. But so much was making sense now. Why Carly, and even Shella at one point, were pushing her to think highly of Marcus. of Carly making excuses to leave Allie and Marcus alone. And she thought Carly was mad at her for getting a job and leaving. God, was she an idiot or what? Real friends never did that. Oh, wait. Did that mean Carly wasn't having a going-away party? She'd totally forgotten about that. And hopefully, so had Carly. Allie didn't want a fuss made over her. Then the whole truth came out. Aaliyah Jade Gray, Haffer, was the true mate of Marcus Nero, Alpha. So Marcus thought, anyway. Could that be true? She wanted it to be in her heart. He'd said the words. He must have wanted it too. God, she loved him so much for standing up for her to everyone, for showing his love for her with every word he said. She had to find him. Still wearing the clothes from cleaning her apartment, she slipped flip-flops on and grabbed her purse. "Mom, I gotta go," she hollered, flopping through the kitchen. "Marcus is my mate and I have to find him now." The back door slammed harder than she wanted behind her. She'd apologize later, after she kissed her mate for being a dumbass the entire freaking week. Mom called out, "Don't kill him for thinking like a man these past 5 months." Yeah, like Allie said, dumbass. Allie arrived at Carly's uncle's house where the event took place. Allie may not have had the right date, but at least she got the right location. She ran inside the mansion, trying not to gawk at the frou-frou. She'd been here as a girl, and the place still had the same amazing effect on her. She stepped into the ballroom, looking for Marcus, and the room all but stopped completely, doing the mannequin game again. Has anyone seen Marcus lately?" she asked.
"He was headed to the lake last I saw," someone said.
"Thanks." Allie zigzagged around the large receiving room, passing couples sniffing at each other's necks. Strolling on, she wound her way down a corridor, through an exit, to the outdoor garden, much more intimate than the foyer. Divided into couples, the guests seized darkened corners where they whispered, touched, and kissed. Her gaze traveled the garden until it met that of a tall, blonde stranger. His nostrils flared, and he walked toward her. Fuck, now what? She turned and bumped into a second man. Her head jerked up to glare at the man currently holding her by the arms. Excuse me," she whispered, her eyes widening. Damn, but the guy was big. A giant next to her, and the interest in his eyes did nothing to ease the tension squeezing her lungs. She wasn't here to get laid, even if the man was sexy in a big, wild animal kind of way.
"Hello, gorgeous. Want to go somewhere more private and get to know each other better?"
He leaned down as if he were ready to kiss her. Allie took a step back. "No, thank you. I'm looking for Marcus." She walked away quickly, noticing how both men followed close behind. Uh-oh, not what she needed right now. They gained ground, and her nerves got the best of her. She started running. Tripping in her damn shoes, she kicked them off and kept going. Now she wasn't sure where she was, what direction she was headed. Up ahead, she heard fighting. Wolf fighting. Several wolves. The scent of blood tickled her nose, a coppery scent she'd never smelled before. It had a distinct tang that titillated her taste buds, sending a shiver down her. Her mind screamed, mate's blood. Wishful thinking? As she ran closer to the fighting, she grew more agitated, more anxious. Her stomach churned with acid. What was wrong? What was she sensing? Breaking the tree line, she came up to 4 wolves. 3 beat up, but standing, and 1 chewed and hammered to hell, laying on the ground, snarling. The 3 circled the down one, biting and clawing when its attention was on another. When the wolf on the ground snapped at one of the wolves, another chomped down on its hind leg, crushing the bone. The downed wolf whipped around quick enough to swipe a clawed paw across the biter's snout, gouging ditches through the flesh. The animal howled and backed out of reach, but continued to circle, murder in its eyes. When the animal on the ground rolled, Allie noticed both back legs were smashed to almost nothing. No wonder the wolf was on the ground. Didn't matter who was the good or bad guy here. To Allie, this type of punishment was uncalled for. 3 against 1 was never fair. She didn't need to be a math genius to figure that out. This fight was done. "Hey!" she yelled. "Back off! You got your point across." The group looked at her. Two shifted, Lana and Dan. Allie froze. "Oh, look, Marcus. Your mate's come to save you," the bitch cooed. Allie's eyes snapped down to the prone animal. "Marcus?" Its eyes pleaded with her to go, but even an alpha couldn't fight 3 strong wolves. That was suicide. Allie noted that Marcus's wolf had the shredded remains of the taxon. He hadn't undressed to shift. That meant this was a surprise attack by the naked people, Lana and the twins. Allie's eyes hardened. "Yes, Lana, Marcus's mate has come to help him. That's what mates do for each other. Only cowards would group up to kill one wolf, and I'd put all 3 of you in that group." Lana's hand shifted into claws. Allie thought back to the last time she saw the bitch that way. The bar fight. The moment when Allie's opinion of herself began to change. The moment she sprang claws from her fingers to save her best friend from Lana's 2 dipshit sycophants. "Your girls recover yet, Lana? I don't see them around. I didn't mean to be so harsh on them." Allie smirked. Lana's eyes narrowed. "You're saying you clawed them? You're a fucking heifer. Useless to the end. Now run away, so—"
"Maybe not so fast, Lana,"
Dan said, eyeing Allie.
"Let her come. Do whatever she thinks. I have unfinished business with her from college."
Lana rolled her eyes. "All you men are pigs. The few of you there are, the better." At that second, Marcus shoved his wolf forward and snapped jaws around Dan's leg. The man screamed, and Lana shifted. Bone cracked and broke in the wolf's powerful teeth. The third wolf, had to be Dean, ran at Marcus, going for his exposed soft underbelly. If Dean got his mouth on Marcus, it would be over. Their alpha would be dead. Her mate, the man she'd loved since a kid. Not today. She took off for Marcus, determined to make it to him before Dean or Lana did. What would she do when she got there? She never put a wolf in a wrestling hold. But a chokehold was a chokehold. That was her only hope. And the hope the other 2 somehow didn't attack her when she was holding the one. This did not look good for either of them. If she were a wolf, she'd be able to withstand their bites with a tough leather hide protecting her. She'd been able to bite and claw to do some real damage instead of trying to get weak human arms around their thick necks. To save her mate, she had to be more. She called to the animal she knew lay dormant inside and asked for her help saving the only man for them. The animal awakened. The wolf took action. A fire surged through her body, sending a pain so strange and strong that her brain didn't recognize it as pain. It was just different. Shock. Her eyesight suddenly was night vision where she could see everything clearly. The blood she scented before was much sweeter, and her body felt stronger than ever before. She dove at the wolf inches from her mate's soft stomach. Instead of reaching out arms, she stretched her neck and clamped down with her mouth on the attacking animal's neck. That's what felt natural. Her body slammed into the others, her bite holding and rolling them away. Blood rushed into her mouth, different than the blood she smelled earlier. This one was disgusting. This was the enemy. She wanted to let go and drag her tongue across the grass to wipe it off. That thought seemed a bit strange, even for her.
"Allie," Marcus yelled in her head. "Get out of here before they gang up on you."
"Hang on, Marcus. I won't let anyone else hurt you."
"No, Allie, go."
"I'd never leave you when you need me." Marcus needed her, so she had to finish this foe quickly and get back in the game. She thrashed the body in her jaws until she felt something snap in the neck. She dropped the limp animal and turned to the remaining 2 gathered around her mate. Her lips rolled back to show her teeth. God, she was growling. She felt it in her chest. The vibration was loud and sounded deathly scary. If she wasn't the one in this wolf, she'd be genuinely afraid. She saw all the shifters from the party gathered at the tree line, watching the fight. Watching her fight, in wolf form, other wolves. Those assholes weren't coming to help. Not one moved a finger. Once she was done with these 3, she'd show this pack what loyalty really was. Rage and her wolf's power had her soaring. Marcus was her mate. Marcus, the man she loved. Her animal was stronger than most of the others in the pack that were full-blooded. Not to mention, she had the chance to once and for all take care of those who had tormented her growing up, and still did. She wanted to talk to Dan. She needed to be human. The thought of needing to be human connected with the animal inside her, and the shift took over. The same burn fired through her. This time her brain knew what it was, and it hurt like hell. But now wasn't the time to be a whiny baby. It was time to show these assholes she wasn't just some heifer they could walk over. Dan, she said, I'll let you live if you leave and never come back. Your brother is dead. Dan whipped around to look at her. Seemed he'd forgotten about her while trying to get Marcus's jaws from around his calf. He saw his brother behind her, neck at an impossible angle. His eyes bulged, chest widened. She gave a small grin, and instead of spitting out the blood on her lips, she licked it to show him how much she'd enjoyed the kill.
You bitch! You killed my brother!
He screamed. He stalked closer, dragging Marcus's wolf body a couple inches. Then Lana almost got his belly. He released the bastard's leg to snap at the bitch. Marcus, Allie hollered. Pay attention to Lana. I've got this slimy piece of shit.
You so do, bitch,
Dan said.
You were lucky that time when the frat house mother interrupted the party and untied your naked body. Did you enjoy all the boys staring at you? All of you? I couldn't believe you, the genius, would fall for my friendship act after how we tormented you in school.
He grabbed his half-hard junk.
Getting that frat friend of mine to fake being interested in you was a piece of cake when we were all going to have a turn at your pathetic ass.
She had to admit, she had fallen for his scheme. All her life, she wanted to be accepted by her peers, looked upon as an equal, as a friend. When Dan came on to her, she thought he'd grown up to be a nice guy. He'd pretended he wanted to be friends, brought her flowers. He said nice things to her. He even apologized for all the things he did to her in the past. Then he brought a friend who acted like he was genuinely interested in getting to know her. When both guys said they wanted to introduce her to their frat brothers, she was elated. They wanted to show her off. And yes, they did, but in a way she never would have imagined. She sneered at his disgusting body. Your friends were awful, but you... She shook her head. I've been waiting a long time to show you what I think of you.
Yeah? What do you have for me? Finally want to give me a piece of ass?
Oh no, Dan, she growled low. I got something a lot more hands-on for you. Marcus whined as he kept Lana's wolf at bay, and Allie snapped a finger at him. In the next breath, she dove toward Dan, shifted midair, and bit into his half-human, half-wolf form. She shifted faster than he did. Her animal was just as thirsty to get her claws and canines into that spineless prick as she was. Lana's wolf charged her, leaving Marcus. Dan wasn't dead yet, and she couldn't let go, or she might never get this close to him again. This bastard needed to die for what he'd done to her and others. He was a menace to society and would never stop his cruelty. If not her, then he'd find someone else to terrorize. Allie tensed, waiting for Lana to set her teeth in and rip her apart. When the bitch went airborne toward her, another dark figure slammed into her side. They crashed to the ground and rolled. The smaller wolf used its surprise attack to slash into Lana's jugular veins. Within seconds, the bitch was too weak to shift and fell unconscious. By then, Allie had worked her teeth deeply into Dan's neck, and he lay limp, dead. Even that had been too fast and easy for him. Allie dragged her battered body to Marcus and licked at his fur matted with blood. She wondered if shifting would really fix all his injuries. She never paid attention to shifting lessons because she couldn't do it, so why learn about it? Time to change that philosophy for everyone in the pack. They'd need to shift a few times for all their injuries to heal, and now was a good time to start. Marcus started to shift, so Allie followed suit. She set her mind to shift, and her body responded, still painfully. Does it ever stop hurting? She asked, huffing next to a naked Marcus.
It gets a little better. You just get used to it.
he said, then squeezed her to him.
Don't ever do that again. Do you have any idea how scared I was you'd be killed?
Allie shrugged as best she could with him around her. Probably as scared as I was you'd be killed. Enough to kick my inner wolf's ass into gear.
When you stopped answering me, I didn't know what to think.
He growled at her, looking deeply into her eyes.
Why did you stop answering my telepathic communication?
I had to block you. It was getting distracting, and you needed me to be focused. I couldn't let anything else happen to you. His hold loosened a bit. He had to give her that one. They were both scared for each other because losing someone you loved was hard to take. Hey, a tiny voice came from where Lana's dead body lay. Somebody, like my best friend whose life I just saved, help me here. This bitch is heavy. From under the female's animal body, Carly wiggled her head out. She stinks like wet dog, too. Gross. "29. Marcus thought he could still die from the memory of Lana lunging for Allie. With two of his back legs crushed, his wolf was immobilized, unable to do anything but claw with his front legs and bite, and he was ready to drag himself to Allie if that was what it took to protect her. But she had handled it. Just like his Mimi said, half-bloods could shift if they had enough reason. If she were to be his mate, she would be as strong as they came. Her shift mid-air proved that, as well as the strength of her heart. Being half-blooded, she probably never even tried to shift before. She had no idea she could do it, because everyone told her she couldn't. His question mostly was why was she here? A couple of ladies offered Allie and Carly their shawls to cover themselves on the way back to the mansion. He kept Allie glued to one side, Carly to his other, and growled as several male glances slid over both. They were his to protect, and nobody better touch either. Though his legs ached like he'd ran a marathon, they held his weight while walking so he wouldn't complain. Besides, what he had planned for his little mate, legs weren't really required. But they needed to talk first, probably the hardest talk he'd ever had. The outcome would make or break him. He found some clothes in his uncle's workout garments and took stock of the event while Allie showered. Several pack members congratulated him on finding his mate, saying they were fine with her being a half-blood. She was strong enough to fight for the pack, and they would stand behind her. Others didn't have quite the same enthusiasm, but few looked to outright hate the whole concept. He didn't care. If they had a problem, they could challenge him for his alpha position. Until then, he was in charge, and his mate came before their biased and bigoted feelings. Allie was strong enough to take anyone on, if she stayed. The big question became, if she didn't stay, would he go with her or give her up? "Marcus!" Carly hollered. "There you are. Mom and I have been looking for you."
"Here I am. What's up?"
he said. "We can handle the rest of the evening if you want to spend time with Allie." She winked at him. Heat crowded his cheeks. Talking sex with his little sister wasn't his thing, not when it came to his mate.
"Thanks. I'll do that."
He turned, but Carly put a hand on his arm. "Marcus," Carly started, her voice low and tender. He read the concern in her eyes.
"I know."
He kissed her forehead.
"I know."
He sighed.
"You're a good friend to her. I'll talk to you tomorrow."
He hurried upstairs to the guest room Allie cleaned up in. He knocked, and when she replied, he opened the door and stuck his head in.
"Did you find the clothes?"
Allie stood in a t-shirt down to her knees and sweatpants bunched over her feet. "I found them," she said. "Can you see me in these huge things?"
"I see a beautiful face and hands that fit around me perfectly."
The thought of her hands wrapped around his cock woke up everything in him. He closed the door behind him and lifted Allie to sit her on the high bed. The pants hung way past her feet. He sat next to her. Allie sighed. "I dropped by the event to talk with you." He nodded, letting her talk. "Carly sent me a video of your welcome speech a little while ago."
"Really?"
he said, He hadn't thought about the possibility.
So you saw all that?
Yeah, including one of my accounting students, she said. I didn't know they thought that about me.
I can believe it, he said. You are the most amazing person I've ever met.
He smiled when she looked down at her hands in her lap. Am I really your mate? Allie asked with confusion. And you didn't tell me? That stung him hard in the chest.
Allie, I didn't know that long.
How long? She asked.
Since our date at the coffee house last Christmas.
Ah, she nodded. I can see that. Mom said not to hurt you for thinking like a man. I'm guessing she means the idiotic idea that not telling me I was your mate was a good idea.
It was stupid, yes, but I've been loyal to you from the moment I found out. No other woman has crossed my mind or come near me.
She looked up. Really? She said.
Yes, sweetheart. You're it for me. You've been it.
She licked her bottom lip and glanced at his mouth. Desire sent electricity shooting to his cock. He'd have her again, as his mate. Just a few more things to discuss first. He slid his fingers to the side, under hers.
I need your help, Allie.
She raised her brows. My help?
Yes, love. I don't know how to talk to these kids like you do. They like you, relate to you. I can't do this on my own, he said.
Do what? She asked, shaking her head in confusion. He shrugged a shoulder.
Be a good leader. Be a good person. Be a good mate and father. In order for me to do all that, I need the only person to make my life worth living. The only woman I want to be a good mate, person, leader, and father for. You.
You want me to be your mate? With babies? She asked, her eyes widening. He turned toward her.
Good God, Allie. You have no idea how I've been racking my brain trying to find ways to make you love me and want to stay. Our first walk in the woods, you ran away. The picnic was sort of a disaster until I got you naked. Shella almost spilled the secret that last night of tutoring.
She laughed. You said, make me love you? He cringed.
I know it sounds bad, but Allie.
Why didn't you tell me sooner? She asked.
Because Carly said you hated it here and wanted to leave, that you never made a shifter. I couldn't handle you rejecting me, so I stayed away, watching you from a distance. Maybe stalking you a little.
He admitted in a low mutter.
Frankly, he groaned, after everything I saw and found out about the people in this pack, I realized you were right for wanting to leave. There's so much hate in this pack. It's going to take a lot of work to change their mindset. I'm not sure if you're up to working with me on that.
And you changed your mind about staying away from me?
When Carly said you were really leaving with a job.
He struggled to get the words past the knot in his throat. Fuck. He hated thinking of her leaving him, of not having her near him. Her scent, her smiles, touching her soft skin, kissing her. He'd never survive her leaving.
I couldn't let it happen without trying. I couldn't just let you go. It was my ultimatum.
Does Carly know? He swallowed hard. This could be bad for the friendship.
I told her if she told you, I'd marry her off to one of the cat clans.
Allie fell back on the bed, laughing. He knew as well as Allie did that Carly hated felines. He covered her body with his, lying back on the bed.
You are so beautiful. It's been agony not being able to touch you these past several months. This week has been heaven for me.
He kissed her, long and deep. Could he convince her to stay? How important was NASA? "30. Allie looked up at the man she loved, leaning over her on a bed in his uncle's guest room. She put a finger on his lips and pushed him away. Sliding off the bed, she yanked off the baggy pants and walked over to the glass wall. The moonlight shone through the large panel. Outside, the thick forest surrounded the mansion. Allie stripped off her shirt, gave Marcus a wink, and turned to the glass. She widened her legs, bent forward, splayed her hands on the cool glass, and looked over her shoulder. Marcus removed his pants completely. Allie wiggled her ass. "Fuck me by the moonlight, Marcus." She just finished the sentence, and he was there, his lips on her back, nibbling his way down her spine. Allie dropped her head forward, her forehead kissing the panel, closed her eyes, and opened her senses to feel each of his touches on her bare flesh. He nipped her ass, licked between her cheeks, and down to her dripping sex. Oh, yes," she moaned. Marcus licked and sucked on her wet folds. Allie rocked her hips, moving her pussy closer to his lips, and the raspy tongue driving her crazy. She panted, and when he dipped 2 fingers into her channel, she squeezed around his digits. He growled, sending vibrations into her. "Please," she begged in a husky voice. She was getting close again, the coiling in her womb pushing her to the edge. And that's when he stopped.
"Relax, sweetheart."
He kissed her shoulder from behind.
"I'm right here."
The head of his cock nudged at her slick entrance. He slid in with one smooth glide. Marcus gripped her hips and pumped into her from behind. Over and over. In that position, his cock hit a different set of nerve endings. She moaned. Her face and chest rested on the glass in full view of anyone outside. "Harder!" He increased the speed of his thrusts. Allie panted, a soft growl working its way up her throat. The heat of Marcus's body covered her back. He licked the back of her shoulder, curled a hand around her hip, and flicked a finger over her clit. Allie teased. A hot blast of pleasure rippled through her body. "Bite me, Marcus," she hollered.
"What about NASA?"
he asked in huffs. "I want you more than NASA. I want your babies, Marcus. Our babies. Bite me." She gasped, screamed, and shook. Marcus sank his teeth in her shoulder. His fangs, embedded in her flesh, held her in place while he shot his semen into her channel. Marcus pulled out of her slowly, his hands caressing her breasts and his tongue licking at her bite wound. He kissed her shoulder.
"Sorry, I can't control myself with you."
"It seems I can't either." He picked her up in his arms and carried her to the bed. After laying her in the soft sheets, he crawled over her and settled between her legs. Turbulent emotions tunneled through her heart. "Marcus?"
"Wait, before you say anything, listen to me."
He looked down at her with a soft smile. Allie's gut clenched, making it difficult to breathe. He gave her a sexy grin.
"Baby, I've known you're my mate since I saw you that snowy day. You're the only one for me."
But Marcus, I haven't changed. I'm a half-breed." Marcus shook his head at her.
"I thought we were past this. Half the pack saw you shift. As I keep telling you, blood percentage doesn't matter. My wolf wants you. I want you."
Her heart melted instantly. "You do?"
"Why do you think I haven't taken a mate yet? I've been waiting for you. Only you."
He nuzzled her lips with his.
"What do you say, Allie? According to the bet, if you met your mate tonight, you had to give him a chance."
"Seriously?" she gaped. "You're bringing that up now?" He smiled.
"Just saying. A bet's a bet."
She huffed. He didn't mention love. And while she loved him, could she wait for him to fall for her? In life, there were no guarantees. Was she giving up her NASA dream for nothing? She nodded, running her nails into his short hair. "Yes." Marcus lowered his head and kissed her neck.
"I love you, Allie,"
he whispered softly into her shoulder. She pulled his head up by his hair. "What?"
"I said I love you. I know it's too soon, and with your aversion for wolves, I don't expect you to say,
"I love you too, Marcus." He kissed her, their lips consuming each other, and hugged her tightly. He truly didn't care if she was a half-breed. She didn't care she was giving up a job for love. Marcus wanted Allie, the woman, and that was exactly what she secretly hoped for in a mate. Epilogue. Allie sat at her home computer with her link to NASA's system. The conference was called spur of the moment, and she was nervous the hookup wouldn't work. Stuff never worked when you needed it to, only when you didn't. On her screen, a fancy room with a long conference table was crowded with people. In the center of the table were fruit and crackers, plus some other munchies for that mid-afternoon slump. The side door opened, and Director Kessens walked in. Folk shook his hand in greeting. He moved to the head of the table.
Welcome, all of you.
He looked in the web camera's eye, directly at her.
And to you, Allie. So you all know, Ms. Gray is teleconferencing into this meeting. Most of you are already aware that Allie works remotely from her home. As I always tease her, we need her brain more than her physical presence.
Yeah, he did tease her a lot about that. But NASA gladly made arrangements for her to work from home with a direct connection to research and development system. It was the best of both worlds for her.
Thank you all for being here on such short notice, Director Cussin said. We just got in a brand new batch of footage from Mars. The engineers who downloaded it say it is a part of the planet we've never seen before. We will be the first set of human eyes to see this side of Mars.
Oh my God, Allie mumbled. This was amazing. She wondered why she was included in this, but she wasn't about to argue. This would be something she'd never forget. The video came on the screen in the conference room. Via the hookup, she was able to see the video on her computer monitor like she was watching a movie. The image was nothing she'd seen before. Only when the camera pulled away did she see it was an outcropping of rock. That was normal for Mars from what she'd seen already. The footage glided along as if taken by a drone. That was smart. Didn't have to worry about what was under the robot's wheels. The image moved along, only showing a wall of this rock. The drone raised above the wall to reveal a flat, sandy area and another clump of rocks. Movement in the background caught her attention. Technically, there should be nothing moving on the planet unless the wind was blowing dust around, but this wasn't dust she saw. The drone hovered. In the distance, where the outcrop of rock was, a head and shoulders popped up, then ducked down. She sucked in a deep breath. Muting the microphone to the conference, Allie stood and screamed for Marcus to get his ass in there.
Oh my God, Marcus! You've got to see this! Little green guys live on Mars! Oh my God! Marcus!
He came through the office door, panting.
What? Are you hurt? Everything okay?
I'm fine. Watch this. I saw a humanoid on the planet. This is Mars we're looking at. Brand new footage.
Martians are real? Come on, babe.
He sat Allie back in her chair and kneeled beside her to see the screen.
Little green guys are comic book stuff.
She glanced wide-eyed at him. No, I swear I saw something. The drone moved forward, heading toward where she saw the form. Her hands gripped the side of the rolling chair so tightly the plastic cracked. The body popped up from the rocks again. There! She screamed, jabbing her finger at the monitor. Instead of hiding again, the creature jumped to the ground and started running. Oh my God! It's exactly like humans! We could be from Mars originally! The drone picked up speed as it followed the Martian.
This is incredible, Allie,
Marcus said. He didn't sound too thrilled to her. She was about to shit her pants. The human-shaped creature was in sight again. It was green and looked rather built with bulging muscles. That was strange, she thought. Mars's gravity was weaker, so the body shouldn't have much mass. The more she looked at the being, the more familiar it became. Suddenly, it was gone, like it jumped from a cliff. The drone zipped forward, revealing a rolling blue ocean, just like Earth's. It was a cliff, a low one. They hovered over. The drone tilted down slowly to look directly below. Carved in the sand were symbols, a triangle, a straight vertical line, and a shorter vertical line with a tiny circle above it. Huh, she said to Marcus. Kinda looks like my name. A-L-I. Could they know our symbols or our language or... Allie stopped when the rest of the writing in the sand became clear. Will you marry me? She jumped from her chair, rolling it across the room. Oh my God! The camera dropped down to the green guy on one knee in the sand. Allie looked at Marcus, and then the Martian, then to Marcus, then back to the Martian. "Marcus! What did you do?" Marcus was still on his knees where he knelt to watch the video. From behind his back, he pulled a small box, just the right size for a ring.
"Turned into a Martian just for you, love. A bet is a bet. You said if I found my mate before the mate event, I had to surprise her with an out-of-this-world proposal. I think this qualifies."
His head nodded toward the Mars image.
"Miss Aaliyah Jade Grey, will you honor me by being my wife and mate forever?"
Her heart was overjoyed and pounding a mile a minute. She breathed in gasps of air, partially laughing at the prank, partially insanely in love with the man kneeling before her. She pointed to the screen. "You did all this for me?" The conference room came back on, the crowd clapping. "Oh my God, you did!" She threw her arms around him and hugged him tightly.
"Congratulations, Allie," Director Kessin said. "Everyone here is happy for you and your husband-to-be. Don't be too hard on him for the prank. We had a great time shooting it at the beach. We'll talk to y'all later."
The image blacked out. "Oh my God, oh my God!" She stood, shaking, looking at the box.
"Sweetheart, this floor is hard on the knees," he teased.
Oh, she forgot to give her answer. "Yes!" That was all she could say, because a bet was a bet. "I'll marry you and be your mate, wife, and mother of our baby." He pulled back and gave her a look.
"Our baby?"
She grinned. "You're not the only one who has something to tell. We're going to have a baby." He pulled her into his arm and kissed her hard enough to steal her breath away.
"You don't scent differently."
She laughed and kissed him all over his beard and lips. "Apparently our little one has the ability to mimic my scent, and therefore makes it impossible for you to know. I happen to know because I sensed her presence." He glanced down at her belly and then back up at her face, love shining in his eyes.
"A daughter. Our daughter."
She nodded. "Ours."
"I love you, Allie. I'll never love anyone like you for as long as I'm on this earth."
"That's okay, Marcus. I'll never love another man the way I love you. Not for as long as I live, and probably not after that either."
"I think we should go celebrate,"
he said, picking her up in his arms and carrying her out of her office. "Oh, what do you have in mind?" She kissed his neck, clinging to him and loving his scent.
"Let me love you,"
he whispered, kissing her forehead. "Always." The end. This has been Alphabet, Paranormal Shifter Romance, written by Millie Taiden, narrated by Lauren Sweet. Copyright, Lifetime by Millie Taiden. Production copyright, 2018 by Millie Taiden.